So thank you all very much for being at the White House, very special house, very special place. I'm grateful to be joined by citizens whose lives have been saved by law enforcement heroes, and that's what they are, they're heroes, and they're being very unfairly treated over the last long period of time, but over the last few years, it's terrible what's happening. We're also joined by two amazing officers, South Carolina Deputy Sheriff William Kimbrough. Where's William? William? What happened to William? Okay. Oh, okay. That's a good excuse. That's good. And Palm Beach County Deputy Sheriff Corey Reese. Hi, Corey. Good. In recent weeks, our country's police officers have been really under siege. I want to thank, first of all, I do want to thank Vice President Pence for all the work he's done on this, and in particular, Attorney General Bill Barr, because the job he's done has been amazing. It's been 24 hours a day. I guess I could say 28 hours a day, right? It never ends, but it's been a great job that you've both done. We appreciate it. Mike, we appreciate it very much. But our officers have been under vicious assault, and hundreds of police have been injured and several murdered. You've been reading about it just like I've been seeing it. Reckless politicians have defamed our law enforcement heroes as the enemy. They call them the enemy. They actually go and say they're the enemy, and even call them an invading army. These radical politicians want to defund and abolish the police from our nation. At first, when I first heard it, I said, well, that's just something that they're saying that doesn't, but they actually are trying to do it. You look at what's going on in Minneapolis, you look at what's going on in many Democrat-run areas. But they want to defund and they want to abolish. Far-left mayors are escalating the anti-cop crusade, and violent crime is spiraling in their cities. It's all far-left cities where they have no understanding of what has to be done. They don't have a clue. And I will say that we put on a very powerful rule and law that you get 10 years, you knock down a monument. If it's a federal monument, you go to jail for 10 years. And if it's anything else, we tell them we work with the states to help them. But if you do anything where it's a federal monument, and there are a lot of them up there, and nobody's been attacked, nothing's been attacked since we did, 10 years in jail, monument or statue. In one recent week in New York City, this is hard to believe, shootings were up 358%, and yet they spend all their time, they want to do Black Lives Matter signs outside of Trump Tower. They ought to spend their time doing something else, because I'll tell you what, 358% increase in shootings in New York. Last month, over 300 people were shot. NYPD retirements have quadrupled, and they're going up even further. And New York City is out of control. Unfortunately, my place, I love it, but it's out of control. It was doing so well. And Rudy Giuliani, whether you like Rudy or not, he did a great job. He was the greatest mayor in the history of New York. Murders in Atlanta are up 133% compared to the same period last year. And one of the victims was an 8-year-old girl, and we've had younger than that in Chicago last weekend. In the last 2 weeks, 105 Americans were shot in Philadelphia and Minneapolis. The city voted to disband the police department and cut it way down, but disband it ultimately. The radical politicians are waging war on innocent Americans. That's what you're doing when you play with the police. My administration is pro-safety, pro-police, and anti-crime, and I will say, I just see a new number came in from Chicago. This weekend was a scourge. This weekend was, I guess, 20 people killed and many shootings, many shootings, far worse than the last week. So things are happening that nobody's ever seen happen in cities that are liberally run. I call them radical lib, and yet they'll go and march on areas and rip everything down in front of them. If that's what you want for a country, you probably have to vote for Sleepy Joe Biden, because he doesn't know what's happening. But you're not going to have it with me. So we've been very strong on law enforcement. We'll be doing things that you'll be, I think, very impressed with. Numbers are going to be coming down, even if we have to go in and take over cities, because we can't let that happen. When you have 20 people killed, 22 people killed in one weekend in Chicago, and you have 88 shootings, it's not even conceivable. That's worse than Afghanistan, I hate to say it. That's worse than any war zone that we're in by a lot. It makes them look like tame places by comparison, so we're not going to let it go on. We're not supposed to wait for them to call, but they don't call. We've asked Chicago, would you like us to go in and help? And they don't want to say anything. And we've called many of the cities, would you like us to go and help? We've done a great job in Portland. Portland was totally out of control, and they went in, and I guess we have many people right now in jail, and we very much quelled it. And if it starts again, we'll quell it again very easily. It's not hard to do if you know what you're doing. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. I'd maybe ask Vice President Pence to say a couple of words, and then I'd like Bill Barr to say something, and we'll go around the room, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a real privilege to be here with the law enforcement officers who are gathered here and families whose lives have been impacted so profoundly by the courageous efforts of men and women in law enforcement. I can assure you that while some are talking about defunding the police under this president and this administration, we're going to defend the police. And we're going to back the blue, because we understand that while tragedies happen, and we'll always look for ways that we can improve public safety, and the president's taken steps and taken executive action to provide new resources to improve public safety and law enforcement around the country. I want to assure you that you have a president who knows what the people gathered around this table know, is that most of the men and women who put on the uniform of law enforcement every day are the best people in this country. They risk their lives every day to make a difference in our communities, just like they've made a difference in all of your lives. And so I want to thank you all. I want to thank you for being here at this, for this conversation, because the American people will greatly benefit by being reminded of the incredible contributions that our law enforcement community makes each and every day. And I appreciate your willingness to tell that story.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, let me say what an honor it is for me to serve under a president who is such a strong supporter of law enforcement. I've said repeatedly that, to my mind, there is no more noble profession in our country than serving as a law enforcement officer. The police put their lives and well-being on the line every day for us, and their jobs have never been more difficult than it is today. Today we suffer many unprecedented social ills. Kids growing up without fathers, alienated young, angry men, gangs engaged in the most brutal kinds of violence, increasing mental illness and homelessness, and a drug epidemic inflicting casualties beyond anything that we've experienced in a major war, and an increase in sexual assaults and child exploitation. You name it. And who is expected to deal with all of this? As other institutions fail and abdicate their responsibility, who is expected to stand their ground and pick up the pieces? The police are. And that's why I say their job, the job we ask them to do today, has never been more challenging. I believe it's important to understand that just like any other institution, there's always room for improvement. And over the past several decades, there's unquestionably been a lot of progress and reforms in policing that's improved policing and life for the officers, their families, and their communities. We have the most professional police in the world. Now, obviously, the event in Minneapolis was ghastly, and I haven't heard anyone attempt to defend it. And it has rightly brought about an urge to make sure we continue reforming and we finish the job. And I think that law enforcement understands and agrees that the concerns of the African American community regarding excessive use of force must be addressed. But we also have to be careful and not throw the baby out with the bathwater. And so extremist reactions like defund the police are trying to pull us in exactly the opposite direction of where we have to go. We have to give law enforcement more support, more training, and resources. And I think the executive order that the President signed last month strikes exactly the right balance. It's supportive of the police, and it also addresses legitimate concerns about excessive force. So our nation needs to gain a renewed appreciation of the noble work done by our police officers in protecting our communities. And I thank the President for convening this roundtable to highlight the good work done by our men and women in blue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maybe what we'll do is we'll go around the room, and maybe you could introduce yourself and explain exactly what's going on. You have an incredible story, please.
Hi, my name is Kamira Boyd. I'm from Charleston, South Carolina. Well, on June 11th, 2019, my baby started choking on breast milk, and the first thing I started to do was just run out the house and jump in the car. While leaving out of my neighborhood, Officer Kimbrough came. He was coming into the neighborhood, and he immediately pulled me over, and we immediately jumped out, and he just took her from my arms and proceeded helping her. And yeah, thank you.
Saved her?
Saved her.
Really? Wow. You don't hear those stories. That's why I think it's important to have a meeting like this, a little different, and it's the meeting that we should have about 100 times out of almost 100. This is the one because the police do such a great job, and there's an example. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. And do you know the gentleman on your left? Come on, let's go. Let's tell that story, please.
What do you mean, like?
No, you know? Do you want to go ahead? Please, yes, go ahead.
Mr. President, Vice President, Attorney General Barr, thank you for having us here, other distinguished guests. My name is William Kimbrough. I'm from Charleston, South Carolina. I work for the Berkeley County Sheriff's Office. As Kamira was saying, on July 10th of 2019, while I was patrolling the unincorporated district of Summerville, South Carolina, I came across Kamira and her grandmother speeding in a car. I conducted a traffic stop on that vehicle, and as soon as those vehicles stopped, lady later identified it. Was it your grandmother, Kamira?
It was my stepmom.
Oh, your stepmom had jumped out of the vehicle and was frantic and said, my baby, she can't breathe. And I kind of stepped back and I said, what? And, you know, the rest was captured on my body cam video that's since gone viral. But as soon as I made entrance over, stepped up to Kamira, I instantly asked her for the baby, who is now my goddaughter. And godmom over there, Noni. Hi, Noni. Say hi, Noni. And so, yeah, we've been blessed, and it's been a wonderful experience. Wonderful.
Great job.
Thank you.
Well, that's what I meant when I kiddingly said. That's what I meant when I kiddingly said, you know the gentleman on your left, because you really know him.
Oh, okay.
That's what I meant, and great job you've done. Thank you very much on behalf of all of us. And Kamira, congratulations.
Thank
That's
you.
great. Thank you for being here, Kamira.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Please, go ahead.
It was about 2 weeks ago. I was laying in bed with my other 3 kids, and, well, I forgot to introduce myself, sorry. Sarah Bohan, we have 4 kids, and we're from Roanoke, Virginia. I was laying in bed, and my sister happened to be home, and my husband ended up calling her and asking her to count how many kids were home. And she got up and looked inside of my boy Spencer's room, and he was not there. And his window was open. And so we instantly saw that he was missing. And he is autistic nonverbal and doesn't really have a sense of danger. So when he goes missing, it's like life or death. You gotta find him as fast as you possibly can. So we instantly called the police, and my husband rushed home from work, and they called the search dogs out. And within 12 minutes, they found him. He had ran up into the woods. Someone had spotted him sitting in the middle of the road, and he pulled over, and they tried to get him to come to him, but of course he bolted and ran up into the woods. And following behind the dog, going in and out of the trees, it was actually really cool because I could imagine him doing that exact thing of going in and out of the trees and sliding down the creeks, and I'm sure he was having the time of his life because he was free. But we were able to find him, and the dog's ears perked up right when he was within 15 feet, and I yelled his name, and he sat down, and I instantly ran over to him, and we were able to carry him back, and he was safe, and the only thing he had on him was 4 ticks, so he was good.
That's great. So again, the police did a great job, and the group did a great job. And so Spencer has no sense of danger, so you would say basically he's very brave, okay? View it that way. Good. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you. Brooke, please.
Mr. President, thank you. I got to meet almost everyone. My name is Brooke Rollins. I have the extraordinary honor of serving this president as his domestic policy chief every day in this White House. And I will say there's a lot of brave people in the room, probably no one more so than our 2 officers. But this mom not only has, Mr. President, her 9-year-old here, but she has her 4-year-old, her 3-year-old, and her 10-month-old here. And her husband, Spencer, just took them into the other room. So this is bravery at its finest for all the moms in the room who've sort of manhandled lots of children. So thank you for being here, and certainly you too, and that beautiful baby girl. What an honor to have you and all of you with us today. Mr. President, you mentioned New York City, Atlanta, Chicago, Philadelphia. The lack of leadership, I think, happening in some of our most ravaged cities around this country is really astonishing. But I think it's really important to note that that failure is a choice, and it is a choice, Mr. President, that I know you would never make. I have seen you now more than 2.5 years stand with law enforcement, stand with the mothers and the fathers in this country who are fighting for a chance at the American dream. That dream is not possible without a law enforcement that stands for the rule of law and for safe and secure communities. So thank you so much for your leadership. Everyone here today, thank you for coming. What an honor it is to have you in your house here at the White House on this day. And special thanks to the moms who are brave enough to bring the little ones in to tell their story on behalf of these amazing men and women serving in blue. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Brooke. What's more astonishing to me is that we'll call, Bill will call, Vice President will call, I'll call. You'll call leaders of these cities, Democrat leaders, and we don't care if they're Democrat or not. They happen to be in every case. But we'll call them and we'll say, do you need help? And they'll say no. I said, but you just had 40 people shot and many people killed this weekend. And they'll say, no, we're okay. And I'll say, what's that all about? And we're tired of those answers. We're tired of those answers. So thank you. To me, that's astonishing. Thank you very much, bro. Please.
My name is Kenneth Bearden. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. And I'm here today because I'm a man in recovery. At the age of 11 years old, I used substances for the first time. And by the end of that summer, I had overdosed 7 times already. I'm one of them people that once I put a minor mood-altering substance in my body, I cannot stop. I did not stop using alcohol or drugs until the age of 24. And through that time, at the age of 11 to 24, I have overdosed over 30 times. And at least a dozen of them times, I've had police officers there on site administering Narcan, saving my life. And my son would not have his father today if it wasn't for the police officers, the men and the women who administered that Narcan. And just that, my son gets to have his dad today because of that. And I get to help others along the way because of police officers, because of the people who have helped me along the way. And I'm truly grateful to be here.
And how are you doing now then? So that's a lot of times that you had
Yes.
difficulty.
So,
How are you
so
doing?
I've got 6 years sober now, and
Good.
I am one semester. I'm one semester away from having my bachelor's degree in social work. I have a house. I have full custody of my son. I work for Addiction Recovery Care as a community liaison, helping other alcoholics and addicts get into recovery and providing support for them. I'm living my purpose and my passion.
That's fantastic, Joe. Thank you very much. That's an equally incredible statement. You understand what you're doing now, so that's great. 6 years, almost 6 years, that's fantastic. Good luck. We'll see you in, let's say, celebrate in 10, okay? We'll see you in 10.
Yes, sir.
So we'll see you in another 4 years, all right? That's fantastic news. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Thank you so much for having me here today.
Thank
My
you.
name is Rhonda Norris. My story started when I was coming home from school one day. I teach. And I was broadsided in an intersection by a truck who ran a red light. I have no recollection of the accident. My first memory was a policeman reaching through the shattered window and checking for a pulse. And I was in and out of consciousness, and he continuously urged me to stay awake and stay with him. Very soothing, very calm, and was calling on his radio for an ambulance and first responders, which his being there sped up the process dramatically. He's the one who told me, we're going to put a sheet over you to cut you out of the vehicle. I couldn't move. I was trapped in the vehicle, and also my injuries made me incapable of movement. He also followed the ambulance to the hospital. He gathered up all my personal belongings that he could find at the accident and brought them to my husband at the hospital and explained to him that I had regained consciousness. Stayed with my husband until the tests were done, and they said she's going to be okay. The most amazing thing to me about this state trooper is that he was off duty. He didn't have to do any of that.
Right.
He was just happened to be at the scene of the accident and immediately responded and sped up my rescue, and I'm eternally grateful to him for doing that.
Well, that's great. Thank you very much. It's an incredible story. So how seriously, how long did it take to recover? How bad was it?
I missed 5 weeks of work. Still have some injuries that'll never go away, but I am very, very thankful to be here.
That's a great job. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Please.
Mr. President, I'm Perry Cleek, pastor of Lighthouse Baptist Church in Jonesboro, Tennessee.
Good.
And our church watched over the last few weeks as the way that our police officers were treated all over the country. And it was all over the news about how they are such, they've been demonized and disgraced and dishonored. And we got our heads together and thought, what can we do as a small church in a small town to honor our police and to let our voice be known? Their voice is loud, that blame all this on police officers. The voice of small town America is seldom heard. So we just set up a little ceremony. We went through the chief of police and the public safety director, and we asked them if we could hold a public ceremony on the steps of the courthouse on Main Street in Jonesboro on July 4th at 11 o'clock in the morning and present each member of the Jonesboro Police Department with a check for $1,000. And we did that, and it shouldn't have, but it made national news. I think small towns all over America feel like we do, that we want our voice to be heard, that we love law enforcement, our local police officers, and if we can do something to support them and encourage them, then that's what we want to do. And we feel very good about what we did.
Well, that's a great story. I thought you were going to tell me that they wanted to arrest you for giving them a couple of bucks, and they deserve it very much. But, I've heard the other end of those stories also. You're not allowed to do anything. And you're right about it. They've been, what the police have been going through over the last number of years, in all fairness. It's been starting, but it's never been like this, has it? It's never been like this. It's crazy. It's crazy, and they'll find out. It'll go the opposite direction, unfortunately, at some point. It'll go absolutely opposite when they see, and you're going to have some defunding and abolishing, and you'll see numbers like nobody would ever believe. And they're going to say, let's get our police back as soon as we can, right? But that's great what you just said. That's a fantastic thing.
Yes, sir. We were thankful that it's a small town and a small police department. It was only 23 employees, so it wasn't that big a hit.
That's
but
a lot.
It was a blessing to them.
That's a lot. That's a good job. Thank you very
And
much.
Mr. President, I've already heard, I got a note written to the church that didn't identify the officer, but said I'm an 83-year-old widower. And one of the officers brought by a sum of money and gave to me to put back to pay my utility bills this winter, and told me it was a gift from Lighthouse Baptist Church. That's what one officer, and it's just a week ago, but that's what one officer did with that gift that we gave him.
That's great. Great stories. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
And Mr. Vice President, for having us. My name is Debbie Wisner. I'm local. I live in Maryland. And my story's not very dramatic. It's just one that my purse was stolen. My purse. People have it happen to them. My credit cards were canceled. And my cell phone, we put a special note on it that said, if found, please call this number. Nothing came of it. A couple nights later, in the middle of the night, at midnight, the phone rings. And a gentleman says, I found your phone. I have your phone. Would you offer a reward for it? And I said, of course. And my husband said, are you nuts? And he said, I'll bring it to you. I gave him my address and hung up the phone and called our police department, because that's who we turn to when there's a situation. My husband had another idea. He wanted to do something else, but I said, no, we're gonna let the police do this. There's no shooting tonight. So the police came, they gave us their cell phone number, they went away around the corner and they said, when he pulls up, give us a ring, we'll be there. Sure enough, he pulled up, he comes out of the car, it's 2 o'clock in the morning now. And the police, 2 squad cars were there immediately, which is what we need in our communities.
Right.
And they checked him out. He did, in fact, find the phone, and I gave him a reward and thanked my police officers, and I'm grateful that we have community policemen that are willing to come at 2 in the morning and do this silly thing.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
2 in the morning. Why did he? That's a strange time. So you found him to be okay, even though he came at 2 in the morning?
He came at 2 in the morning, but so were our policemen,
Yeah, no, they were there.
and that's the only reason
That's
we were
great.
okay with it.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really nice. Please.
Mr. President, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here. I, like many others, we support you in supporting our law enforcement officers and providing safe communities. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for being here as well, and your hard work. And obviously to the Attorney General Barr, thank you. And to law enforcement officers that are here and their families, and to your staff, Mr. President. Although it shouldn't matter, Mr. President, I'm kind of a unique bird, if you will. I'm a Democrat. I'm an elected official. I'm African American. I have 8 years or 12 years of experience in the Georgia House of Representatives, 8 years as county exec. And as county exec, I've had to manage a very large, probably one of the largest police departments in the state of Georgia. But I've also had the unfortunate experience of having to meet with family members who lost a loved one from a police shooting. That was probably the most difficult part of my job. But I've also had to deal on the other side where I lost 2 police officers in one night, among several others I lost, but I lost 2 in one night. By the way, they happened to have been African American. And going to meet with their family members as well, young wives with young babies, and having to experience seeing them lose a loved one is nothing anybody would want to do. But I can tell you this, Mr. President, by and large, most law enforcement officers, those men and women who honorably wear their uniforms each and every day to go out, when they're running towards a situation, others are running from it. So we have to stand with them. And I'll say this, I have 2 words. we need more funding for police officers, not less funding. And here's why I say that. When you look at law enforcement and the equipment, that's important for them because it's protect and save their lives as well as saving others' lives. But clearly more money is needed to buy less lethal enforcement types of tools like the bowler, what they call the bowler wrap.
Right.
We also need resources for them. Officers usually, almost always, only get the psychological exam prior of being hired. It's part of the examination of getting hired. But afterwards, they're not given those type of psychological exams or assessments. And when you look at them, they've been on, let's say, the beat 4 or 5 years nonstop, and the number of calls they're getting, the number of situations. That's the way we can detect, are they burned out? Do we need to put them somewhere else? That's important. And finally, Mr. President, community policing is important, that relationship, that trust, being fair, but enforcing the law. And most people, including black people, they want law enforcement to be out there enforcing the law. I think people just want it to be, they want them to be fair, they want them to be swift in justice. And we lost a baby girl too in Atlanta, 8 years old, and it wasn't to a police officer. More people have died from the protests of Black Lives Matter than prior to that. And so sometimes it's hypocritical. It's almost as if some black lives matter, but all black lives should matter, and all lives should matter. And so I thank you, Mr. President, for what you're doing, and I stand solidly with you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Beautiful. Please.
Good afternoon, President Trump, Vice President Pence, and Mr. Barr, and distinguished guests. I thank you for this opportunity to share our family's story. 8 years ago, our 15-year-old daughter was trafficked by MS-13 gang members. She was trafficked over a 1.5-year time period throughout the DMV area. Law enforcement played a fundamental role in the rescue and the recovery of our daughter, and were also vital in the protection and safety of our family, both then and now. Initially, the officers handling our case, albeit well-intentioned, were not trauma-informed and not able to differentiate a runaway teen from a victim of human trafficking. Once we came in contact with trained personnel, former Detective Bill Wolf, our situation improved. We need to provide resources and training to law enforcement to properly address not only the offenders, but also to the victims and to their families. Because of Mr. Wolf's expertise in this area, we were able to relocate our family to a safe location. We were able to get our daughter the proper resources and help so that she could heal and move on for her life. The law enforcement is crucial to the rescue, to the victims of human trafficking, and I believe we should support them with everything we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great story. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mr. President, for convening this listening session, and thank you for all the passion and being able to share your stories here on national TV and with the president, because it's really important. There's so many people who don't get a chance to have their voice lifted, and having this opportunity to tell your story to a president that's not only going to listen to it but take action is extremely important to the work that we do. And I want you all to know that as you go back home, we're still there with you, and we're willing to come and do all we can to help create safer communities. Since day one, this president's been really focused on that in a unique way. I've spent some time on the road and with my colleague Scott Turner, trying to get local leadership to work with us to not only change those communities but empower people. But having these sessions here is extremely important because most people don't know. Some people don't know the pain that you all go through. And so having that story be told to millions of people is extremely important. But I think what's most important is that we take this session here and create action, work with our police department, empower our police department, empower our families so that we can change what's happened over the last 20 years. It's no reason for places across the country in America to have more deaths than a war over in Iraq or Afghanistan. You know, that's not the country that we're about, and this president won't stand for it. And so, thank you so much for your Mr. President, for your leadership.
Thank you very much. You're doing a great job, too. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm basically here in support of my daughter-in-law and my grandchildren, but I would like to say a personal thank you to Officer Reese here for saving my grandson. I will never forget it, and I will always be grateful. And I would also like to add that I'm a state employee. I work in the city of Atlanta, and I have seen a drastic change in law enforcement coverage in that area. And I see the difference when law enforcement is not visible on the streets. So we've had our challenges there, and it's peaceful now, but when there is a lack of law enforcement within a community, civility breaks down and crime increases. And I don't have any answers to any solutions, but I can just speak on the fact that I have experienced it over the past 3 or 4 months. And I thank you for your invitation here and for your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
First of all, Mr. President, Vice President, Attorney General, thank you very much for inviting me here today. It's truly an honor to be here. I'm Deputy Corey Reese with Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. I have been a deputy there for going on 3 years now. Last month in June, I was staying with my wife at a Hampton Inn in Tampa, off duty, of course. I work in Palm Beach County, this is Tampa. We were in the room relaxing, and I could hear a lady in the hallway screaming for help. And so I went outside to see what was going on, and the young lady to my left here was on the floor clutching the child in her arms. She was screaming for help. The child was crying, and there was a man standing above them grabbing at her and the child. Now, my first thought was it was a domestic situation, but clearly there was something wasn't right with the situation, so I separated him, and she said that she doesn't know him and he was trying to take her child. And more people came pouring out of their rooms and were saying the same thing, so I immediately got him separated. I had him sit down in the hallway, and I had someone else call Tampa PD, and they arrived, and at that point I just was keeping the peace between everybody because there were some people getting quite aggressive, with him. It's not, the right time. You have to let law enforcement handle it. It's not a time to take matters in your own hands. So at that point, it was mostly peacekeeping. But, I didn't think it would be as big of a deal as it ended up being until, the next day some people in the hallway were like, the video's gone viral. It was like 1 million views. And then I'm getting a call saying I'm invited to the White House. I mean, it was completely unexpected. I just doing what I was trained to do, what I was told to do, just being there, right time, right place, and that's it. Again, thank you for having me here.
It's called natural instinct, right? More than anything else. Thank you very much. Great job. Appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Jackie Northcutt. I want to thank you, President and Vice President, and everyone else for having me here. I want to thank you. I don't know what I would have done without your help. It's not too fun. He's still dealing with it. I don't really want to speak on the case because it's still open. But the main thing I wanted to address was my
Well, you've said it all. So that's a case that's still going now? Still going?
Well, as far as the hotel.
I see.
Our hotel room with the key, and that he came in and tried to take him away.
Oh, well, good luck with it. Good luck. Beautiful guy, too. Beautiful. Okay, that's just a few stories of the thousands and thousands of stories that we could tell, and we'll probably be doing this again, but the police, they do a great job. They do a fantastic job, and they don't get the kind of, I will say this, the people of this country appreciate the police. They appreciate all they've done. You don't see that if you watch the news for the most part. You don't see things like this, but they've done a fantastic job. Everybody here is a witness to that, and we see it a lot. The Attorney General sees it every day, but we see it a lot, and I just want to thank the various police departments, law enforcement. They've done an incredible job in this country. Where they're allowed to do their work, they really do a job. So thank you all very much for being here. Good luck with your case. And really, terrific job, everybody. Terrific job. Thank you. Would anybody from the media like to ask anybody a question here? Steve, go ahead, please.
You're in a good place with Dr. Fauci. There's been some criticism of him over the last couple of days. Do you still appreciate his advice?
Well, I have a very good relationship with Dr. Fauci. I've had for a long time, right from the beginning. I find him to be a very nice person. I don't always agree with him. I closed the border, as you know, to China. I did the ban on China, heavily infected, and we saved tens of thousands of lives, and Dr. Fauci will admit that it was a good decision. It was very early. That was in January, long before it was thought of as the right thing to do. I also closed the borders to Europe when Italy and a couple of other countries over there, France certainly, Spain, they were having a lot of problems. I closed the borders very early, shortly after I did with China. So we saved a lot of lives, so we made a lot of good decisions. But no, I get along with him very well. I like him personally. Yeah, please.
Pardon Michael Flynn?
I can't hear you.
Are you going to pardon Michael Flynn?
Well, he's got a case going on right now. I think he would, I don't know this for a fact, but I think he's doing very well with respect to his case. I hope that he's going to be able to win it, and I don't have a decision to make until I find out what's going to happen, but I think he was persecuted. He didn't lie. Turned out he didn't lie. The FBI said he didn't lie. I think he was persecuted, and nobody understands what's going on with the Justice Department, which is so capable. They decided to take a view on it, and they decided that he should be, they were going to drop the case. So he's right now, meaning his lawyers and him, are embroiled in hopefully the final stages of what should have never happened. They treated him very unfairly, as they have many people on this side. Yeah, please.
President Trump, you've said many times that the number of coronavirus cases is going up because testing is increasing.
That's right.
Do you acknowledge that it's going up for other reasons too? For example, that it's actually spreading? And what are you going to do to stop the spread?
Well, you know that we have one of the lowest mortality rates anywhere. If you know, Biden and Obama stopped their testing. They just stopped it. You probably know that. I'm sure you don't want to report it. But they stopped testing. Right in the middle, they just went, no more testing. And on a much lesser problem than the problem that we have, obviously, with respect to, this is the worst thing that's happened since probably 1917. This is a very bad thing. All over the world, it's 188 countries right now. But no, we test more than anybody by far. And when you test, you create cases. So we've created cases. I can tell you some countries, they test when somebody walks into a hospital sick or walks into maybe a doctor's office, but usually a hospital. That's the testing they do, so they don't have cases, whereas we do. We have all of these cases, so, you know, it's a double-edged sword. At the same time, we have the lowest mortality, or just about the lowest mortality in the world. We're doing a great job. We're doing very well with vaccines, and we're doing very, very well with therapeutics. And I think we're going to have some very good information coming out soon. But we have the best and certainly the biggest, by far the biggest testing program anywhere in the world. If you tested China or Russia or any of the larger countries, if you just tested India as an example, the way we test, you'd see numbers that would be very surprising. Brazil, too. You know, Brazil's going through a big problem, but they don't do testing like we do. So we do the testing, and By doing the testing, we have tremendous numbers of cases. If we didn't do the, as an example, we've done 45 million tests. If we did half that number, you'd have half the cases, probably around that number. If we did another half of that, you'd have half the numbers. Everyone would be saying, oh, we're doing so well on cases. But when I see it reported in the night, you can check me out on this. I mean, they're always talking about cases, the number of cases. Well, it is a big factor that we have a lot of cases because we have a lot of testing, far more than any other country in the world. And it's also the best testing. Yeah, please.
The federal government is set to resume federal executions for the first time in more than a decade, potentially as soon as a couple of hours from now. Are you monitoring the last-minute appeals on that case?
Well, I
Have you
think what
given
I'm
any
going to do is
consideration to
allow that to be answered by our Attorney General. Do you mind, Bill?
Yes, sir. We obviously monitor the appellate process.
Mr. President, have you given any consideration to using your clemency powers to stop these executions and commute them to life sentences?
Well, I've looked at it very strongly, and in this particular case, I'm dealing with Bill and all of the people at Justice, and it's always tough. You're talking about the death penalty, but when you talk about people that did what this particular person did, that's tough also. So we're going to see what happens. Right now, they have a stay, I believe, right? They have a stay, and we'll let the courts determine the final outcome, and that's what's going to happen, okay?
You're asking Americans to have full faith in law enforcement. How do you respond to critics who say you undermined your own federal law enforcement agency, the DOJ, when you commuted the sentence of Roger Stone?
Well, if you look back on it, this was an investigation that should have never taken place. You have guys like Comey, you have McCabe, you have Strzok, you have his lover Lisa Page, you have all of these people running around, you have Brennan and Clapper who lied to Congress, you have many, many people. You have people that change documents going into the FISA courts, and it's a terrible thing. And this is an investigation that they said should have ended before it started. It shouldn't have started, and if it did, it should have ended immediately because they found, as you know as well as I do, they found nothing initially, but it went on for 2 years or longer. And no, I'm getting rave reviews for what I did for Roger Stone, and he, frankly, is going to go and now appeal his case. He had a jury forewoman who hated Roger Stone and who hated probably me, but she went on a false pretense, and he wasn't given a fair trial. It's not a fair trial. He wasn't given another trial. Should have been given another trial. I won't say more. I won't talk about the judge. I'm not going to, why would I ever talk about a judge? But this was a judge that gave, I believe, solitary confinement to Paul Manafort. Al Capone didn't have solitary confinement. So these are things that happened, and if you look at President Bush, President Clinton, President Obama, take a look at what they did. Frankly, it's a very unfair. Roger Stone was treated very unfairly, in my opinion, and so were many others on this side. In the meantime, you have the other ones who are admitted lying before, they admitted they lied before Congress, they leaked classified information, which is something you just can't do. And what are they doing? So we'll see what happens. But no, we're getting rave reviews for what I did. Okay.
Are you going to be able to hold the convention in Jacksonville with all this virus spreading?
Well, we're going to see it built up a little bit, but we're going to do something that will be great. We think we're doing very well. We had some poll numbers a little while ago that are great. You know, it's the same story. It's suppression polls that we had in 2016, phony polls. Fake news, phony polls, same thing. And we're doing very well. We're doing well in Georgia. We're doing well in Texas. I read where I was 1 point up in Texas. I'm not 1 point up in Texas. We're many points up. I saved the oil industry. 2 months ago, I saved the oil industry. I created it. We became #1. We have millions of jobs, and we saved it, so Texas is not going to have to let go of millions and millions of people. Oklahoma, North Dakota, many states. We're at $40 a barrel, and yet you can buy gasoline for under $2. Nobody's ever seen like that. So we have the biggest energy in the world. We're #1 in oil, as you know, oil and gas by far. We're now #1 in the world. And we would have had millions of people out of work. I saved it. And then they say I'm leading by 1 point in Texas. They said it last time, too. They said Texas is too close to call. This was like 3 months before the election. And then I won Texas in a blowout. They called it the minute the polls closed. They said that about Utah. They said that about Georgia. They said the same thing. That Georgia's, oh, we can't, it's too close. They'll never be able to determine. We'll have to wait till election night. On election night, 2 seconds after the poll closed, they called Georgia. So, you know, it's the same thing. We have the same thing. They're phony polls. They're suppression polls. But to think that after saving the oil and gas business and millions of jobs, I'm leading Texas by 1 point, I don't think so. Go ahead.
Is the China Phase 1 deal still intact, or is it? Do you see it in jeopardy?
It's intact. It's intact. But I think what China has done to the world with what took place, the China plague, you can call it the China virus, you can call it whatever you want to call it. It's about 20 different names. What they did to the world should not be forgotten. But it's intact. They're buying. Whether they buy or not, that's up to them. They're buying.
Yes, President, Los Angeles just announced that they are delaying the opening of their schools. New York already said they were going to delay them. Other school districts are giving parents the choice whether to send their kids to school or not. What do you tell parents who look at this, who look at Arizona where a school teacher recently died teaching summer school, parents who are worried about the safety of their children in public schools?
Yeah, schools should be opened. Schools should be opened. If kids want to go to school, you're losing a lot of lives by keeping things closed. We did the right thing. We saved millions of lives. We saved millions of lives when we did the initial closure. Had we not done what we did, we would have had Mike and I were talking about it before, 2 to 3 million lives lost. But we did that, so we're at about 135,000, and we'll be at somewhat higher than that by the time it ends. And again, the vaccines are happening and the therapeutics are happening, but I'm not even talking about that. So we'll be at a somewhat higher, but we would have lost 2 million, 3 million lives had we not done it. Now we understand it also. We understand there are certain vulnerabilities. Young children, I was talking to Governor Murphy, and they have thousands of lives. I won't even say how many, just thousands of lives, hard to believe, in New Jersey. And he said there was only one life that was 18 or younger. One person died, and that was a young man that had some medical difficulty. So when you think of that with thousands of lives and you have one person that was under 18, that's something that tells you, for some reason, I guess the immune system is much stronger with young people than it is for others. So we have to watch the group that does have the difficulty, does have the problem. We all know what that is. We all know who they are, especially if they have a medical problem. If they have a medical problem, diabetes or heart or anything, it's a big problem. But we're being very careful. But we have to open the schools. Would you agree with that? Do you agree? Yeah. We have to open the schools. We have to get them open. And I think there's a lot of politics going along. I think they think they'll do better if they can keep the schools closed in the election. I don't think it's going to help them, frankly, but I think they feel that by keeping schools closed, that's a bad thing for the country, and therefore that's a good thing for them. But they're the ones whose city's burning. I mean, can you imagine if the country was run like Chicago and like New York and like some of these other Democrat, super radical left cities are run? You wouldn't have a country for very long, and the economy would crash. So we just set a brand new record today on NASDAQ again. This is now, I think, the 18th time since, and this is since after the problem. So we have a new stock market high for NASDAQ, and the other ones are getting very close. When I came here, the stock market was up almost 500 points today. The economy is rebuilding. Jobs are being produced at a record pace. We've never had a pace like this. And I will tell you, if Biden got in, this economy would be destroyed. You know, he was in office for 48 years, and what he did was not great. Almost every decision was a wrong decision, and now he's going to come in and try and help us. We didn't need any help. We built the greatest economy in history, greatest economy we've ever had, the greatest economy the world has ever seen. And then the plague came in from China, and we did the right thing. We had to close it down. Now we're opening it up. He can't do it. He doesn't have the capability to do it. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Good luck with everything. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hello, everyone.
President Trump will participate in a roundtable to hear stories of families positively impacted by law enforcement that will be taking place shortly after this briefing concludes. The President stands with our police officers, our men and women across this country who valiantly patrol our streets and protect our citizenry. This President stands on the side of law and order to secure peace in our streets. That has always been his priority and remains so today. Tragically, this weekend we saw a devastating ambush attack against brave law enforcement officers in McAllen, Texas. Officer Edelmiro Garza Jr., who was 45 years old, and Officer Ismael Chavez, who was 39 years old. And while responding to a domestic disturbance call, Officers Garza and Chavez arrived on scene to protect the people that they serve. They were met with gunfire. They were ambushed by a violent and dangerous suspect who horrifically shot before they even drew their weapon or had a chance to call for backup. We honor the lives and the service of Officer Garza and Officer Chavez. This President will always stand on the side of law enforcement and the heroes who protect and serve. And with that, I'll take questions. Rita.
Hey, Kaylee, thanks so much.
No problem.
As the number of cases and fatalities continues to break records, in the most recent interview President Trump did, he said, we are going to be in really good shape in the next 2 to 4 weeks. Can you share what evidence he's using to draw that conclusion? And what is the administration going to do differently in the next 2 to 4 weeks to stop the spread?
So the one thing I would note is that when you look at the mortality rate, we're seeing that our efforts here at the federal government have been working. And to give you an example of that, when you look at New York and New Jersey, there were 21 deaths for every 1,000 cases, 20 deaths for every 1,000 cases in the case of New Jersey. Those were the ratios we were seeing just a few months ago. Now New York and New Jersey are down 1.7 per 1,000 and 1.8 per 1,000 respectively. And moving beyond New York and New Jersey, we're seeing in Florida, for example, though they have 12 cases for every 1,000, it is 0.2 mortality for every 1,000 cases. In Arizona, 0.3 deaths for every 1,000 cases. So we are seeing that our therapeutics are working, that dexamethasone and convalescent plasma and remdesivir are working, and that's something good, and it's something that the President takes note of.
But 2 to 4 weeks is such a short time period. I mean, what specifically are you doing to stop the spread?
There's a lot, and I'm very glad that you asked that because it is worth highlighting the work that we're doing each and every day. For one, we're surging personnel to Arizona, Texas, California. We already have people working in Florida, surging remdesivir to states that are seeing rising case numbers. We're also surging testing supplies to decrease turnaround time. These are several action items that Dr. Birx briefed me on before coming out here. The White House will be going to several states this week, Dr. Birx in particular, to Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina. We've sent 19 HHS teams to metroplexes, 8 more coming this week. So we are aggressively on the ground reacting to this virus, and we're encouraged to see the declining mortality compared to a few months ago. Jim, I haven't seen you in a few weeks.
Yeah.
Glad you're back.
Thanks. Kaylee, why is the White House trashing Dr. Fauci and sending out opposition research like memos to reporters? The President has gone off on anonymous sources in the past. Why not have the guts to trash Dr. Fauci with your own names?
So President Trump, I'll refer you back, there's no opposition research being dumped to reporters. We were asked a very specific question by the Washington Post, and that question was, President Trump noted that Dr. Fauci had made some mistakes, and we provided a direct answer to what was a direct question.
Hasn't the President made mistakes? He suggested at one point that Americans inject themselves with disinfectants, that sort of thing. Why not send out these notes to reporters about what Dr. Fauci said in the past with your names on it? They were sent out by a White House official. The President has said he doesn't trust anonymous sources, and yet you were sending out these notes to reporters anonymously.
Look, I would note that in terms of the President and his record on coronavirus, he stands by the actions and the steps he's taken in this historic response. You have Dr. Fauci, who said that the record of this President is impressive. I can't imagine that under any circumstance that anybody could be doing more, and those are the words of Dr. Fauci. We provided a direct response to a direct question, and that's about it. And to the notion that there's opposition research and that there's Fauci versus the President couldn't be further from the truth. Dr. Fauci and the president have always had a very good working relationship.
Just a separate subject very quickly. Does the president or the administration plan to make it very clear to the Russian Federation that there should not be bounties placed on the heads of American soldiers serving in Afghanistan?
We make that clear each and every day to every country around the world that this president will always stand by our law enforcement. No one's been tougher on Russia.
I'm talking about military soldiers, U.S.
yes,
forces
of course,
overseas.
that's what I'm saying. Our U.S. forces.
Not just any country, the Russians. Will you tell
and
the
every
Kremlin
country,
and
but what
President
you're
Putin
getting at-
not to put bounties on the heads of American
What
soldiers?
you're getting at, of course, we tell each and every country that, but what you're getting at is uncorroborated intelligence, and you're treating it as if it were true. To this day, there are varying views on the Russian bounty intelligence. DOD, NSC, and the ODNI all pointing that out. I'm not going to answer a question based on unverified intelligence, but rest assured, every country in this world is put on notice that bounties on the heads of U.S. troops is unacceptable, and this president will stand for U.S. troops at home and abroad. Yes.
Thank you, Kaylee. You mentioned a quote from Dr. Fauci, another quote from him. When you compare us to other countries, I don't think you can say we're doing great. Is there any reaction to that from the White House?
Now, when you compare us to other countries, we have the most testing in the world. When you compare us to other countries on case fatality rate, other industrialized nations, we're very low and beating most countries, if not all, in Europe. So we're doing a lot on the world stage, a lot right. Noted that we were supposed to have a ventilator shortage, and as it turned out, the U.S. actually sent ventilators all around the world. So the U.S. response has been historic, and by several metrics, including the three I just mentioned, we're beating the rest of the world.
Thank you.
Kaylee, could you just clarify the scope of Roger Stone's clemency? A federal judge is asking for this. Does it only apply to prison time, or does it also include the 2-year period of supervised release?
I don't have the exact details for you on that, but I can follow up. What I will say is that the Roger Stone clemency was a very important moment for justice in this country. You had a completely bogus Russia witch hunt that found nothing, and in order to justify the waste of taxpayer dollars, you had Robert Mueller charging people with process crimes, and it's really curious to me that with Roger Stone, he's charged of false statements, but McCabe was charged of false statements, lying to federal investigators. Brennan, false statements to Congress. Clapper, false statements to Congress. But last time I checked, they didn't have 29 FBI agents wearing tactical gear, showing up at their house in a pre-dawn raid, wielding M4 rifles, sweeping across their lawn, as happened to Roger Stone. They didn't have 4 agents using battering rams, breaking down their front door over false statements. And they didn't have helicopters hovering over their houses and 2 police boats that roared up. Instead, McCabe and Clapper and Brennan and these guys are given lucrative contracts, books, contributorships. So there are really 2 standards of justice in this country, as Adam Schiff noted. Fortunately, he doesn't have the facts to back up the way he meant that term. Mario?
One more question,
Yes,
if I could. The president retweeted something this morning implying that he believes that he retweeted something saying that the CDC is lying about the coronavirus in order to hurt his chances of getting reelected. Does the president believe that the CDC is lying about COVID-19?
The president, with his intent in that retweet, expresses displeasure with the CDC, some rogue individuals leaking guidelines prematurely. You had a 63-page plan that was leaked prematurely. He believes that that misleads the American public when there are planning materials released that are not in their fullest form and their best form. So that's what he was getting at. But overall, the notion of the tweet was to point out the fact that when we use science, we have to use it in a way that is not political. When you had 1,300 health experts sign a letter not to condemn large crowds of protesters, but some same health experts say churches need to stay shut down, or lockdown protests somehow don't get the same First Amendment rights as the protest that we saw in our streets. We need to use science, lean into science, but not use it and cherry pick it to fit whatever our particular political persuasion is.
So he has confidence in the
Yes,
CDC?
he does. Mario.
Thank you, Kaylee. Given what we're seeing in Florida with the cases rising, is the president anticipating a scaled-down version of the convention next month? And if so, is that something that he would be content with?
That would be a question for the campaign, but we still plan to move forward with the convention here at the White House. But for particularities, I would point you to the RNC and to the campaign. Yes,
Just to
Steve.
close the loop on Dr. Fauci, does the president still appreciate the advice that he gets from him?
Certainly. Dr. Fauci is one of many on the task force who provides advice. And I would note, Dr. Fauci is an epidemiologist, an infectious disease expert, and he provides his opinion there. You also have other experts like Dr. McCann's Katz, who are behavioral health experts who provide opinions about the holistic health of the child, and she's been a voice for reopening schools and the damage long-term lockdowns can do. You have Dr. Monsef Salawi, who's working on the vaccines. So there are a number of scientists who are experts in various issues and various specialties, but the president takes the full opinions of the task force and the varying opinions sometimes and moves forward in a way he thinks is best for this country, like he did with the China travel ban.
Secondly, Kaylee, the travel ban with Canada expires in about a week. Is that going to be extended? Or are you talking with Canada about that?
So no announcements now for our plans with Canada.
Yes, Arizona has more new cases of coronavirus than any country in the world, more than the European Union as a whole. So isn't by that metric the United States not doing as well as other countries in handling this?
No, because when you lead the world in testing, that means that you identify more cases. When you
Deaths are starting to
And
rise.
I would note, well, you talk about deaths. I can give you that particular information, which Dr. Birx gave to me before running out here, which is in Arizona, you have 17 cases per 1,000 population and 0.3 deaths per population, which means our therapeutics are working, and we're in a better place today than we were before.
Kimberly Bird, a school teacher in Arizona, died, however, when she was following all the rules. She wore a mask, she wore gloves, she was teaching summer school, she got it, died. 2 other teachers got it and are ill. Her family, her husband, her daughter. I mean, how do you tell parents of school children that it's safe to send their kids back to school when something like that happens?
Well, I would point you to the words of the CDC director who said children are not very affected by this and typically are not spreaders in this, but I would also point to the consequences of staying closed. We have to look at the holistic health of the child, and when you have, according to HHS, 1/5 of all child abuse cases being reported by teachers and educational staff, we cannot stay closed. When you have DC Family Child Agency talking about a 62% decrease in abuse cases being reported, you cannot stay closed. When even the AAP, American Academy of Pediatrics, talked about morbidity and mortality if schools stay shut down, and 70 to 80% of children with mental health diagnoses receive their care in schools. The consequences are grave if we stay shut down. And there's a way for essential workers to go back to work just as our meat packing facilities did, just as you all in the media are essential workers. We believe our teachers are as well. Yes. Catherine.
Thanks, Kaylee. The administration has said that the goal of maximum pressure is to force Iran back to the negotiating table so we can get a better deal. Is that still the goal of maximum pressure? And in light of the reported new trade and military partnership between Iran and China, what evidence is there that the policy is succeeding?
I have no information today to update you on our Iran relationship, which stays the same today as it has been. Yes, Daniel.
Thank you. I have 2 quick questions. President Trump's former chief of staff, Mick Mulvaney, who still has a role in this administration, he said in an op-ed today that we still have a testing problem in this country and that he and his son have to wait for 5 to 7 days for results. If even President Trump's former chief of staff levels this criticism, doesn't that indicate we do have a problem with testing? Do you have a reaction to his op-ed?
Yeah, our reaction is that we've tested, we lead the world in testing. We've done more than 40 million tests. That's an extraordinary number. Admiral Joie gave us an update yesterday that on Friday we did over 800,000 tests. We tripled, quadrupled the number of tests. This is his exact quote. We have, and we also have 12,000 retail test sites that are there, and we're surging testing in basically every specific county that's having a problem. And Dr. Birx was just walking me through pooled testing, which will be a way to process tests at an even faster rate. So leading the world in testing, I would say, means we're doing a pretty good job.
Does the
Deborah.
president have a reaction to the Washington Redskins dropping their name today?
Yeah, it's a good question. I haven't talked to him since the specific announcement's been made. I have talked to him, but not specifically on that. But last week, his tweet made it clear that these teams name their teams out of strength, not weakness. And he talked about the Washington Redskins and Cleveland Indians looking at changing their their names, and he says that he believes that the Native American community would be very angry at this, and he does have polling to back him up. There was a Washington Post poll from a few years ago that 90% of Native Americans say they're not offended by the name. It is reflective of a 2004 poll, and the Washington Post notes that many of these Native Americans voiced admiration for the team name, like Barbara Bruce, who said, "I'm proud of being Native American and of the Redskins. I'm not ashamed of that at all. I like that name." Gabrielle Nez, another 29-year-old from the Navajo community, "I really don't mind it. I like it." And there were several other comments like this in the Washington Post.
Kaylee.
Deborah.
Thank you, Kaylee. I have a question myself, and then as a principal, I'd like to ask a question from a news organization that can't be here because of social distancing. My question. In February, when he was in Las Vegas, speaking to Hope for Prisoners, the president said he didn't want to use his pardon power on Roger Stone because he thought he could be exonerated. That didn't happen, and the president commuted his sentence. During the same event, the president said that he might give a full pardon to John Ponder, a convicted bank robber who served his time, turned his life around, and started Hope for Prisoners. Is there going to be a pardon for John Ponder? And what about the more than 1,300 pardon applications sitting in the pardon attorney's office? Because there's talk now that people don't go to the pardon attorney's office, they go through the White House. Is that a good thing, or does it mean that only politically connected people can get pardons?
So I have no update on John Ponder. It's absolutely not the case that only those who are politically connected get a pardon. This president is the president of criminal justice reform. This president did the First Step Act. This president has fought for those who are given unduly harsh sentences more than any Democrat who liked to talk about it but never actually did it. And in fact, when you compare the pardoning record of this president with past presidents, it's quite striking that this president's given 36 pardons and commutations. President Obama gave 1,927. And when you look at the nature of some of the pardons given, let's say under President Clinton, you talk about politically connected pardons. We can't get more politically connected with pardons than pardoning your brother, Roger Clinton, as President Clinton did. Susan McDougal, one of your associates who was pardoned for her role in Whitewater. Mark Rich, who gave $450,000 to the Clinton Library, or at least his wife did, donated $1 million to Democrat campaigns, and then he gets a pardon from President Clinton. And notably, a lot of these pardons were when he was going out the door. So this president's used it sparingly and instead focused on criminal justice reform, helping those, helping to rectify racial disparities in our sentencing. And Clinton and Obama appears did a whole lot of pardoning, and in some cases politically motivated, it seems, but didn't do a whole lot to help the innocent people who have served their time and been given unduly harsh sentences.
I have a follow-up for someone who asked me to ask a question because of social distancing. This is from Jackson Richmond of the Jewish News Syndicate. What's the president's stance on Israel planning to apply sovereignty to parts of the West Bank and to Democrats? From Nancy Pelosi to AOC, who warned that such a move would undermine U.S. national security and the U.S.-Israel alliance.
So I have no update today on the current status, but just other than the president has been a strong supporter of Israel. Chris.
Thanks, Kaylee. We're coming up on the 3-year anniversary of the president tweeting he banned transgender people from the military in any capacity, which led to the policy currently in place. Last week, a group of 116 lawmakers led by Congresswoman Del Bene wrote to the administration urging them to lift the policy. Would the president reconsider the policy?
I haven't talked to him about that specific policy, but this president is proud that in 2019, we launched a global initiative to end the criminalization of homosexuality throughout the world. He has a great record when it comes to the LGBT community. The Trump administration eased a ban on blood donations from gay and bisexual men, and he launched a plan to end the AIDS epidemic by 2030. So we're very proud of our achievements.
The ban on
John.
transgender people in the military is still in place. We have a Supreme Court ruling that anti-trans discrimination is a form of sex discrimination. We have an estimated 14,700 people in the military who identify as transgender. We have a poll showing upwards of 70% of Americans support transgender service. And we have major medical and psychological groups saying there's no problem with transgender people in the military. So what is the reason for having the policy currently in place?
I have no updates for you, but several of the events that you cited, like the Supreme Court ruling, I would refer you back to Justice Kavanaugh, who said we are judges, we're not members of Congress. Instead of a hard-earned victory won through the democratic process, today's victory is brought about by judicial dictates. So we'll always stand on the side of correct statutory interpretation.
Thank you.
Yes.
Katie, thank you very much. Can you really say that the rise in testing accounts for the rise in the number of cases? because the percentage of those testing positive has risen sharply.
Yes, so I would say to this, as we've always said, that there would be embers, there would be fires. So we readily acknowledge the embers and the fires that are around the country, but we also note that it's logic, basic common sense. When you're testing more than any country in the world, you're going to identify more cases. We've tested more than 40 million. That means we will identify more cases. But when you see the fact that mortality has come down per thousand population in a way that it was not months ago in New York and New Jersey, it means that we have become very adept at our therapeutics and our ways of finding people in communities rather than in hospitals, catching things early and moving forward in a way that we know how to aggressively attack this virus and keep the American
Follow up with the travel ban.
Chanel.
Just can I ask you on the travel ban?
Sure.
What is the rationale now for keeping people from Europe, Ireland and the UK from the United States when they have a fraction of the number of cases that you do in the US?
The argument is we will always put America first. Chanel.
Thank you, Kaylee. If you will expand on the difference between this time last month and now when it comes to framing the discussion about law enforcement. Last month, the president hosted a law enforcement roundtable, and at that roundtable, he said that he would not support defunding police. And yet, 1 month later, we still have Democrat cities doing so, disbanding their police, defunding their police. How does the White House feel it should frame the debate now with regards to defunding the police so that a reasonable discussion can be had with these Democrat cities who are trying to do so?
Yeah, it's a very good question. We know that in Los Angeles, when they announced that they would be defunding their police department by $150 million, they basically immediately after saw a 250% increase in homicides. When you have people out there like Representative Ilhan Omar saying we have to completely dismantle the police and police are our cancer, this is not how we should be talking about our heroes. You have, most egregious of all, really, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez saying defund the police means defund the police. She criticized, of course, the announcement of $1.5 billion being taken down from NYPD. And this weekend, when faced with, there were 28 shootings in New York, 600% increase from this time last year. You have Representative Ocasio-Cortez saying this is just because people are trying to get food with their families. That is preposterous. The reality is 63% of Americans in this country fear that criticism of our police departments will lead to no public safety in their streets, and 69% of Black Americans. This is a real issue when you call our police cancer, when you talk about dismantling them. And then this weekend in New York, you see a 1-year-old killed in his stroller. His name was DeVell Gardner Jr., and that 1-year-old will be in our prayers. Not only that, you see Officers Garza and Chavez. And to your question about how we should talk about the police and defund the police, a movement the president stands against, the two officers ambushed this weekend. One of them, Officer Chavez's daughter, wrote a very touching tribute online. She said, "Words cannot describe the pain I'm in, but I'm glad my dad is at peace. You are an amazing man, and anyone who ever came across you knew that. I'm going to miss you so much. You died doing what you love most. You died a hero." And those touching words were written by Savannah Chavez. And I know she received vile and outrageous comments online that were absolutely atrocious for a touching sentiment to her dad. I want Savannah to know your dad is a hero. His police department should never be defunded because most of our police officers are good, hard-working men and women and heroes, much like Savannah's dad. We'll be praying for you, Savannah. Thank you, guys.
The relationship between the United States and Mexico has never been closer than it is right now. We're cherished friends, partners, and neighbors. Our cooperation is founded on mutual trust and mutual respect between the two of us and between our two countries, and we honor the great dignity of both nations. Today we celebrate the historic victory we achieved together just days ago when NAFTA was officially terminated and replaced with a brand new, beautiful USMCA. This is truly a proud moment in history for both of our nations, Mexico and the United States. We pledge the close and and continued friendship between the United States and Mexico, and we accelerate our progress toward an even greater tomorrow, and that's what's happening. With a prospering region, a flourishing hemisphere, and two sovereign nations thriving, growing, and excelling side by side, working together, and that's what we've been doing. And it's an honor to have you with us. On the 1st of this year, I announced that the United States Armed Forces would begin a surge of military assets. Over the last 3 months, American service members, joined by partner nations, have patrolled regional waters from the Caribbean Sea to the East Pacific. We're taking the fight directly to the sinister criminal cartels, and we're showing them no mercy. Our message is clear. You will not threaten our citizens, you will not poison our children, and you will not infiltrate our borders. On behalf of millions of American moms and dads, I want to express our country's pride and gratitude for your life-saving actions. As long as I am president, I will never allow your sacred mission to be undermined or attacked in any way. I will not have open borders. We will not abolish the police, and we will not slash the budgets for our military, and we will not allow our country to be swamped with deadly drugs. We will defend our country. We will defend our borders, our children, our heroes, and our great American flag. We're making our rounds of Florida. We're setting records from stop to stop, and it's great. And they're my friends, and it's a place I know very well. We had great victories here, and I'm very grateful, and very grateful also to be back in South Florida with Americans from Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, and many other great places that we cherish and we take care of. I want to thank Pastor Frank Lopez. Thank you very much, Frank. Appreciate it. Where is Frank? Thank you, Frank. That's not like you, Frank, not being in the spotlight. I can't believe it. That's great. We appreciate it very much, Frank. Beautiful job you do. And my friend Mario Diaz-Balart, great congressman and a great warrior. He's been a warrior, and for this area in particular. But thank you very much. Great job. And he recovered successfully. He was positive. He tested positive. I heard about it. I wasn't thrilled, but he fought it out. Somebody said his immune system must have been good. It wasn't perfect, but you still went through a little bit, right? I did. But you did a great job. Thank you very much. Well, my administration, as you know, it stands with every citizen of Venezuela and Cuba and Nicaragua. It stands with the righteous struggle for freedom. The patriots here today fled socialism to find freedom, and socialism and other things, as you know, and a step beyond socialism in many cases. And now Joe Biden and the radical left are trying to impose the same system, socialism plus, in America. Biden is a puppet of Bernie Sanders, AOC, the militant left, the people that want to rip down statues and monuments to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, Jesus, okay, Jesus. They want to rip down statues to Jesus. So we're dealing with a group of people that they will not win. They will not win at all. But this election coming up is a very important one. I used to say 2016 the most important, and maybe I'll still say that, but this is equal to that. This is equal because we need that extra time to have it seed like a tree. You move it, it has to grab on. And that's why I appreciate you all being your great leaders, and I appreciate you being here. Nobody will be safe in a Biden America, but Biden doesn't know what a Biden America is. If you ask him to define it, he wouldn't even know what it is, but other people do. And he will have radical people running that. He'll be choosing a vice president who, we'll see what that ends up being, but he'll be choosing somebody. But even that person won't have as much to do with running the country as you'd believe. Biden wants to defund the police. He wants to call the cops the enemy, which he did the other day, leaving every citizen at the mercy of a socialist mob, or a mob far worse than socialism was ever meant to be. I'm fighting against this horrible situation. I'm fighting, and I'm fighting hard. And I want the Republicans to get strong and tough. And I want people that agree with me on the Democrat side, of which there are many. I think we're going to have a tremendous Democrat surge. We're actually doing, in the real polls, we're doing very well. We reviewed polls this morning with different states. We're doing very well, by the way. You'll be happy to know in the state of Florida, we're doing great. You see the voters out there, thousands and thousands of votes every weekend, and we appreciate it. But nobody's seen anything like it ever. And we have that in many other states with voters and bikers and everybody. There's a spirit that nobody's ever seen. I don't think we had anything like this even in the 2016 race, because they see what happened. We built the greatest economy in the history of our world, greater than anything we've had, but greater than anything the world has ever seen. China was not doing well. China went down to the worst. It was the worst year they had in 67 years. This is before the plague came in, the China virus came in. And the worst economy they had in 67 years. They were doing not well with the tariffs and all the other. We're taking billions of dollars from China. I was giving it to farmers and giving it to people that were targeted. And we were doing great. And then the plague came in. I said, oh, there's the plague. The plague is coming in. And we closed our borders to China, very heavily infected. And we did the ban, and if we didn't do that, we would have had hundreds of thousands of more people dead. And then we did the ban to Europe because we saw what was happening with Italy and Spain and some others, many others. And we were ahead, but we're still fighting it, and we're going to do very well. We're testing at a level that nobody's ever tested before. We're making ventilators for the world. We literally had no ventilators, and now we're making thousands of ventilators a month. Thousands and thousands, and we're helping other countries. We're giving, as an example, to Mexico, we've given 600 ventilators, and they desperately needed them. The president of Mexico was up at the White House 2 days ago, and he is a great guy, the president, and we had a tremendous day and evening. We had dinner with a lot of the real leadership of Mexico, and it was a fantastic thing, and a lot of people didn't think we would get along. And it was just the opposite. We were joking about it a little bit. People thought maybe we're a very different type people, but we're not really. We got along great. So the relationship with Mexico and the United States is very strong. We just signed the USMCA, which is tremendous. We had a horrible, horrible situation with NAFTA. It was the worst trade deal, I think, probably ever made. And now we have a great trade deal for the United States. And also it's very fair to Canada and to Mexico, so that's good. We imposed historic sanctions on the Maduro regime. We indicted Maduro for narco-terrorism, as you know, everybody here knows. We're standing with the righteous and rightful leaders of Venezuela. At this time it's Juan Guaido. We impose sanctions on Nicaragua for human rights violations. They've been violating a lot of human rights. A lot of very bad things are happening in Nicaragua. And I ended the Obama-Biden sellout to the Castro regime in Cuba. We've been very strong on Cuba. Cuba's not doing so well. Joe Biden has pledged to reinstate the pro-communist policies of the Obama-Biden administration. They were pro-communist policies. The deal he made with Cuba was ridiculous. It's ridiculous. What he did for Cuba and what they did for Cuba is ridiculous. And I guess it's why the Cubans gave me the Bay of Pigs Award just before the last election, if you remember. I got the Bay of Pigs Award, which was a great honor. I have it very proudly in my office. Republicans are the party of freedom. Democrats are the party of socialism and worse. That's what's happened. The Democrat Party is a whole different deal. They tear down the monuments and they think it's good. Nancy Pelosi made a statement, well, that's okay. That's no big deal. And the reason she said that is she has no control over it. She didn't say it because she really believed it. She said it because she has absolutely no control over what these people are doing. And we do. We were going to go into Seattle. We were all set to move. And then they heard that we were, and the police came out and they did what they should have done weeks before. So we got that done. Minneapolis, same thing. We said you've got to send in the National Guards after 4 days of ridiculous no law enforcement. We demanded that the National Guard be sent in. And the minute it was sent in, it all ended. They walked through those streets like a knife goes through butter. It was pretty amazing. Now what we're doing is in Portland, we have a very radicalized group, and we have it so under control. We have it under control. The local police have not done the job. I think they were told not to do a job, but we have it very much under control. We're taking very strong measures. And we're looking at other places, too. When you see what's going on in some of these Democrat-run cities, all Democrat-run cities, in every case, and they go into hell. And we're doing a lot of things to get that changed, and we're going to get it changed very quickly. So I'd like to ask our great congressman to say a few words if he understands the situation. He loves this area very much. He will constantly call me, and if I can't get back to him immediately, he'll call me again, because he wants money coming here and he wants a lot of other things coming here, and that's the way a good congressman's supposed to be, right? And he's not a good congressman, he's a great congressman. So if you would, please, Mario.
Mr. President, thank you. If I ever can get a hold of you, I then harass Mark Meadows, who's an amazing asset to our country. So let me first, to our friends here, the President, we just came back from Southcom. All of us in this community have known, Mr. President, for years that there's drugs coming in that our people see coming in. And yet, because of lack of assets, frankly, lack of leadership, and not supplying the assets, we can't stop them. And so this president has done the surge to Southcom to stop those narcotics from coming in. And I don't know of anything that could be done as quickly to actually save American lives as the initiative that the president has started a little while ago, and it's already bearing fruit. So, Mr. President, thank you for visiting the heroes here at Southern Command, but more importantly, for recognizing a threat to our national security and to the lives of our people and confronting it, not with lip service, but with action. So first, I want to thank you for that. Second, we're here with friends who understand, unfortunately, what socialism is all about. We have the daughter of a martyr who was murdered by the Castro regime. We have individuals here who understand that the situation in Venezuela, in Nicaragua, and in Cuba is not only disastrous for those people, but as you have stated so many times, it is a danger, a threat to the national security interests of the United States. I said it before that this administration has emphasized this hemisphere, but it's emphasized it in support for the cause of freedom, not solidarity with those who repress their people. It has shown solidarity with the people, not the oppressors of those people, by what the president just talked about, sanctions and tough pressure and diplomacy and leadership. Mr. President, on behalf of the folks that I represent, and I'm honored to represent, thank you. Those actions are not small. The impact on our national security is huge. The impact on the millions of people who are suffering, who now have hope, is immeasurable. History will record you as the president who freed this hemisphere from communism and socialism. Those regimes will not last another 4 years of President Trump. I'm convinced of it. And you've seen that others are saying, oh, we're going to go back to the policy of recognizing, legitimizing the Castro regime, knowing what they're doing in Venezuela and in Nicaragua and in the hemisphere. That's unacceptable. So I just, again, on behalf of the folks that I represent, thank you for standing up for our national security interest, for freedom, and for your solidarity for those who are working and struggling, and in many cases dying, just to regain their freedoms. Thank you, Mr. President, for what you've done.
Thank you very much, Mario. Appreciate it. Great job you do, too. How about we go down the line, please?
Thank you, President Trump, for having me here today and letting me express my feelings about my homeland, Venezuela. I am proud to be here with so many prominent friends, Orlando, John, Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart, Rosa Maria Payá, Lorenzo, Lulu. My name is Ernesto Ackerman, and I'm the president of Independent Venezuelan American Citizens, more known as IVAC. My organization has worked over 18 years, very hard, lobbying in favor of Venezuelans in Congress of the U.S. And we were the first ones to work with Congresswoman Ileana Ros-Lehtinen and my congressional brother, Congress Mario Diaz-Balart, to achieve the law of sanctions against the narco-terrorists in Venezuela. I am the son of a concentration camp survivor. She is currently 97 years old, living still in Venezuela. I think that she feels that she is again reliving her time in a concentration camp. I left Venezuela in 1989, and only 45 days after the rallies that were called El Caracazo, very similar to what happened here some weeks ago. The excuse in Venezuela was gasoline. Was it here George Floyd? Then in 1998 came the elections and Chavez was elected president of Venezuela. They started by controlling the weapons and ammunition that people could have. Is that similar to eliminate our Second Amendment? Then came changes in the police. For example, all the police in the municipalities, Policía Metropolitana as an example, became Policía Bolivariana, and the colectivos appeared. Is that what means defund the police? Then from being the richest country in the region, today we are the poorest. No medicine, no food, and something so essential like drinking water. That is what socialism brings to a nation. I became a citizen of this great country in the year 2000. I have a wonderful wife, 3 daughters, one of which is an ex-police officer, and 4 grandchildren. What future would they have in socialism? That is why, Mr. President, being a proud American, I will work hard to prevent socialism from penetrating this great country, and count with me to support to achieve it. Mr. President, that's why today I want to make you 2 requests. First, that we eliminate the germ of socialism from its essence in Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, etc. And second, help the people of Venezuela to get rid of the narco-terrorists who have kidnapped our nation. They alone cannot do it. The countries of the region must have a greater participation since they are also affected by this situation. Your leadership is necessary to fulfill this goal. Thank you, Mr. President, and I am working for you for more 4 years.
It's very nice. I appreciate it. Beautifully said, and it is a catastrophe when you think of what happened to Venezuela. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here with you and to hear these stories on why the fight for freedom can never be forgotten. Mr. President, your campaign and the Republican National Committee are building the largest grassroots movement in American history because of you and your steadfast commitment to always put America first for every American. The Republican Party is growing by the day because Americans know that you're standing up for our freedoms and what makes America great, no matter the criticism. And because of that, the Republican Party is now the party of freedom, thanks to you. As we say here, somos el partido de la libertad. We're the party of freedom because we stand for freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom for the unborn, freedom of commerce, if it's free, fair, and reciprocal trade, freedom at home and abroad. The Hispanic and Latino community in Florida knows the horrors of life without freedom. They've seen firsthand how leaders who value control, not freedom, destroy prosperity, security, and opportunity. That's what happened in Venezuela, in Cuba, in Nicaragua. That's what socialism does. Mr. President, freedom and faith in America are now threatened by the same radical left ideology seen in places like Cuba and Venezuela, as that ideology now controls today's Democrat Party. And the only protector of our American freedom and American greatness is you, Mr. President. That's why everyone around this table and the communities outside of this church are working hard every day to re-elect you as our president for 4 more years. We're registering voters. We're knocking doors. We're sharing this Republican message of freedom in English, in Spanish, telling folks why you need 4 more years for America, Mr. President. When you declared before our union that America will never be a socialist country, the words made clear to freedom-loving people across our hemisphere that you stand with those who love freedom. And the community here in Doral knows that. Thank you for standing up for America, for standing up for our freedom, for our greatness. Only you can rebuild the economy, this economy, to secure our safety and prosperity for future Americans. Americans saw historic low unemployment for every community across America under your leadership, including Hispanic and Black Americans. And with God's help and with your leadership, we know that the best is yet to come. Thank you for your time today, Mr. President, and thank you to all the great leaders at this table.
I want to get that speech. Do you mind giving me that speech? I could use it. How good was this? Oh, who's your speechwriter? You write that yourself? You want to work for me as a nice speechwriter? He's too big. He works for me anyway in a different way, but you've done a great job. That's a beautiful speech. I want to thank you very much.
It's true.
I want it. You think I'm kidding, too, don't you? thinks I'm kidding. It's true. The Republican Party has grown incredibly from where it was, and we have a whole different group of people in the Republican Party. Like, people don't remember. Nobody ever heard of it until I came along. Nobody remembered it for a long time, or they didn't use it. At least I use it all the time. Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. You know, you say that, people say, I didn't know that. But he was a Republican. So we're doing a great job, but that's a beautiful job. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Please.
Sir, my name is Orlando Gutierrez Bornat. I represent the Assembly of the Cuban Resistance. It's the main coalition of pro-democracy organizations in the Cuban exile community. And what I want to do is very briefly share with you 4 memories of my life that helped me understand what socialism is, what communism is.
Okay.
First of all, I want to thank God for this opportunity for many different reasons. And it brings back one of my clearest memories of Cuba, which was sitting in one of those big, beautiful Havana churches, and the church was almost empty. My grandmother, myself, 2 or 3 more people, the priest doing mass. People were afraid to worship. People were afraid to go to church because they would put mobs outside to insult you when you came in or when you walked out. And you would be discriminated if you believed in God, persecuted. Rosa Maria's family knows that experience very well. And everywhere communism and socialism have come to, the first freedom they strike at is religious freedom. Why are they knocking down the statues of Jesus? Because they've done it everywhere they've gone. Whether it's a synagogue, a temple, a church, that's their target. St. Augustine said that the source of all other freedoms was religious freedom. The right to believe or not to believe, to have faith or not to have faith, that's fundamental. And that's one of the first things communism in Cuba tried to eradicate. They tried to wipe out Christianity in Cuba. For this very powerful reason, and for many others, free Cubans, Cuban Americans, have been at the forefront of the struggle against communism in Cuba and around the world. Thousands of Cubans have died in that struggle. Thousands have been imprisoned. Many are still in prison today. It's been a very long struggle, And this community has been visited many times by different leaders who made a lot of promises. Few of those promises, the most glaring being the Bay of Pigs, have been kept. And that's why, one of the reasons why I thank God for being here is that I wanted the opportunity to thank you. Because you came through. I was there when they gave you the Bay of Pigs award. I was one of the speakers at that day. I was honored to do so.
That's right.
And what you said that day, what you've been working on ever since, closely with Mario, who's untiring, relentless in the struggle for Cuban freedom, you've come through. And you know, Cubans have been without a homeland for so long. We've been in this struggle for so long that one of the things we cherish is loyalty and gratitude. And we are grateful to you. And we're good friends to have. Because once someone has served the cause of freedom in Cuba and behaved like you have, we will be loyal to you forever. Title III, Title IV have empowered Cubans legally to fight for justice. The strategic sanctions aimed at the military and the intelligence and security sectors have weakened them. That's why we've seen in the past months, in the past few weeks, protests against this regime in Santa Clara, in Moa, in Holguín, in key cities in Cuba. Every time Cubans see that the state is weakened and they have a chance to fight. They go out and they struggle. That's why it's especially important at this point in time that we have a strong Radio Martí, a strong TV Martí, a strong Radio República, all these stations which are transmitting uncensored, accurate, objective information to Cubans. Cuba is the base for the communist occupation of Venezuela and Nicaragua. If Cubans are really supported, like you're doing now, to free Cuba, the entire hemisphere will breathe better, including the United States. The second memory I want to share with you is that right before we left Cuba, my parents spent 5 years trying to get out of Cuba. My father, for the crime of being an electrical engineer, they didn't want him to go. So he had to go to a work camp, etc., etc. A few days before leaving, my father took me to different places in Havana to show me Havana before we left. Because he said, you know, we may never come here again. And he never returned. He never saw his city again. And Havana was a beautiful city. It's been destroyed now by communism. And it's a beautiful city because between 1902 and 1959, in less than 60 years, Cubans took that island from being devastated by genocide and Spanish occupation to being one of the leading Latin American countries with a thriving economy. Just to give you an example, which nobody ever discusses, before 1959, Cuba fed itself and exported food to the entire hemisphere. Cuba today cannot feed itself without U.S. donations of food. So we have lived firsthand what you are struggling against. Those many in media and in Hollywood who spread lies about socialism, lies about communism, lies about what happened in Cuba. People are naive about socialism. They're naive about communism. Che Guevara himself said that the goal of communism and socialism was to destroy the individual, to destroy individualism. That's the engine of freedom. That's the engine of prosperity. Compare Cuba today with Israel or with Taiwan. And by the way, this community also thanks you for your support for Israel and Taiwan. Look how those countries are doing. Same size, very similar to Cuba. They've prospered. Cuba has collapsed. So, my last memory is the 24th of February of 1996. 4 Cuban Americans were massacred over international airspace, trying to help people who were escaping Cuba in rafts. We urge you to consider the indictment of Raul Castro for that massacre, and that the regime be tried in an international tribunal, a Cuban Nuremberg, for the crimes against humanity, like that massacre and many others that it has committed. That regime must be removed. They won't do an opening. They won't do elections. It's a regime which will remain in power until the Cuban people have the support to take it out. And what I want to end with, the last memory, is I was my grandfather's only grandson. Big family, only grandson. Before we left Cuba, my father went to see his father. And my grandfather said, without hesitation, get him out of here. Take him out of here. This is no place for to grow up. I want him to be a free man. I'm very proud to be American. I'm very proud to be Cuban because I have a debt with him. I have a debt with my parents, with my grandparents, and with this country. So count on us. There should be a task force to educate Americans about socialism and communism. And we're here to fight for Cuba, but also for the United States. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. Please. Go ahead, please. Yes.
You sure?
I'm very sure.
Listen, before I start, I need to first thank you for your sacrifice and the job you have done And I also want to make sure that we understand that you are surrounded with very good people here in the state of Florida. And just to mention a few, we have the best governor and lieutenant governor in DeSantis and Jeanette Nunez. We have the best 2 senators in Mario. Mario is a congressman, but the 2 senators, Scott and Marco, the best congressman for sure. Guy sitting to your left, my dear friend. And I cannot forget somebody who is just being promoted very recently, or I hope he gets vetted in front of the Senate, our dear Carlos Trujillo, a very young man with a tremendous future. Thank you very much, because you have selected those people, and I assure you they will be eternally loyal to you, and they have your back. I assure you of that. Now, my story is very simple. We always talk about socialism. Socialism is nothing but communism during Halloween. There's no such a thing as socialism. America has always been the most socialist country in the world. We're definitely the most generous. Look at the people in this table. Look at our backgrounds. Just think that in 1961, as a 13-year-old, by myself, in my way to Spain, I wasn't even coming here. I arrived in this great country, and almost 60 years later, I'm sitting next to the President of the United States, talking about the American dream. The only country in the world, no other country in the world, that you can start a business from the trunk of your car. And within a very few years, with hard work, commitment, and all the core values that we learn from this very culture of ours, we can become very important to our future. We can become those people who make the next generation better than the one before. This is the only country. Why do you think you had to close the borders? Because everybody in the world wants to come over here. Nobody's ever forced to come over here. We come over here, in my case, because my parents chose that I would not be indoctrinated by the communist country, by the totalitarian country, by the totalitarian regime. They don't educate children. Absolutely not. And this is something that we need to understand. What is happening in our backyard today, I experienced as an 11-year-old. I remember vividly all the promises that a guy named Castro gave, and how 99% of the people swallow the pill. It took many years later, after I read somebody named Saul Alinsky, that I realized that all those people were nothing but useful idiots. I remember Castro while in the mountains being interviewed and asked if he was a communist. He went crazy. I dare you, he says. Católico, Apostólico y Romano. I'm a Roman Catholic. Educated by the Jesuits, he was. How dare you? We even have a priest in the mountains. We used to have priests in the mountains. I remember, I was the Marist brothers, Christopher Columbus here, for those of you who know. And I remember the brothers, the Marist brothers, used to send young kids to the mountains because it was the second coming of our Lord. He was going to save Cuba. I remember how he promised to the farmers, to the Guajiros, that you're going to own the land. I remember all the promises that we hear today about free education and free health care and free land. And my God, no freedom. But he never said that until after he was in power, got rid of all the police, got rid of all the military, been there for the last 60 years and counting. And he destroyed each and every one who helped him. The Catholic Church. Everybody. And what do I know that? Because I happened to come to this country with the very last 9 cloister nuns from Convento Santa Clara, because he had taken over the convent. And I was on my way to Spain. I wasn't even coming here because I was going to join my brother, who my parents had already sent a few months before, because he was in the age where the government will take him for indoctrination purposes. My dad, who had experienced the same thing coming from Spain at the turn of the century, running away not from socialism, communism. He knew better. I remember when he used to tell my mom, Fefa, this SOB is a communist. My mother says, look, how can you say that? He's Catholic. Look, he's worse. He's got rosary beads all over his neck. It just so happened that when I was in my way to Spain to meet my brother, I was going to go to the Marist brothers in La Coruña, España. Same brothers here at Christopher Columbus, by the way. My brother died. And I was kept in this country. Greatest blessing I ever had. But imagine what happened to mom and dad. One day, you lose both kids. This is a family who had never been involved in politics. My father came at age 18 from Spain, running from communists. By himself, never went back. After a long, long life of sacrifice, when he was about to enjoy the fruit of his labors, just like a president that is helping us today, because he could have been just having a good time, one of his many beautiful golf courses, I know. But yet he gave up enjoying the fruit of his labors to do this. So did my dad. That's why I love you. Exactly the same. So when they're about to do that, from one day to the next, they end up in this country with the shirt that he was wearing on his back. And did a maximum. I've been here already 4 years. But thank God for Pedro Pan. Talking about socialism, Catholic Church, 14,000 kids who came like me in this country without parents. And we were provided an opportunity. This is what makes our country great. They didn't give me free nothing. They gave me the opportunity. That is the most valuable thing in the world. Now, when I said they didn't give me any free something, please understand that at 13 years old, I had to be provided with a home. I had to be provided with food and an education. That is socialism. That's Americanism. That's the America that these people are trying to destroy today by using funny terms like socialism. They're not. They're communist. Don't ever forget that. I know our president understands that because he knows. He's been all over the world and you're surrounded with great people, very loyal people. And we have our back. I remember the first time I gave a little speech about something like this, to tell him about I came from Cuba and all, blah, blah, blah. I remember this is around October 2016. I thought you were a little crazy for the sacrifice you were about to take. but I predicted that we're going to elect you in November, and I was going to see you in the White House in January. Thank you very much. Because of the situations right now, I cannot give you a hug otherwise. Thank you very much. And I'm going to leave you with one last thing. Never forget about my dad, who only had a 6th grade education, but I think he was the greatest philosopher I ever met. He used to tell us how lucky he was because he was able to come from Spain to Cuba. And then he came from Cuba to the United States. And he saw me graduate from college, and that was the biggest prize he ever had. And he said, don't lose this place because you're not going to be as lucky as me. Because if you lose this place, you have no place to go. So with that, please keep that in mind. And please, people, explain that to our young people who are demonstrating out there. Don't be useful idiots. Please understand what's happening in our countries. See what happens to our parents. And see what is happening to America today. Mr. President, thank you very much. And thank you for your hard work.
Thank you very much. And he became one of the most successful men in Florida. So he did, that's the only thing he didn't say. But he did, and he's a great gentleman. Thank you very much. That's very nice. And now that you've cut everyone else down to about 1 minute, we appreciate that. Okay, do you mind?
I
Okay,
asked
let's
that.
go.
I asked that, you know.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
President. My name is Lourdes Ubieta, and I've been working in the media for over 25 years in Venezuela, Latin America, and the U.S., and I'm an immigrant and the victim of socialism, not once but twice. I was born in Venezuela to exiled Cuban parents who escaped the Castro communist tyranny and made a very successful life in other times, prosperous, but always generous Venezuela. For every single Venezuelan, life changed when socialist, corrupt, golpista Hugo Chavez came into power in 1999. After 2 decades of socialism in Venezuela, the country is destroyed. We are a poorer society with a failing purchasing power that limits the market for almost everything. 79.3% of Venezuelan families can't afford the basic food basket. Child mortality has dramatically increased. More than 500,000 households live in ranchos, what we call like favelas. Just 1 out of 4 homes, Mr. President, has running water every day. Just 1 out of 10 homes has power every day. Out of 7.8 million children in the country, 40% report difficulties to attend school for problems with water supplies, blackout, no food at home, lack of transport, or lack of teachers. In conclusion, around half of the more vulnerable population can complete 12 years of school or graduate, which will help in some way to reduce the risk of remaining in poverty. We are 28.4 million people because about 5 million of us are abroad. Migration made us not only fewer, but older. We have more senior citizens, more fragile in terms of health and productivity. Our society is therefore less able to produce wealth and more in need of different ways of assistance. This is the reality, Mr. President, of 6 out of every 10 Venezuelan families. This number places Venezuela as the poorest country in Latin America and the Caribbean right now. Chavismo destroyed the economy, our internal capacity to produce food and basic services. It ravaged the oil industry to the point that we can't even produce our own gasoline. Above all this, Mr. President, transnational organized crime controls Venezuela. Drug cartels, Colombian guerrillas, international mobs, and Iranian-financed terrorists operate freely under the Chavista regime with the Cuban agenda. How, Mr. President, a hungry, broken, and sick country that has tried everything to get rid of this criminal regime, bathing our streets with the blood of the youngest, our political prisoners, exiles, tortured, and disappeared under the dominance of organized crime, how can they relieve themselves from this nightmare? You have been the only president who has stood firm against these criminals. Neither President Bush, much less President Barack Obama, I have to say, who privileged his relations with the Castro tyranny by sacrificing the Venezuelan democracy. They did nothing for Venezuelans to regain their freedom. Venezuela is kidnapped by the organized crime. Your actions, President, are the only hope for Venezuelans who wake up every day, let me tell you. Every day they wake up looking at social networks to find out if there is a new measure by Donald Trump against that genocidal regime. Other than that, Mr. President, the greatest enemy of our Christian Jewish civilization is the Iranian regime. As you know, Mr. President, the Iranian regime is the main ally of the criminal regime in Venezuela. They are not longer in Asia. They are here, 2.5 hours flight from Miami. The Iranian regime has its base on criminal operations in Venezuela, and that represents an imminent danger to the security of the USA and all of us US citizens and Americans. Today, I ask you not to leave Venezuela. Each minute that passes is one of the greatest suffering for Venezuelans. Accelerate, Mr. President, the freedom of our country. At this moment, only a leadership like yours can finally achieve the freedom of Venezuela. On behalf of the Venezuelans, my family and my own, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Beautifully stated. Thank you very much. We're working very hard. You know that, okay?
I know, Mr.
Thank you
President.
very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Mario. Congress Mario Diaz-Balart, he has been the best friend that we could have also, the Venezuelan community. Thank you very much. Thank you, President.
Great job.
Mr. President, it's a great honor to be here, to see you again. My name is Mario Bramnick. I'm a local pastor in South Florida. We also have the Latino Coalition for Israel, following your great work of moving the embassy, and you've been the best friend of Israel that Israel ever has had. Also had the honor of serving on the National Hispanic Advisory Council for 2016 with Jenny Korn, and now on the Advisory Board of Latinos for Trump. I cannot express our gratitude for the sacrifice that you and your family have made for our nation. And as has been shared here, all of the enemies of America are rising inside of America and globally to defeat your presidency in 2020. We can see, because of what God is doing in your life and over your life, it is God's hand as a modern-day Cyrus that's upon you. We are so grateful. I was born in Cuba, and we fled communist Cuba to come to America for the American dream. In 2016, after 8 years of Barack Obama, we were afraid what we fled from was coming to the shores of America. And now we're being told that Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton are moderates compared to the new Democratic Socialist Party of Biden, Ocasio, Saunders. I mean, I think we should have a go-fund trips to Venezuela and Cuba to see how good socialism would be for our nation. It's unheard of. None of us here would have ever imagined that we would be seeing what we are seeing here now. I mean, it's really the socialist, anarchist, anti-Christian party. The only good thing is that the American public has a clear description of what we're up against. The Castro government murdered my wife's father when she was 5. We visited Cuba a year ago, and there's such poverty and misery where professionals make $80 a month. There's shortages of all kinds of food, and they live in buildings that would be unsafe structures here in America. Thank you for cracking down on the Castro regime and reversing Obama's détente. We as Cuban Americans are grateful and applaud that action. Under a Biden administration, he would undo that action and begin to support the communist regime. Thank you. Before COVID-19, we had the best record Hispanic unemployment of 3.9%, lowest poverty rate amongst Hispanics, and the Hispanic median income was best than ever. We're seeing an amazing economic turnaround, and you, Mr. President, are our best hope to make America great again. There's no one else that can do what you did, and we know you're already doing it now. And I've been with you so often. We love you. Te amamos mucho. I know your heart for the Hispanics. I know your heart for the immigrants. I know your heart for the African Americans. I was with Pastor Paula at the beginning, and I said, at the end of your terms, you will be known as a champion for Hispanic Americans and for African Americans, and I believe all will know, because I know your heart and your labor for our community. Thank you. We had the honor of being with you yesterday at the Rose Garden for your new White House Hispanic Prosperity Initiative, empowering Hispanic Americans to prosper and giving us the opportunity for each to achieve the American dream. We as Cuban Americans love President Reagan. Many of us became Republicans during the Reagan era because of his strong stand and strong economics. But I believe that you are the best president for our community in the history of our nation. And we do see God's hand upon you. We applaud the U.S.-Mexican trade agreement, what you're doing with Mexico, what you're doing with Central America. And I believe that Cyrus mantle over your life also, in a sense, the leadership. In our organization, we deal with heads of state in Latin America on their move of their embassy. They're all looking to your leadership, to the Vice President, to this administration. And really, there's so much in the balance. And I'll end with this. We were at a White House dinner, and I said, Mr. President, we pray for you. There's a bullseye on your chest. And there's a terrible attack against you, your family, and what you have to endure. And we're praying for you, for the First Lady, and for your family. But it's not so much an attack against you. It's an attack against the soul of our nation. You are what is standing between capitalism and communism. You are what is standing between prosperity and poverty, between liberty and tyranny for our nation. I would dread to think what would happen if you're not our president, but I know with all that you're doing and because of God's
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. Thank you for listening to the What is Truth podcast with Greg Fernandez Jr. This is episode number 2, Bohemian Grove Report 2020. Now throughout this, we're going to not only look at Bohemian Grove 2020, we're going to go back to some of the introduction material about the Bohemian Grove. We're going to go through some songs from Sacred Owls and some past Bohemian Grove demonstrators. And here is the trip to, at, and after Bohemian Grove. Here's what we found in 2020. And we are on our way once again to Bohemian Grove. And we'll see what happens. What we expect to find, what I expect to find is gates closed, nobody there, shut down. That's what we expect to find at Bohemian Grove. We'll see once we get there. It's still a long ways away. It's a nice drive, Northern California. Looks like we're gonna get some good weather today as well. That's always a plus. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Hey there, Josie. Thanks for checking in. We are gonna go and we're headed to Monterey, California. Bohemian Grove is not supposed to happen this year, so we're gonna go see. We're gonna go and just check it out and make sure that nothing is going on. That's all. Monterey, a small little town, but there's a lot happening. It's a very poor town as well. And this last week I've spent a lot of time going, yeah, it is a long drive. I spent a lot of time going to, or just reading up on the Bohemian Grove, the Bohemian Club, some of the early days, 1890 to, I think, through 1900. I think that's where I'm at now. I think I'm at 1902. So it's interesting to see what the Grove was like before the quote-unquote real Grove play, the first Grove play. Before the first Grove play is called Man in the Forest, but there were actually two plays, technically, that were Grove plays before that. But for whatever reason, the Grove play in 1902, the Man in the Forest, is considered the first Grove play. It's pretty interesting. The Daibatsu, there was a big Buddha statue at the Bohemian Grove, not at the location in Monterey, but before they moved to Monterey in Muir Woods. I believe that's where the big Buddha statue was, like I think it was like a 60 foot Buddha statue. That's a big one. That was finally taken down in 1923, made from plaster of Paris. It's an interesting tale there that I still don't know that much about, but it's mentioned just once in the Annals of the Bohemian Club, Volume 4, I think around page 164. So I'm about halfway through that. I know I think Brendan has all of them. He's got all of the annals from the Bohemian Club. So long drive, yep. Said it was removed. Yeah, it was removed. They said they couldn't maintain it anymore, so it was taken down. But by that time, the cremation of care was already in full swing. So the cremation of care was, I guess it was not really considered a play, because it's been around for a long time. And the play itself, the cremation of care play, whatever you want to call it, has really, from what they say, it really has not changed. It's pretty much stayed the same. But the more I read about the Bohemian Club, the more I'm just like, what are these guys? Who are these guys? What are they doing out here? It's such a weird scenario. I don't know if it's just rich people being bored. Maybe they really enjoyed the arts. It sounds like a lot of it, especially the early days, was really focused on art. It's focused on plays, focused on drama, paintings, things like that. Very artistic stuff. So that, I think it's still there today. We can still see some of that. Maybe not as much as we did in the past, but
So I just figured I'd check in here for a couple minutes. Don't want to stay on too long because I need to preserve my battery. I am not wearing a suit this time. There will be no suit because we're not formal. And like I said, we're expecting to get to Bohemian Grove, gates closed, nobody there, no police, no barricades, no long drives, no blocking street corners. We'll see what happens. Hopefully the best case scenario is this 2-hour drive to Bohemian Grove and 2-hour drive back to Bohemian Grove is the bulk of what I do today. If everything goes right, that is the plan. We will see. Traffic is pretty light here in Oakland, California. And that's always nice. That's a rare occasion, especially even on a weekend too. But usually it takes me about 2.5 to 3 hours to get to Bohemian Grove. Thanks, Josie. Yeah, we'll see. I'm very curious just to see what the vibe is like, what is going on. I think only 1 year in the past they've ever canceled the Bohemian Grove. And I think that was during the plague. I think somebody said 1918, somewhere like that. It was the only other time that the Grove has been canceled. So I'll be curious to see if it's canceled. I'm not going to snitch on the Grove if they are not social distancing or having a big party. It's not my place. The Sonoma County Sheriff's Office they know what's going on. So they're always there. This was supposed to be the first year that the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office did not protect the Grove. So we'll see if that's true too. Hey there, Ellie. How are you? Thanks for checking in. Yes, today is supposed to be the kickoff day. Tonight is supposed to be the big cremation of care. So we'll see. We'll see if there's anybody there. If it really is truly shut down like they told us that it was. So Bohemian Grove is supposed to be canceled, but why would we let that stop us from making sure, from checking it out? So like I said, hopefully best case scenario, we get out there, nobody's there, drive back home.
Stay to the right to I-580 West, I-80 East, Berkeley, Sacramento.
Listen, I'm telling you, there is no way it's canceled. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We're gonna go find out, all of us, together. We're in this together. Let's go see what they're doing at Bohemian Grove. Ellie, I don't know if you got the book yet. Hopefully I told you I did send that out, so let me know when you receive that. It should be soon, should be coming soon, sometime this week, I believe. It might have come already, I'm not sure, but you should receive that very shortly. Thanks again for all of your help and for keeping truth alive in this deadly and dark time that we are facing here. I walked
Stay
into
to the
the
right to
post
I-580
office,
West,
and it's just
I-80
like,
East, Berkeley,
man, this
Sacramento.
is so wrong. Everything, it all just felt really, really wrong. Everybody masked up. Nobody wanted to get too close to each other.
Continue straight for 4 minutes
social
to exit
distancing marks on
13B,
the
I-580
floor
West,
still-
Point Richmond, San
still are
Rafael.
pretty funny to me. Just doesn't make sense, but whatever. That's a whole nother issue. So we'll see if COVID will stop Bohemian Grove or not. But like I said, regardless, I will not be the snitch. I will not be calling the police or the mask patrol to tattle on the Bohemian Grove. Sorry. Not gonna happen. Nice try though. So anyways, I hope everybody's doing good, having a good Saturday. In California, we just got some beautiful weather today. So the Grove knows how to pick the right day. They pick the right day if they're still active. But yeah, I've never seen the gates closed maybe once. I think I went there on an off-season time, but that was it. Usually, we get there, the gates are open, people are walking back and forth, employees coming in, being bussed out. Those big black taxi cab looking things going in and going out. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. So, God bless you all. Keep us in your prayers, and I will check back in here later. Gonna let my battery kind of recharge a little bit. I'm not a morning person. I don't like being up this early, but it's once a year. All right, good people. Thank you all again. We will be back.
in Mendo, if you're allowed to by your doctor, you can go without masks, but you have to carry proof.
Like a permit?
Like a doctor's note.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look into that one.
They're starting to find people.
I've seen more people in masks in Monterrey than I've seen on the whole drive out here. It's just kind of weird. Figure, small town, less chance. But all the houses are kind of spread out. It's not like San Francisco where everything's all, somebody sneezes and you can feel it next door. No cops, I'm assuming.
None.
Too bad our little spot won't be open for a while. The golf course is open. Go hang out there if nothing else. Sounds good. Didn't have any coffee for breakfast today.
I'm very under-caffeinated.
We could change that. Here we are driving to Bohemian Grove 2020. I would have never thought this would be Bohemian Grove 2020. No signs on the side. We could park anywhere. I was expecting the gate to be closed though, I gotta be honest about that.
Big empty parking lot.
Yeah, there's nobody in that parking lot. That is so odd. Yeah, it even looks different though. There's nobody at the gate, nobody guarding the gate. You could probably go walk right in. Literally nothing going on. Day. Must be doing some construction or something. Because that, where the dumpster is, that property is owned by the guy who lives in that house over there, I think. This is usually where the smokers come out, the workers. But maybe they leave the gates open all year round?
Yeah, they got caretakers. Just going in and out. And even if the camp's closed, the members can reserve time there.
For like weddings and funerals and spirit cooking.
Yep. People in cages.
People in cages. Yeah, that parking lot could be interesting. To get some good shots of that. That's one way to shut Bohemian Grove down. Corona strikes again.
They're all on vacation with their new COVID bailout.
And there are literally no cars, nothing in there. This parking lot is always full. I used to think it was just employees that park down here too, but I'm not so sure. But there's a second level up there too of parking, apparently. There's the Hangman's News. It's really weird. Lookout Tower. Lookout Central. They've added a couple rocks here. It's a new addition. Be careful.
Those are beautiful rocks they've added.
Just for us.
Those are for looters.
Are you sure it's not like some type of spell or something being cast? There's the parking lot. There's the empty parking lot there. And there is the entrance to Bohemian Grove. Sold
Couldn't get the live stream going, but like Brendan said, this is a ghost town. There's just nothing going on here. Absolutely nothing. Bohemian Grove shut down. Probably blocking my signal. It's our hangman's noose. It's pretty weird. Tempted to go. Well, what do you think?
2020.
Are you surprised?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah and no.
Expected to see something? Somebody? I expected something. No guards, no workers. Is it officially canceled, or are they just...
Yep.
Maybe they have a portal and they just portal themselves in. But yeah. It's a sight you won't see every day, every year. Bohemian Ghost. We'll probably go check out the golf course down the road. See if there's anything going on out there. That kind of looked kind of dead too. The golf course always had people on it. It's like two people I saw there.
Yeah. Where's your mask? Hi.
It's an employee, right? They have the green hat and the green
They
logo.
have a
They have groundskeepers.
groundskeepers, maintenance, security.
That might be the highlight.
Elon Musk. Tesla.
That guy was a little old to be Elon Musk. You never know.
Sounds like
I'm not seeing anybody coming here. There'll be one person. Construction. 2 constructions. That's all we've seen is three cars. 1 going out, 2 coming in. This looks like they're doing some construction work or something in there. Sonoma County held to. I haven't seen much here so far today. 4 people, 3 cars, 3 nice cars. What, a Porsche? One was a Porsche, one was a Tesla. I forget what the third, and a Benz. Wow, Mercedes. But that's it. Only 3 cars. We don't know if a tire popped or if they tried to throw a firecracker at us or something. Something happened. But the highlight of the day would be this, I guess. The empty parking lot. Back there in the trees is where the second level is. Hard to see it from this angle. Some stairs too. Shut down. Bohemian Grove 2020. Looks just like any other day in 2020. There's our guy. That's one of the workers. That might be the guy that you gave the sign to. It might be, yeah. It looked just like his car. He's, I guess, the groundskeeper. He's the guy. He was Tony's boss. The guy that was rolling with Tony. That could have been him. Well, he's late.
they have a new head of security. Jerry.
Jerry?
Jerry.
Yeah, last year was Jerry's first year, right?
Yeah.
No Jerry either. I see a lot more cars coming through here. Still only 4. Guy and his wife. Couples. It's pretty interesting. They're letting women in this year. Something must be on the schedule right now. You should see an influx of cars at some point. And you can do a lot of social distancing in there.
Yeah.
2,700 acres.
A lot of trails.
A lot of trails. So.
A lot of nooks and crannies.
Oh. Big hawk. It's a drone. That's our dog. Must be something going on. Another couple. A guy and a girl. Shall There must be something going on in there. But it's couples. Is it couples day at the Bohemian Grove? Is that what we're seeing here?
Was that new one?
Yeah, I've seen. Yeah, at least 3 cars, I think. And a husband, or at least a guy and a girl. I don't know if they're husband and wife or whatever, but maybe their policy changed.
Maybe it wasn't.
Maybe they didn't identify as a female. That's pretty interesting.
Looks like we are live at Bohemian Grove. Say hi, Brendan.
Hey.
We saw what so far going inside of Bohemian Grove. 3 cars zoomed in and then zoomed right back out. That was pretty interesting. So I can flip this around. So you see nothing there, nobody there, completely empty right now. But there's something going on inside because we saw 5 cars go in there. At least 3 of those. I don't know if this last car was the last car a guy and a girl too?
Just a guy.
Just a guy. So at least 3 of those cars did have a guy and a girl go into the grove. We saw the groundskeeper, I think the head groundskeeper came through, and then another Bohemian Grove employee. Looked like he had the groundskeeper gear on, so he was there. But other than that, it's really, really quiet. Take a look at the parking lot over here too, and this parking lot is usually filled up by now, and there's nothing. There's nobody there, nothing going on. So I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe they're just having a private party, but there are no cars, no guards. Guards are always out here. So we're not seeing that. Maybe they're deeper in. Maybe the guards are just deeper in. I'm not sure. But there was a caravan of 3 different cars that just pulled in and pulled right back out. I thought they were maybe workers trying to hide or something, but maybe they were just tourists or people get lost. I wonder how many people actually just come through here just to see what's going on, you know? Oh, we're here in Monterey. Let's stop by Bohemian Grove. I don't know. Of all the places to vacation, this probably isn't one of the places you want to go to, but yeah, it's actually a little cold. This would have been a perfect day for a suit, I think. If I was going to wear my suit any day, today would have been that day, but it didn't work out like that. So the gates are open. It looks like the gates have probably been open for years because you can tell by the trees they're not moving or anything, but the trees are covering the gate on this side. There is that famous little glove that's been there for, what, 3 years now? And that glove is hardcore.
Easily.
Easily. There's like nails or something in the road right there. Is that what those are? Like boulders. Maybe that's where the old gate was. Actually, you can see the little bolts, yeah, all the way along there. Maybe 2 gates. Huh. They've got some maintenance work to be done. Got the nice fence here and some wires in between the fence. Brendan thought they were trying to electrocute us or something. You never know.
That's a noisemaker thrown at us, possibly.
That could be. Comes another car, looks like a Jeep. Let's see if this one has any people in it. It's a nice Jeep. See, we should have done that. People drive in, just drive through, drive out, like there's no one on here. I wonder how many people do that too. Just let's just go see what's going on. It's a nice hug too.
All smiles.
I think it's ladies' night at the Bohemian Grove. That's what I think.
picked a good time to bring their families. All the cohorts are not here. And
All the creepos were staying home.
tore them around their little camps.
Probably at each camp. How many camps? 100 camps?
Over.
I see. Everybody could have their own camp. Maybe maybe they're renting it out or something. But
That's the second dog we saw. Maybe
Mhm.
they're having a dog show.
it could be it too. As long as they're not eating him. Be all right. That's a beautiful truck. I want a truck like that. My next car is going to definitely be big truck than my 5'4" self out of the truck. I would try that, but that wouldn't be very honest. But we are definitely live here outside Bohemian Grove. Another dog in that car too. Okay, in here with 2 people and left with 3. They picked up a young Asian person, it looked like, and a dog, possibly. What's going on? I'm getting suspicious. Getting very suspicious. We're just hanging out here. Some maintenance work going on behind us. Some cleanup.
You know?
I don't think so. Brought the signal to us. So we're just hanging. See if we decide.
Put my mask on. It's just somewhere.
Generally, this would be any of that today.
Members.
Yeah.
Making fun of us.
Giving us evil looks.
Spitting at us.
Yeah. What else today so
Waiting
far?
until your camera's off for them to screw with you.
Making sure we know all the rules and regulations, but not seeing any of that today. Before noon.
What are you doing here?
Showing us their badges and their membership badges. But yeah, it's cold. So we're here. I don't know. If you had to judge it right now, would you say that they're open or they're closed?
The circus isn't in town, but some freaks are coming in and out.
Hey there, Ruby. Yes, we are live right now, standing in, and the parking lot that is usually full over here is completely empty. I tried to go live a few minutes ago. It didn't work, but I've seen a few cars roll through. This is the day would be the day for the cremation of care. Yes, this would be the big kickoff day. Generally, with the second got canceled off, and so we don't see the regular workers, the chefs. That's about it. We're seeing couples go in, which I think is interesting. Yeah, so they'll be here all through this week, all through next week, and then, yeah, we're not seeing any of that. It is just, I don't know, either the guards are further deep in, maybe, trying to hide, or maybe there really is nothing going on. But we have verified there are people inside of there, at least 3. So take that for what it's worth. That's stream gets you a little more ghostier, if that's a word, than normal. But cafe wasn't open. It looks like it's closed down. Doesn't look like it's even there anymore. So the beach area was open. Thankfully the park was open, so the bathroom was open. The Bohemian Grove. 2020. All the protesters are probably happy. All the people who've been out here, for years, for decades, protesting Grove, they got their wish today. So whether they're doing it, it's shut down. I mean, unless they're doing it in secret, and, at a very social distancing level, this is it.
First time since the Owl Shrine's been built, they haven't had a cremation occur.
Yeah. That's it. That's history. Ruby was asking, is there a road that goes around it? There is a side road somewhere.
side road.
Yeah, there's a side road somewhere, and of course they can always fly in or parachute down if they want. Teleport. But this is supposed to be the only way in here, and that's... Hey, Virginia. Thank you for that. God bless you too. Second gate is kind of... If we're looking at the road right now, second gate is over to the left, so it would be stage right. I don't know. Don't ask theater. These guys know about theater. I'll ask one of them. But if we can get one of the guards or one of the employees to stop, maybe we can ask what's going on. Probably should have when we first saw him. I should have asked the guy, but I was trying to get this live stream up and running. I'm surprised that it's even working. So, but this is supposed to be the one way in and the one way out for the most part. So it was interesting. We saw a car go in with 2 people and it leaves with 3 and a dog. So, but there's definitely people in there.
The third was a young child.
Third was a young child, that's right. Everything. Usually we would hear bottles being dropped into large dumpsters by now. Not hearing things like that are circling. So I guess that's another indication that there's not too much partying going on. Not too much going on inside there. I don't know. We'll keep watch. There's a look at the road. Bohemian Avenue and Railroad Avenue, where the two meet. So I think if you go up Railroad, there's supposed to be another road up here or some little gate, some side gate that you... A lot of traffic or a lot of people or anything like that coming inside here. At least dog to Monterrey Day is what it looks like. I need you to try to work out what you're saying. Sounds like you're speaking to me in code. And I have not had my coffee yet. What do you think you would need to accommodate it? I don't know. I want to get inside. I want somebody to let us inside at some point. But that might not happen. This is one of the first cars that came in. This is a construction worker of some sort. So they brought some stuff in on the top. That's another indication of what's going on. Something's going on, you know. They're doing something. There's another guy. Can't tell if that's a guy or a girl. With their dog. What? You gotta breathe. Breathing Corona. It's cold.
Yeah.
It is really cold. Physically. It's an interesting day. Check it out. I'll put on my thinking cap here.
What was the question?
I think she wants to say something, but is trying to purposely to not give things away. I think it's related to the side road. We need a drone.
We had him.
Yeah.
For a minute.
We had a map, and then she tore it up. Let us
Like,
keep
wait
the
a
map.
minute.
I wonder what's on that back question. I don't know if that's where Alex Jones was let in, or if that's something else. But looking at the video, it looks like this is where the parking lot is. Flowing hair. Very pasty.
I saw Cooper.
Anderson
Years
Cooper.
ago, yeah.
Hmm.
With a baseball hat on. Sunglasses.
Yeah, I wonder what's on that back road too. Street and turn.
Heavily res, and there's a little trail that goes up, I believe.
It's like it's. Yeah. Yeah, they have their mess. Gets pretty stuffy in the car without. Virginia's saying, write down the license plate numbers and see if you can get DMV information on the people going in. Is that legal?
There was a Nazi hunter a few years ago that was writing down every plate.
Is that right?
For that purpose. Yes.
Did he ever find anything?
Never heard another word.
He never returned? Might be another car coming out. Sounds like a truck. Something going on. Can hear something in there. Little Georgia Guidestone looking rock monument thing here. Inside of this parking lot somewhere. That's the worker. It's a complete ghost town. Probably nothing to do, nothing to clean up. Visual, it's passable. Hope it's not too bad, but best we can prize it's even working. Wish there was more to. It's usually where we stand over here, but doing suck. Comes another car. What that box is in the road for, but looks like another Mercedes, possibly. Guy didn't look too happy. Didn't have a mask on. Maybe he's gonna guard the grove. First car that's stopped here. So again, thank you everybody here for joining us. We're just here. Blackberry? I think I'll pass. I don't know where those have been. It's a nice offer, though. Any cars that are high-end? Yeah, I think the 3 or 4 cars that we did see come in were all high-end cars. There was a Tesla, and then there was a Benz, a Porsche. Yeah. The loud noises, there's a big dumpster right behind us, right behind where Brent. Okay, same connection. So sorry about that if the connection is really bad. At least the sun's starting to come out now, though. Yeah, sure, Kitty, no problem. Thanks for joining in. I wasn't expecting too much. It's more than I was expecting, for sure, but... That's a pretty high-end car that's been sitting there. That guy seemed really angry about something, so... We'll see, I don't know. Not much they can do about us, really. Yeah, they're breaking down trees, I think. I think they're clearing out some trees in the background. Hey, on the 15th. That's possible. We have three weeks to be here, so... Be good to come back a few times and just make sure they're not doing they shouldn't be doing. Not that I would ever tell anybody. Curious though. Yeah, good point, Ruby. If nothing was going on, you wouldn't see high-end cars. It's true. I just was not expecting to see women in cars going past this road here. That just seems different. I don't remember that any other year. It's not like this, at least. Southern Cal. Yeah, Southern Cal. Southern Cal is pretty crazy right now. It's crazy everywhere in California, I guess. Doesn't matter. Let's try to stay at cities as much as possible. So I wouldn't think they're too worried, aside from my shaky hand, but make sure it's not too bad. Women allowed. Yeah, that's what they say, but they went in. At least 4 of them. 3 or 4. And usually with the women, some of the women you would see you know, they'd be a lot younger than the guy that they were with. But in this case, a few times, both of the man and the woman look like they're probably in their 60s, maybe 70s. Something going on in there. There's no doubt. I mean, I think we've shown that. We've proven that they're doing something here. You know, doesn't mean that they're gonna do everything, but it's a good chance mission of care or a version of that will happen. I don't know. Guess we'll see. Those are usually pretty nice, pretty chill. Can see a car in the back, maybe. It's impossible to see from this, guys, with this camera, but beyond those trees there is a second level for cars. It's, yeah. I mean, this is 2,700 acres here. Don't think social distancing would be a problem, even if they had a couple hundred people. Looks like they are obeying law, or the ordinance, whatever you want to call it. Going for broke. We're about 35 minutes into at some point we're gonna have to go get something to eat, possibly some coffee to wake up. Like 20 times. There, that's more like Bohemian Grove. That's more like what they do every year. Just come out, circle around, and then leave. Now it feels like I was hoping to catch him, just ask. Low battery. Okay, we'll keep going. I'm sure as soon as you show up, all of your great questions and prayers, and so your interest in this very unusual, the Bohemian Grove. It gets very interesting every year. Always something weird going on, but approaching. That's a nice one too. Yet another couple. No, it's okay. The truck didn't have a couple, but the nice car before it. Mode this year.
They're allowed to have.
Alright, gonna take one last trip through Bohemian Grove 2020. Is that where all the prostitutes go?
Yep, that's the place. And those little bungalows in the corner. Good prices on those places, by the way.
Good to know. Maybe next year I'll take that under consideration.
Not the easiest to get during July, but then earlier in the year they were all open this July. Consequences?
No cars on the road though. Monterrey. Oh, they're not prostitutes. They're way too young. Who knows? Yeah. Forgot where I was.
Remember that male prosy we saw?
Yeah.
That was something.
Yeah. The dude in the little flip-flops.
Yeah. Those short shorts.
Short shorts.
And like, didn't want to film him. I thought, oh, okay, I'll be respectful. And then a car full of boy toys pull up. That convertible, remember that? That was like out of a movie.
I do remember.
You saved me. He hops in. He was so nervous we were gonna film him.
I wonder why.
He looked young.
It was a weird year at Bohemian Grove. Any final words here? I have this recording. Do you have any final words on the Bohemian Grove or your experience this year?
This year has been unusual. See if this is the new normal. It got canceled. Everybody's protesting like crazy this year. Yeah, we're the only ones there to celebrate that it's canceled. Should we celebrate that it's canceled? Should we be hiding? Should we be hiding under a rock right now?
Is it canceled?
Is it canceled? Is everybody just having picnics in there today? Because we've seen them going in and out.
They're doing something there. Just hanging out. It's Monterrey. Vacation Wonderland, really. I would not have labeled it as such.
They have shave ice.
There's something in it. Oh, over there. Wow, look at that ice cream truck. That is like the most pedophilic truck. You see that truck on the road, stay away. The beach is full here in Monterrey.
Here's the bridge they found the bomb under a few years ago and never mentioned in the media.
That's right, that never gets talked about. What year? 2017? 2018?
Yeah.
I wonder if that was the same year that they thought that Antifa was coming.
Yeah, it was the year they blamed us for being Antifa. We're so Antifa-like.
Generally, I would say I've been called worse, but in that case, not too much worse. No. So, we're just gonna take one last drive through Monterrey, through the Bohemian Highway. Bohemian Avenue. We're on Bohemian Highway. We're now turning on to Bohemian Avenue. I wonder if that is where that one video took place of those guys that like go up into the mountain going through Bohemian Grove. They turn off of one of these streets and it's so narrow that I was just like, I don't know how their truck could even stay up there. I think it was gonna fall. But
I will never roll my truck for the Bohemian Grove.
I don't blame you. It was this one of these roads that they went off of, and I was like, you guys are crazy. And nowhere to turn around or to do anything.
They're probably all happy that the Grove isn't happening too. Yeah. Parking lot still empty. Garbage dumpster guys are going to turn around on the gravel. Turn around. I've never gone inside there. Everybody else does. One time. Get a run time. Come on. We're just turning around here. There's no good place to turn around. Private road. Note the road. Note the trafficking. Blah, blah, blah. And there's the gate. There's the gate, and definitely no one here. But we see people parking right here all the time. Let's see. They got cameras. They got my license plate. That's fine. Bye bye, Bohemian Grove. It's a wasteland. Today was supposed to be the cremation of care at the Bohemian Grove. It's actually tonight. So there's still a possibility that might happen. But the Bohemian Grove that we saw today looked nothing like the past years. From 2012 on, 2012 was the first year that I was standing outside of the Grove. Nothing compared to what we saw this time. Maybe about 5-6 cars total within a couple hours. That was kind of odd. The people in the cars, it was couples in a couple cases, a couple children, I think, too. Dogs, a lot of people had dogs out going into the Grove. Out of all the people we saw go into the Grove, I believe we only saw maybe 1 or 2 cars go out. But literally just a handful of cars went into the Grove, and only 2 employees that we saw. The one guy in the red truck just going back and forth, kind of. He was going in, he was going out. There was another car, truck, whatever, that kind of stopped, came out of the Grove, did a U-turn right at that intersection for Railroad and Bohemian Avenue, and just went right back into the Grove. So just went outside of Bohemian Grove, did a U-turn, went right back in. That was kind of weird. But aside from that, I mean, that was the only thing that really looked like every other year that we've seen. They always do that. So that was odd. Couldn't get the live stream to work for a long time, so I don't know how well it actually worked out there. But I mean, we did see people going in there. Bohemian Grove is not closed. It is open. People are in there. Couples are in there. Men and women are in there. What they're doing in there, I don't know. I mean, you have 100 camps, so in theory you could have 100 different little groups. I don't know if that would be considered a violation of the social distancing. There's only one car, like a white Benz, maybe an SUV, and it was the only one that, as soon as they saw us while they were trying to enter Bohemian Grove, they were driving, and it's 2 white males, 2 older white males. As soon as they saw us, Brendan and myself, they were driving, they put on both of their masks and went right into Bohemian Grove. So they look pretty scared, pretty freaked out to me. You know, sometimes you get a car that will kind of stop, or not stop, but kind of slow down, and then will just kind of drive slowly past us or do something. But this white car was the only car that really kind of seemed to be freaked out. Put on their masks and probably felt a lot safer. So that's all that I know here so far.
phone battery died after a little while, but it's okay. Couldn't stay all day like many other times, but there were no workers, no employees being bussed in or bussed out. Didn't see any other taxis or anything like that. Didn't look like anybody was being taxied in. But nearby at the golf course, it was still pretty active. Not as active as it normally is either, but it's pretty active. And that's where some of the outside Bohemian Grove parties are supposed to happen too. So. Overall, I was just a little surprised that get over here. I was a little surprised that the gates were open. It looked like the gates have been open for probably years. It didn't look like they had any plan on closing those gates. But and then it was shocking to see men and women going into Bohemian Grove. Something I had not seen before. If there's ever a woman who is in a car or going into the Grove, sometimes by themselves, but I think they would make them stop. They'd have to speak to whoever the guard was at the front gate, right before the front gate, and then they would generally have them turn back and park on that little side dirt road that is inside of the Bohemian Grove property. But here we saw just 4 or 5 couples going right in. There was a caravan of 3 young groups, and they all went in and did a U-turn out of Bohemian Grove, waved, and that was about it. Lots of people waving, lots of nice people. I bet they're all happy too that the Bohemian Grove isn't in town, clogging up the streets, clogging up everything. So, lots of beachgoers out there in the Monterey area, Guerneville, right off of the Russian River. You know, there's usually a lot of people out, lots of people out today. So, as I'm driving back towards San Francisco, all of the traffic was going towards Monterey. So they're all hitting up these little lakes out there, and I can't blame them. It's a beautiful day for that. But just wanted to go and check it out. I was just curious to see what they would do, if they would do anything. I think if I hadn't gone out there, I probably would think that the gates were closed, business was shut down, and nobody was going in. But that's not the case. Bohemian Grove is open, and people are going in and people are going out. That's what we know for sure. Let's see. The evil don't want us to see them. Yeah, I think you're right. And hey, Virginia, I think you're right on that. They don't want us to see what's going on. It's when they're quiet about these things. That's when we tend to focus more on it, because now they're not saying anything. They're just being very quiet about it. So. Well, thank you for just, you know, for your prayers, first of all. That is the main thing, and for the encouragement, for the support. You know, I'm in the area. I'm able to go out there and check it out. So I really wanted to. I knew I didn't have much time, and hopefully we'll be able to get back out there in these next weeks. But this will be going on for 3 weeks. So the gates will probably be open. We'll probably see minimal cars going in, being very secretive, which from what I hear is what some of the other years were kind of like. But to see the parking lot, the Bohemian Grove level 1 of the Bohemian Grove parking lot, just dirt, just nothing there. I had seen that once, I think, in the off season, but never like this. Never like this. It's pretty odd. that, it was pretty uneventful as far as all of what we usually see. We usually have the Bohemian Grove guards coming out there. They talk to us, they let us know, blah, blah, blah. You can't be in the road. Don't harass our members. La-di-da. La-di-freaking-da. All of that. None of that. The only time we had the one guy who kind of rolled out and rolled back in. We had the guy who I believe is the head groundskeeper. He drove in, because I know this car, this is one of the cars that was kind of it's given us some trouble in the past of just being a weirdo. But so that car came out or went into the Grove, and didn't see that one again. But not too much traffic going in. There was one car that actually came in, 2 older people, and then left with a younger, maybe 12 to 14 year old Asian girl and a dog. So there was something going on in there, and there were so many dogs going in. We were thinking maybe there's some dog show or something going on inside of the Grove. And there were a few cars that also had dogs that went up the side road. So I don't know what that was about. But it was like Family Day at Bohemian Grove today. So I don't know. Maybe they're changing, maybe their rules are changing, they're changing things. I have no idea. But no cops. I did not see one cop in the whole city. It's a small city. It's a very small city, but usually you see 1 or 2 somewhere. I didn't see any of them. No streets blocked off, nothing like that. Where we normally stand, there was a big dumpster, and so the guy who owns the property next to the Grove was doing some type of tree work, or they were throwing stuff into the dumpster. So when you see the live footage, you'll hear that. You'll hear these bangs and booms and all that, and that's just the guys in the background working. Where we normally would have been, but not this time. So, but I think that is about all I would have to report on this. We'll do a little podcast version of this and put all the different clips that we have together. But the main point was just to get out there and to see if Bohemian Grove was open or if it was closed, and it was open for business. This we know, and like I said in one of the early videos, no, I'm not going to snitch on you, but we'll put the video out. Alright, God bless you all. Hope you have a great day. Keep truth alive, and remember, Jesus Christ loves you. What is truth? Thank you for listening to What is Truth. I just want to take a few seconds here to encourage you to check out Anchor. Now, if you haven't heard about Anchor, it's the easiest way to make a podcast. Let me explain. Now, first of all, it's free. Second, there's creation tools that allow you to record and edit your podcast right from your phone or computer, which is what I'm doing right now. Now, Anchor will distribute your podcast for you so it can be heard on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and many more. You can make money from your podcast with no minimum listenership. It's everything you need to make a podcast in one place. So make sure that you download the free Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started right now. And now let's go into this podcast, this episode. Thank you all for listening. Let's talk about what is truth. Jesus Christ is truth. So here's a message from Walter Bradley, host of Heart Talk, talking about Bohemian Grove.
Hello, this is Walter Bradley, and you're listening to Heart Talk. And we're here with Greg Fernandez Jr. Say hello, Greg.
Hey there.
Hey there. And we're here to talk about what, Greg? What is the big hot topic this week?
Well, I would have to say that would be the Bohemian Grove.
What? Bohemian Grove? Is that a place in Germany?
It might be. You never know. I mean, there are many groves. Bohemian Grove, I think, is just one of many places where powerful people go to have their lakeside chats, to hang out, pee on trees, drink a bunch of beer, and talk shop. Now, it might not be talking policy, but they are talking shop, and I think that's very clear by the subject matter of their lakeside chats. I think that's pretty clear.
Absolutely. And I, for one, when I went to Bohemian Grove, that was in 2012. And I've been gone 7 years, and I haven't been back. I went wandering around Monterey even before that. And have you ever heard of the program called the Stepford Wives?
No, I think there was a movie.
Yes. Look that up.
Okay. Stepford Wives.
Perfect city. Or perfect little town. As I looked at it, everything was so circumspect, so orderly, so good. You'd think, wow, I'd love to live here. Look at this. And frankly, I would like to live there. However, the Bohemian Grove, and that's at 601 Bohemian Grove Way. Not 601. What's the address there? Do you remember that, Greg?
I have that right here. Let me pull that up for you.
I lost it.
Okay, so the Bohemian Club is located at 624 Taylor Street in San Francisco, California.
Correct.
And
Union Square area.
The Bohemian Grove is at 20601 Bohemian Avenue in Monterey, California.
20601. And I, for one, the Bohemian Grove was started by who? Artists, poets, authors, and basically entertainment type of people, and those who are writing poetry books and so forth. Now, today, it's totally different. It is not based on that any longer. Today, who do we have there? The highest powers in all the world. Politicians. And right now, I don't see a lot of news about politicians or anything. I at least not that I have noticed, much about politics going on when the Grove is happening. Have you? As far as the news and anything, major, politicians speaking from their bully pulpit and talking their whatever it may be. It seemed like during this time, it kind of quietens down. Do you get that same feel and notice that?
I think so, yeah. I believe so.
And one of the things I put out on my Facebook page is I said, have you noticed everybody's laying low and nobody's around talking, and all the high and mighty and the politicians, notice who during this time of year are not out there, and wonder to yourself and think, why is that? Well, this time of year is, right now they're still, guess where they are? They're at the Grove. Some stay, it's up to 2 to 3 weeks of being just in the Grove. Now think about that. You're in a wooded area with some of the richest, most powerful people, because not everybody there knows what's going on. As in every circle, there's inner circles, outer circles, those in the know and those who do not know. And in the know, they know that owl represents something. Now, Greg, tell me what that owl represents. I remember we talked about it, and I spoke it outright at the time and said what deity they were focusing on. And do you remember which deity that is?
I don't. I don't think it's Moloch, though.
Yes, it is.
I don't know. I have a hard time with that. But there is one spot in one of the Bohemian Club's books where Moloch was part of a play, but they don't mention Moloch aside from...
They will not ever say the name, technically.
Right. True.
They will not. And they would not say that owl represents Moloch. But the owl does have a representation with Moloch, an association. And really, it's tying back to the ancient worship of deities long forgotten.
Okay, and next we're going to go into the introduction to the Bohemian Grove. This is a chapter titled Dole Care from my next book, New World Odor. We read in Matthew 6:19 through 21, "Do not lay up for yourself treasures on earth, where moth and rust destroy, and where thieves break in and steal, but lay up for yourself treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust destroys, and where thieves do not break in and steal. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also." Matthew 6:19 through 21. The cremation of care receives thunderous applause as a human effigy is sacrificed before a giant owl, while men in jeweled clothing watch the body burn to ashes. Alex Jones filmed his experience in Monterey when he and Mike Hansen posed as invited guests entered the Bohemian Grove compound on July 15, 2000, and filmed the cremation of care ritual. We now have the video evidence to suggest that what is happening at the Bohemian Grove is at least partially satanic. To worship an idol and to sacrifice something before that idol is a satanic act. Still, there are some who disagree with the satanic angle. Others might say, who cares about a bunch of drunken men dressing up as druids, burning a wooden person before a 40-foot owl? What's important to me is who these men are, and what they are doing at the Bohemian Grove, and why. In Mike Hansen's book, The Bohemian Grove Cult of Conspiracy, he writes, "Would you let your neighbor even walk your dog or babysit your children if they were sacrificing humans in effigy to some 45-foot stone owl god and chanting, 'O great owl of Bohemia'?" It's a very good question. The Bohemian Club is located at 624 Taylor Street in San Francisco, California, and the Bohemian Grove is at 20601 Bohemian Avenue in Monterey. If the Bohemian Club is their office, then the Bohemian Grove is their golf course. The history of the 2700 Redwood Forest encampment known as the Bohemian Grove dates back further than the creation of the Bohemian Club. The Bohemian Club has been through a few transformations and relocations over the years. The club and the grove are separated by a mere 100 miles. The history of the Bohemian Club dates back to 1872, but the 2-week encampment of the Bohemian Grove probably began in 1878, right before one of the founding members was going to relocate to New York. A big party was thrown for Henry Edwards, a founding member of the Bohemian Club. The party took place in the Redwood Forest of Martin County, where the Samuel P. Taylor State Park is today. An actor and head entomologist at the California Academy of Sciences, Henry Edwards moved to New York City after his send-off party on June 29, 1878. The next year, 1879, the party continued, this time without Mr. Edwards. A night of liquor, socializing, sleeping in the redwoods of Marin and Sonoma County became the yearly tradition of the Bohemian Club members, guests, and entertainers. Part of the current Bohemian Grove location was rented out from 1893 until 1899, the year when it was purchased from Melvin Meeker, who ran a booming logging business in the Monterey area. The Bohemian Grove property expanded over time until it became the 2,700-acre encampment it is today. It is generally believed the Bohemian Club began as a fraternity among male journalists, artists, musicians, and others who enjoyed the entertainment arts of the late 1800s. Soon journalists and art lovers were joined by industrialists, banking elitists, and government officials. Also included as members or guests are corporate CEOs, Federal Reserve Board members, military contractors, oil companies, members of big media, and high-ranking foreign officials. Membership dues pay for the expenses and maintenance of both the club and the Grove. Despite a long waiting list to become a member of the Bohemian Grove, some people are given honorary membership titles. Others are invited guests, but mostly all are male unless they're employees. And even then, women are restricted to certain areas and curfews within the Bohemian Grove complex. There are over 100 camps inside the 160-acre main encampment. Some of the names of the camps are a bit creepy, like the Lost Angels or the Semper Virens. Other camp names like the Caveman Camp or the Silverado Squatters sound a bit more simplistic. It's believed that the Hillbilly Camp is where people like George Bush Sr. and Sons can be found. The Stowaway Camp is allegedly where the Rockefellers nest, but the Owl's Nest Camp is where the previous United States presidents throw away their cares for 2 weeks. Mike Hansen is the other guy that infiltrated the Bohemian Grove with Alex Jones in 2000. In his book, Bohemian Grove, Cult of Conspiracy, he recounts his personal experience inside the Bohemian Grove and examines the history and inner workings of this annual gathering. Personally, I don't care who was the first to infiltrate the Grove or the first to film the cremation of Care. I just care what's going on inside the compound, which includes sacrificing dull care before a giant owl-like figure. If the people who are part of this mock sacrifice are people within our government, the American people do have the right to know. More so, we have to prove that they are discussing policy up there, which I believe we have done. In his book 9/11 Descent into Tyranny, Alex Jones described the owl-like figure. Quote, "As we were walking into the grove, we came within about 10 yards of the 40-foot stone owl that sits on the north side of the small lake. We were only about 7 yards away from the black altar that sits at the base of the owl." End quote. Page 196 of 9/11 Descent into Tyranny. Great book, out of print, but you can still get it online. Become a Prison Planet TV member. Now, there's no denying the ritual of sacrifice. Some say the cremation of Care ceremony is harmless. Others believe it's satanic, like me. Either way, there should be no doubt that this ritual is, in fact, taking place once a year behind the property line of the Bohemian Grove. Mike Hansen writes in his book Bohemian Grove, Cult of Conspiracy, that the year 2000 was a very interesting year because, quote, "During the 2000 Grove summer camp, they announced Dick Cheney as George W. Bush's vice presidential running mate from the Bohemian Grove." Quote, "During the 2000 Grove summer camp, they announced Dick Cheney as George W. Bush's vice presidential running mate." End quote. This was the same year Hansen and Alex Jones infiltrated the Grove's summer camp. The date was July 15, 2000. The hidden video footage of the cremation of Care will forever mark a turning point in my life and my spiritual journey. Here was the physical evidence of what I already knew in my heart. The devil is not an allegorical figure. It is the temporary ruler of this world, of this physical presence every human is a part of. The Bible clearly states that the devil is the ruler of this world for a short time when Christ says, "My kingdom is not of this world," in John 18:36. Now thousands would flock to Christ for they knew he would heal them. Their belief that Jesus Christ was the one they had been waiting for was what truly healed them of their sicknesses. In the Christ home of Nazareth, as we read in Mark 6:5-6, he could do no mighty work there, except that he laid his hands on a few sick people and healed them, and he marveled because of their unbelief. Mark chapter 6, verse 5-6. See, because there were multitudes who knew who Jesus was. The scripture speaks of thousands of people at a time being fed by Jesus. The Christ laid his hands on the blind and made them see. Jesus looked into the souls of the crippled who believed in him and made them walk. He even brought a little girl back to life. And as the end of the Gospel of John, we read, "And there are also many things that Jesus did, which if they were written one by one, I suppose that even the world itself could not contain the books that would be written." Amen. That's from John chapter 21, verse 25. So just examining the things we do know about Jesus Christ, I have felt his love jump off the pages of the living word and into my own heart. The darkness that clouded my mind faded as I read more about Christ. Imagine thousands of people seeing Jesus from afar, get on a boat and head into the sea with his apostles. Scripture tells us many knew him and ran there on foot from all the cities. They came to him. Our hearts today, we're so self-centered, so self-focused. He knocks at our door now. I think he always did. Jesus and his disciples were on their way to a deserted place to rest after hearing of the beheading of John the Baptist by King Herod. When they arrived to the deserted place, thousands were waiting for them, hoping to greet Christ and hear his teachings. And then we read in Mark 6:34, "And Jesus, when he came out, saw a great multitude and was moved with compassion for them, because they were like sheep not having a shepherd. So he began to teach them many things." and he's still teaching us today. But just imagine what he would teach us if he was in front of us. Things that we probably would have a hard time comprehending. So he would speak in parables to the people, but I don't believe that he only spoke in parables. Just my view on that. I often feel like one of those sheep who ran across the cities, around the sea, just to be near our Lord. What God chose me, I must observe, and what I observe, I must put into action. God did not desire for people to sacrifice their children to Moloch, or to sacrifice a wooden body to anything, to any idol. To sit before any idol, praising it and clapping for it as something burns. If powerful people who run this world are participating in or are orchestrating the cremation of care ritual at the Bohemian Grove, then the public has the right to know who they are and why they would attend something like this, especially if we're voting for them. We will continue to expose the horrors surrounding sacrificial death and the child rape that John DeCamp speaks about in his book, The Franklin Cover-Up, Jeremiah chapter 32, verse 33 to 35. And they have turned to me the back, and not the face, though I taught them, rising up early and teaching them. Yet they have not listened to receive instruction, but they set their abominations in the house which is called by my name, to defile it. And they built the high places of Baal, which are in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to cause their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire of Moloch, which I did not command them, nor did it come into my mind that they should do this abomination, to cause Judah to sin. People passed their sons and daughters through the fire of Moloch, all because they were deceived by the evil one. If we don't read the scriptures, we may miss the warning of what we should do, but more importantly, we will miss what God wants us to do while we are here on earth, which is to spread the word, spread the truth, spread the way. What is the way? Christ is the way. I was looking for information about September 11th, 2001, when I came across Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove, a documentary video exposing a bunch of men in druid costumes burning a human effigy in front of a giant 40-foot owl before a crowd of happy Grove members and selected guests. In my opinion, Moloch is just another name for the devil. I believe all evil relates back to the devil. That doesn't excuse the evil each human chooses to do. False idols like Moloch serve to promote evil and spread the word of the devil, which can be viewed as belief that the God in the scriptures is not real, or that there are multiple gods. In the foreword to Bohemian Grove Cult of Conspiracy, Tex Mars writes, quote, "It appears that the ancient Canaanite and Hebrew deity Moloch is represented in the Bohemian ritual by a 42-foot owl. Shrouded in flames, this owl deity is surrounded by druidic priests and other characters. During the ceremony, these victims are sacrificed. Their screams and shrieks pierce and shatter the still night air. Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed for a reason, so if the actions of the Bohemian Grove are similar to those of the two fallen cities, then the Grove may suffer the same fate. If Senator John DeCamp's book about claims of child abuse on Bohemian Grove property is true, the truth should come out. Those who testify to such claims should not be ridiculed, harassed, or punished with years of imprisonment. That will cause more victims to think twice about coming forward with their stories of similar abuse. John DeCamp was sued for the claims that are made in his book, The Franklin Cover-Up, and the book, The Franklin Cover-Up, covers how he won that lawsuit. So what does that tell you? If you've never read The Franklin Cover-Up by John DeCamp, please consider doing so. I did, and I cried. It was a very tough thing to read. But if the allegations are true, and if this is happening at the Bohemian Grove and places like it, why would you not want to expose that? Why would you not want to let the people know this? The Franklin Cover-Up is a lot deeper than just what happens at the Bohemian Grove, but it deals with a child sex ring where high-profile people within government parties and within our governmental system are having sex with children. That's what we're talking about here. At the very least, that is satanic. Mike Hansen wrote, quote, "The Bohemian Club's historical annals even admitted their obsession with the occult and what they call druid rituals. Amongst the great redwood trees, they revived ancient ceremonies that in truth had their roots not in the druids, but in Babylon itself." End quote. These next verses from Matthew chapter 7, verses 15 through 20 are something that are just as relevant right now as they ever were. Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves. You will know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes from thorn bushes or figs from thistles? Even so, every good tree bears good fruit, but a bad tree bears bad fruit. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, nor can a bad tree bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. Therefore, by their fruits you will know them. Again, that's Matthew chapter 7, verses 15 through 20. Matthew is one of my favorite books, and I would recommend the book of Matthew for anyone who is trying to study the Word of God to learn more about Jesus Christ. Start with Matthew. So who are the people that attend the Bohemian Grove's annual gathering? More so, who attends the cremation of care ritual and why? Because not every person that goes to the Bohemian Grove gathering necessarily attends the cremation of care. The cremation of care is a play that is put on as a main event for that evening, but there's nothing that says that everyone has to attend the cremation of care. So that's something the insiders would know about, not me. Bill Clinton was asked about the Bohemian Club, and he said, "The Bohemian Club? Did you say the Bohemian Club?" "Yeah," responded the man who dared to ask the former president such a question. As Clinton answered, the man was escorted out of the building for speaking out of turn. "But it's a valid question." Clinton continued, "That's where all those rich Republicans go up and stand naked against redwood trees, right?" The crowd responded with laughter, and Clinton kept on. "I've never been to the Bohemian Club, but you ought to go. It'd be good for you. Get some fresh air." Whatever that means. I don't believe the Bohemian Club is limited to Republicans dancing naked in the woods, but it's important to note that former presidents Calvin Coolidge, William Taft, Theodore Roosevelt, Richard Nixon, Dwight Eisenhower, Ronald Reagan, George Bush Sr. and Jr. have all been known to attend the Bohemian Grove festivities. Henry Kissinger has admitted to attending the Bohemian Grove Summit. James Baker and Dick Cheney have also attended the Grove. They're all Republicans. Alex Jones stated, quote, "There are about 95 different clubs within the Bohemian Club. All the different clubhouses and log cabin style mansions that are built into the cliffs have different names and different memberships. The most elite club, according to press reports, is Mandalay, with Henry Kissinger and Paul Volcker, former Federal Reserve Chairman, and other New World Order bosses." End quote. Mike Hansen wrote that, quote, "About 1/5 of the membership are either directors of one or more of the Fortune 1000 companies, corporate CEOs, top government officials, current and former, and members of important policy councils or major foundations. The remaining members are mostly regional business/legal elites, with a small mix of academics, military officers, artists, and medical doctors. Most of them are Californians. 70% or more are political conservatives, and 99% of them are white. And all of them are very, very rich." End quote. That's from Mike Hansen's book. Page 35, Bohemian Grove Cult of Conspiracy. Anyone can do a little search and see that some of the known members of the Bohemian Club include writers Mark Twain and Jack London. Some of the attendees, not necessarily members of the club, included Nelson Rockefeller, Charlie Chaplin, Barry Goldwater, Bing Crosby, and former German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt. In the foreword to Mike Hansen's book, Tex Mars also wrote that Nixon also admitted that it was the warm and enthusiastic reception he received after one of his talks at the Bohemian Grove encampment that proved to be the catalyst for his subsequent successful political campaign for the presidency of the United States. Mars added that Ronald Reagan's talk to the assembled movers and shakers translated later into media support and millions of dollars in the Reagan campaign coffers. End quote. During their infiltration, Alex and Mike saw only one African American, and they suspected he was a simple worker at the Grove, not a member. Of course, later on, Alex Jones would say that he saw Danny Glover at the Bohemian Grove. That was a trip. Alex also mentioned that some of the elderly white people were not very happy that Danny Glover was there. star of Predator 2, of course. Now, while they were getting to their place to film the cremation of care, they had just received a pamphlet or a full-color program about the 121st annual cremation of care. Hansen purposely wanted to sit behind the other members because he didn't want anyone sitting behind him because they might see the camera that they had in a bag somewhere. So, of course, in Hansen's book, he mentions that someone could have noticed that he forgot to cover the little red light on the camera. And then he makes it very clear that God was with him. So Alex Jones and Mike Hansen both believe that God was with them. Alex Jones and Mike Hansen were able to witness the cremation of care firsthand and film it in its entirety. They almost got themselves caught several times while inside the encampment. When questioned, Jones just said he was with the Hillbillies. Alex Jones made it clear that the Hillbilly camp is the camp that the Bushes are members of. And before the cremation of care began, Mike Hansen was handed a printed program of the 121st annual cremation of care, which would imply that the first such ritual took place in 1879, as Hansen pointed out. Hansen is certain that at least by 1913, the cremation of care was taking place inside the Bohemian Grove. 13 years after Alex Jones and Mike Hansen infiltrated the Bohemian Grove, interest in the activities of the Grove continues to grow. This year, like last year, many members from We Are Change San Francisco and East Bay will join in the protests against the Bohemian Grove 2-week summit. The fight against evil is the choice between temptation from Satan and following God. It's all about sacrifice. What they do is sacrifice. They want to sacrifice us to save them. But what Christ did is he sacrificed himself to save us. It's a big difference. And you find that in a lot of these satanic ventures, they do things backwards. They'll put the cross upside down. Instead of Jesus, they'll say Jeebus. Or you have somebody like Kanye West who, tries to make himself God or whatever. It's still wrong. So it's good to point those things out. And we need to point these things out. We don't need to make laws about it and need to bash it over people's heads or anything or burn them at the stake. You should call out evil where you see it. There's nothing wrong with that. And if someone thinks that it's wrong for you to call out evil, don't be around that person. There's no point. I mean, when you think about how much we don't know about the Bohemian Grove, just the little bit of information that researchers and journalists like Alex Jones have been able to uncover has really helped us make the Bohemian Grove not only a hot topic, but a truthful topic, and has really shown that, look, at the very least, we need to look into this more. We need to really see what these people are doing here, who these people are. We always talk about the rich, the 1%, blah, blah, blah. This is where they are. This is where a lot of them go. So, this is our day in history. They lied for one more day. We got to expose their lies just one more day. And that's what I loved about this video. I love this video. This is probably one of my favorite videos. Lie Another Day, Bohemian Grove 2013. Yeah, the video starts out, you'll see some of the memorabilia or some of the things you could buy from the Bohemian Grove gift shop. And one of the activists who showed up brought a bunch of things for us to film. A little mug. He even had maps. He had a couple maps of the Bohemian Grove outline and showing the 2,700 acres. And
How did you get this?
Bohemian Club Halcyon. So Halcyon must be one of their clubs, and a church.
Real
Halcyon. Sean.
Bohemian Grove is about control.
He's right. on.
Bilderberg is about control. Just Google them. Forget conspiracy theories. It's just about control. Conspiracy theories are what people talk about if they just want to gloss over the subject. We're not glossing over anything. We have sheriffs out here that are protecting the Grove on the private property. Okay? So, first of all, we're doing, our tax money going to their private grove here. It's not just their own personal security. and they're even putting barricades up so we can't even park on the side of the road like normal people would park on the side of the road, you know? So it's all about control. What they want is more for them and less for us.
And here is Owlmobile by Sacred Owls. And now we're going to go to a message from Manny Trev. This was originally recorded in 2015, right after we left Bohemian Grove.
On our way there, we really didn't see too many people, just kind of security detail, I guess. But the moment we got to the gate, some of the workers going in and out for, I guess, shift change or breaks or whatever. But one of the workers asked me for a cigarette, and I was like, yeah, bro, you can have a smoke, no problem. And I asked him, I said, how are they treating you in there, man? And do they treat you like crap, and you guys get paid good? He was just a little pissed off, but he wasn't too comfortable talking to me. He kind of got a little freaked out when I told him who I was with. He asked me if I was with, any news organizations. I said, I'm just here doing this for the people, and we are change and groups like that. So after I said that, it kind of got weird, but he really didn't explain anything of what he saw in there. He really didn't talk about it, but he was kind of spooked that I even asked him, like, hey, what's going on in here, bro? So yeah, it was interesting. We saw a lot of other workers come out. You had the first-hand experience dealing with the sheriff and some of the security detail coming up to you at the gate. I was actually over in the back talking to some other people that were just cruising along, and they started asking about what was going on in the Grove. Just two random, this couple, I guess they're from somewhere up north, and they're just kind of driving around doing the tourist thing, and they knew about Alex Jones and the Bohemian Grove already. So to me, that was a surprise, just some random people actually knowing about what's going on. Surprised in a good way. We have, as we engage against the enemy, we have this idea that no one else knows about it. and that we're the only ones that know about it, and you can't talk to anybody about it. But that right there was just a testament to show, look, there's other people that are in this world that know about it, and you're not crazy or conspiracy theorists or anything like that. You're just an investigator trying to find out more of what's going on in there. And those two people that I spoke to, they asked me what I knew about the Grove, and I said, I only know what's come out. You know, I've never been in there. I only know what's been leaked out by Alex Jones, the whistleblowers, other people that have actually infiltrated it, and also from the testimony from some of the victims of the satanic ritual abuse that they've experienced there. So that's all we can go off of right now. But we do know that very powerful politicians, industrialists, pretty much the corporate elite meet there annually for 2 weeks out of the year to participate in the cremation and care ceremony, as well as discuss upcoming events and what the future holds for them, because they're deciding the future of the world in terms of geopolitical things. Like 1 year we were there, we were fortunate enough to speak to an Italian diplomat and try to get some information from him. It seemed like he was more or less a low-level guy that really didn't know the inner workings of the elite and what was going on at the higher levels, but he kind of, you know, knew something was going on, but he was there. We've also had other people come out and talk about their experiences within. Locals talked to us back in 2013, I believe it was, and gave us a picture of a map, some of the cups from in there with the owl on it, the Bohemian Club owl and things like that. So there are people willing to talk about what's going on in there. I'm sure they fear for their lives because the rich and powerful are the ones that, you know, meet in secret there. And when you have millions upon millions of dollars, you can't afford hit teams. You know, if I'm not mistaken, the average assassination is like $500,000 or $1 million. And if these guys have billions of dollars, I mean, all it takes is just a paycheck or a check or cash, whatever, you know, to take out these people. But with that said, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of anything, because they fear us more when we take them head on. They want us to be pacified sheep that don't even discuss these issues, because when you're ignorant, it is not bliss. You're not in the know, so they can do what they do behind the, you know, behind the shadows in secrecy. So it's up to us as investigative journalists and just the general public to exercise our First Amendment rights and go to places like this. I mean, the Bilderberg Group, they just met in, I believe it was Sweden. Right, it was Sweden? I don't know.
This year, well anyways, the Bilderberg Group met, thousands upon thousands of reporters convened on the event, tried to get as much as they could. People from the Telegraph were getting harassed. People from InfoWars went there, they're getting harassed. You had security forces, I believe it was under the name of Cobra Security or something like that. I mean, this is straight out of a movie. I mean, you can't make this up. Fact is always stranger than fiction. But once you start looking at the reality of what's going on around you, it's like we're living in a sci-fi movie, but we're not. We're living in reality. So, like I said, it's up to us as individuals, as people who care about our fellow human being, to expose this and try to do everything we can to put it to an end. It's like they say, there is no stopping Armageddon. There is no stopping what's happening in Revelations. But we as Christians can do what we can to prevent things from going on and fight hard against the devil and don't allow them to create these, you know, these massive schemes where they take the entire world into war. I mean, in order for the war to even begin, someone has to pull the trigger. And if they know that they're pulling the trigger for, you know, an unjust cause, they're not going to want to do it. You know, so hopefully, as we expose more and more of what's going on, people will see that. I mean, we've already seen instances where the United States Marines were questioned, will you fire upon American citizens? So some of them said no, a lot of them said yes. So, you know, why would they even be asking those questions? You know, is something going on that we don't know about, or is everything that the conspiracy theorists in the 60s and 50s talk about, is that coming to fruition now? You know, we've seen basically the pretty much destabilization of the entire Middle East. I mean, they were working on peace in the Middle East for years now,
and everything they do just continually destabilizes everything. We have the Wahhabists in Saudi Arabia pretty much funding ISIS and other terrorist groups to create havoc in the region. By creating havoc in the region, you have a conflict zone, which increases the prices of oil, and the availability to get that is a lot more difficult because you have to hire security forces, you have to constantly fight against Al-Qaeda, ISIS, different mujahideen type organizations that are continuing the jihad against the West. So it's in their best interest to keep this artificial scarcity going, so that there's constant war throughout the world. So hopefully after today, it'll get other people to think and make the decisions on your own. Can't tell you what to think.
Any final words about your trip?
It was nice. It was nice. We got to see a lot of forest and nature. We're back in the bay again. It was about an hour and a half drive from here. Right now we're just looking over at the bay. It's got a nice view.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
The Richmond Bridge right here in San Francisco Bay. So yeah, anybody could come out here and do what we did. Hopefully someone else out there will do a better job than us, because I just work 9 to 5. I'm just an average guy. I'm nothing special. But you are.
Thanks a lot, man.
Beware, take care. Here is another great Sacred Owl song. Beware, take care.
I got those scars on my arm one night at a party where Larry King was, and he had brought somebody. I don't clearly remember who it was. Wanted to see how strong a men we were or something, and have us push our arms together. And you push your arms together. King has these same scars. And you push them tight together, and then you light cigarettes, and as soon as they get burning, you just drop them down between your arms and, let it burn. And they made us stand there naked and touch each other by holding our arms together and burn cigarettes where, it's on film someplace. I mean, they filmed it. Burning.
Like 2,000 shore border, walked to the hospital in New Mexico, screaming, "We're out to be because of this book." The Franklin cover-up, he waved, leading to his grave. He was given drugs by the doctors to calm him down. Who knows what they gave him? No time for a hospital gown. It's slumping down, and it's going in the ground. Beware, take care. When exposing the dark, you might just spend them on. Beware, take care. When exposing corruption, it might lead to your destruction. When the nurses came to check on him the next morning, Boy was sitting in a chair, bleeding from the mouth and quite dead. Former FBI Ted Gunderson demanded autopsy and information. Then he died suspiciously with more questions and answers. Beware, take care. When exposing the dark, you might just spare them all. Beware, take care. When exposing corruption, it might lead to your beware, take care. When exposing the dark, you might just spare them all. Beware, take care. When exposing corruption, it might lead to your destruction.
Beware, beware, beware of the big green dragon that sits on your doorstep. He eats little boys, puppy ducktails, and big fat snails. Beware, take care.
And here is some commentary from Sean Ackley. He's going to tell us a little bit about the Bohemian Grove.
So the owl of Bohemia is not Moloch, right? But it is part of an ancient Babylon religion.
Sure.
And the important thing to note is that the controlled opposition to us just simply try to find out information about the Grove will always say, oh, well, Alex Jones put out The Secrets of Bohemian Grove. He talks about the Owl of Moloch. And what, is he just the only spokesperson for truth? I mean, come on. You know, he was just one cat that got in here and did a filming, right? So if he made a mistake about the Owl of Moloch, okay, so, you know,
Nathan.
so he made a mistake about the Owl of Moloch. But why repeat that over and over, year after year after year after year? These people think that it's the Owl of Moloch or it's the idol of Moloch. Well, it's because they want to keep on perpetuating the fact that people don't know what they're talking about. So what we do is we get out and we research what the owl is, or we research, like Greg, your new pamphlet book on what is it called, Dual Care, on Bohemian Grove. You know, you go out and do the research, and then so sure enough, then you have all this information about the rituals and the history of Bohemian Grove and who's attended, and there you go. And then it's just fact after that. You know, and the fact that it's a Babylonian ritual means that there's some truth to what the Babylonians used to do, and there's some pretty bad stuff that's come out of Babylon.
Couldn't it just be a coincidence that, you know, they're sacrificing care here in a play, and a coincidence that, you know?
The coincidence is not that they're similar. What it is that
the bottles.
The rituals today are toned down, kind of like Halloween is toned down from trick or treat. Because what trick or treat used to be putting a pumpkin on your porch, you know, in respect to the Druids, whether or not, you know, you're going to be able to sacrifice your daughter or not, you know, to the Druids, right? And these are all, you know, pagan rituals. And it's kind of like, so are you suggesting that when my kids go out and they dress up in whatever, you know, Superman outfits or Spider-Man or something like that that they're in, and they go do trick-or-treat, and we have Harvest Festival, or we go to church, or just down the road to somebody putting on a Halloween party or something like that, does that mean we are actually sacrificing our daughter to the Druids? Well, no, I don't even have a daughter.
So it's kind of like having a Christmas tree. Like I was told, if I have a Christmas tree, then I'm a pagan. I'm
Exactly.
glorifying pagan
And
worship.
all of this comes around. So Christmas trees are pagan.
But I'm not a pagan.
Exactly.
Yet
so
I have one. So
are we capable of having a Christmas tree
without being a pagan?
And decorate it up? So
no.
If you look at the original story of the Christmas tree, you'll find that Christian faith man, he cut down his Christmas tree. He cut down a tree.
Okay.
And he knew it was a pagan symbol.
To cut down the tree.
He cut the tree down and he made it into...
How's it going, man? All right.
A Christmas symbol for his family to celebrate Christmas, which is a Christian tradition.
Okay.
Okay? And then what he did then is he decorated it and used the gifts because of the gifts given to Christ, and he basically turned around the Christmas tree tradition from a pagan symbol to a Christian symbol.
Okay.
Okay? Didn't Hitler do the same thing? Hitler took a symbol of the swastika and took it from an ancient symbol and turned it into his symbol because he liked it. So symbols are always converted and used. You know, and by that same very principle, is the CBSI mean an Illuminati, or is it just because somebody liked it? I don't know.
Good question. It's a good question.
I'm not going to blame CBS for being an Illuminati because they got an eye on their symbol, but they do.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
And it's an all-seeing eye, so I don't know.
It's a very good question. Very valid, I would think.
It's just questions, all right?
It's questions, yeah. Yeah, you're not saying that everybody who puts on a Halloween costume is
right.
a Satanist out there.
And then the fact that
worshiping
they have cremation and care, that doesn't mean they're sacrificing little girls
and
today.
And
you know,
does it mean the people that are watching it, that everybody watches it, just because they're watching it, doesn't mean that they necessarily think that it's a good thing.
There, guaranteed, is going to be people out there and groups out there that believe in these rituals, that believe in them.
Okay.
And so what they do is they see this happening and they go, you know something, I agree with that. That's all. It reminds me of stories of, you can go back in the news articles about kings and queens and their castles in England, and about how the local police and the local jurisdictions will find all these bodies buried under their properties. It's just public news. All you have to do is search for it. Years and years back, I mean, you know, hundreds of years back to current day. And you find out that these kings and queens and nobilities, and they just love killing kids because it's part of puberty and it's part of, you know, getting the energy from the sacrifice. And this is the whole thing where you, I don't know, what is it? The Golden Child, right?
Steal their essence.
From the 80s, the movie with Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
Golden Child, about sacrificing the boy because it would bring the energy for the demon and everything. That's real stuff. So you start talking about that and you're like, oh, that's a movie. That's from The Golden Child. It's like, well, yeah, but
where did they get that?
Devil worship is real, people,
Yeah.
right? And so we have groups up here in Monte Rio that are like, oh, no, there's nothing like that happening. There's no, you know, Monte Rio Bohemian Grove sacrifices happening. And it's like, okay.
They're not even open to
Maybe
to
they're
the
not. Maybe the
possibility.
last 10 years, maybe the last 20 years of the Grove, maybe there aren't actual, like, during the public rituals, well, public to the people that are in there. Maybe they're not sacrificing little girls right in front of everybody. Okay. You know, but those rituals came from somewhere.
Yeah.
And all I'm suggesting is that we believe that that's capable of happening. That people really are capable of believing that the energy from these young kids can energize them, or energize the evil spirits or evil demons, or if you want to call them, you know, fallen angels or whatever else you want to call.
Yeah.
Now that's fast. That is really, really dangerous speed coming into the Grove there. That's hilarious. I am standing in the middle of the road though, so bad on me. But yeah, it's like that sheriff's gonna come over and get on the damn road.
No, he's not. He doesn't
Whatever.
want to talk to me.
So
I wish you would.
He hasn't budged all day.
No.
So yeah, so my answer to those people that say, oh, those crazy nut jobs, they believe in all these crazy things about Bohemian Grove, it's like, well, why shouldn't you believe that evil exists out in the world? These are not just so-called Republican conservatives that are out here fracking for their own benefit. That's not the only reason. They're there for money, power, and control. And if fracking makes them a bunch of money, like the Koch brothers or whatever, they're going to do whatever makes them the most money. I don't agree with fracking putting chemicals into the water either. So just because I might think a certain way, I don't think the way the Koch brothers think.
Right. But they'll put you into that.
They'll put me into that box.
Yeah.
I eventually get put into a box, or anybody you get put into a box because, you know, you think differently.
Yeah.
And I'm just here to say that it's not true. There's no box that we should be placed into, because the Koch brothers are not conservatives. I mean, for God's sakes, their family was, you know, funding the Nazis, and the Bush family was funding the Nazis.
It doesn't sound conservative to me.
And there's nothing conservative about that. There's, you know, the Republican Party is, anyways, they got all kinds of problems. Obviously, the Republican leadership is all about, you know, gay hookers and all kinds of crazy stuff, right? Yep. That's all in the news. I don't even have to go into it. They just have to look just a little tiny bit and see a bunch of this. People who are part of the whole missing and exploited children's organization, some of the top leadership have been outed with child pornography. That's a really popular news story, actually. There's Child and Protective Services, what's usually considered CPS or whatever, nationwide. You find CPS departments all throughout the nation, even recently in Florida, I guess, right? Is there some news stories come out of Florida about how they'll find all these kids have been, like, quote, missing, and then they find a bunch of kids dead. And then, other news stories comes out about how, some kid died in the hands of the CPS, and then nobody ever gets busted. There's a famous news story out of Texas where the, what do they call them? The Texas Rangers, I guess? Yeah. The Texas Rangers did a whole story on CPS. And I guess the Texas Rangers are badass because they were able to not be persuaded, I guess, by other government agencies, and they were able to complete their investigation. Just look up Texas Rangers child kidnapping CPS investigation or something like that, and then it'll come up.
All right.
And it's like, yeah, bad things do happen. There's definitely portions that not only start at the Grove, you have the rich and powerful that, and I say rich and powerful, I mean just those people who would purport to be our leaders, or even guys like Zuckerberg, with his Facebook, where he's like, well, I'm going to lead the pack and show people how to use social media, and I'm going to, what? Dude, man, I don't need you to be my leader. Just give me a computer platform that I could use, and I can pay for my advertisement. And you want to display ads to me, well, that's fair enough because that's how you pay for your site. But don't think like you're some leader. Maybe you're a leader in industry. I'm a leader of industry. I'm a leader of social networking. Fair enough, because you obviously were able to create a platform for people to talk about. I got the finger? Nice.
First finger of the day.
That's the first finger of the day, huh? And this must be a busy time.
I think, yeah. There must be.
Maybe employees that are being picked up or something, huh?
Could be lunch, could be. Yeah, could be.
But yeah. So I think there's a lot of sheep out there. I think there's a lot of people that will just simply follow the mainstream. Everybody's using Pokemon, so let's go use Pokemon.
Hey, I wonder if they have Pokemon in the Grove there.
In the Grove, right? Maybe they got some
See
Pokemon
them.
characters in the Grove, right? I think about it a different way. If Pokemon has been given to us on the cell phones because it's a new game, how is it any different than Minecraft or Angry Birds or anything like that, right? It's a game, so use it as a game, but just know what you're doing. Think about it, right?
Yeah.
If you're interested in a game, go use a game. I mean, it's like Monopoly. Maybe they can create a augmented reality version of Monopoly.
Don't say that.
So you can go out
Give them any ideas.
and do your tokens in real time.
Man.
Wouldn't that be crazy? Because Pokemon, at least it makes people get out of their damn houses, right?
I guess. They're still on their phones.
My kids asked me about Pokemon. I said, Dad, can I download Pokemon? I said, well, what are you going to do with it, right? To get you out of the house. They're trying to kick you out of the house, I guess.
That's one
Get,
way.
get your butts out and go do something, right? Maybe I'll go out and do Pokemon. I get some exercise out of it. No, maybe it's a good thing.
Maybe we should have did Pokemon right here.
Nice.
That would
Just
be
saying, man. Just do something with your life so you're out there, and I don't know, man. I previously, we've done actions talking about big mainstream department stores, right? Have we done that before? Like, why are people going to shop at Forever 21. It's just all of this crap that's made in China. And or the Gap even doesn't, all their stuff. I actually went into a Gap and none of their stuff was like from the US.
It's all China.
It's all foreign goods, right?
Like Thailand.
I still have the same opinion of it. I think that we need to have more manufacturing. And God forbid I bring Trump into the situation, but at least he talks about bringing, making America great again. And
well, Obama talked about that. So
even Obama talked
hope
about
and
it.
Change, right?
Hope and change, right? So there's a lot of talk about it, but the question is it actually being done?
Probably not.
And I think that for those people who work at those stores, those chains, the the big commercial outlets that
Yeah, they growled at us last year.
You did.
He growled
did he
at
really?
us.
Yeah.
Oh.
You went roar.
Oh, okay, yeah. He's just being funny though,
Yeah.
right? Probably. Yeah.
He was pretty serious.
Yeah, it was a there's intent in that crowd.
Well, he was posted over there pacing back and forth at the end of the street, and finally he had to walk past us, and he wasn't very happy. Anyway, the growler.
What I say is, it's important for people to know what they're buying. I guess my point is. So I've had previous campaigns where we've gone out to San Francisco, Westfield Mall, and stuff like that, and we've simply asked people, "Why are you buying stuff? Do you need it? Do I need a lot of the stuff that I have, quite frankly?"
I need everything.
Right?
I need everything I have and everything you have. I need it all. I need to have it. I should own everything.
Just ask people why do they need what they get? I mean, when was the last time I bought a pair of? I did just buy a pair of jeans in Las Vegas because my old ones had they got holes in them and ripped.
Oh boy.
So I had to go buy a new pair of jeans. But do you have to buy a new pair of jeans every week?
No.
You have to buy. Women, God forsakes, you want to have a lot of shoes. All right. How many do you need?
How many is enough?
For what reasons? You
For what
want
reason?
one for every dress? Or do you need two pairs for every dress because you want to have different accessories?
Good point.
All right, fair enough. But at least pick and choose what you have, right? I don't know.
I don't buy it.
Everything
I
in
try not to buy it.
moderation.
Yeah, moderation.
I think moderation is important. I get scared at malls because there's so much advertising coming at me.
Is that what it is? Because I used to love going to malls as a kid. Now,
Absolutely, right?
Now I hate it.
When
I dread
when
it.
I go into a mall now, not all the time because now I try to actually get myself into malls every once in a while. But when I went back into a mall for the first time, I hadn't gone for a couple of years. I was like not shaking, but it was kind of like aware of like all of the programming coming at me. So then, and once you go back into it and you keep on going back into it, then it kind of your alert level goes down, and that's a bad thing.
Okay.
Because then you're not on alert, and the more and more you go onto a mall and the more and more you buy stuff, then you kind of get programmed into it.
Become just second nature for you.
So I don't know if we want to talk about that kind of stuff at the Grove. I think it's all about programming. It's all about what they can do and cook up that will get us to follow what they're doing. Zuckerberg wants to have his new plans. He got to figure out how to get people to buy into them, right?
So that's what the Lakeside Chats. That's where the Lakeside Chats might be very useful.
That's right. It seems that the Lakeside Chats are basically talking to people and saying, "This is what we want to do."
Consensus building.
Consensus building. There you go. What's all the new stuff coming out? News stories about Fox News. Just look up Fox News RFID chips. What were you thinking?
You got a lot of shade on you. I'm gonna move this.
Sexual harassment. Roger Ailes' story.
Sexual? Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess it's going to be maybe on the top of the news list now is going to be talking about how taking the RFID chip for buying and selling and trading of goods is now going to be something that'll start popping up into our news cycle.
Oh, okay.
Because it's already a popular thing for clubs and stuff, and that's been going on for years. So yeah, that's just taken a little bit too far. And obviously, you know, credit cards already have chips in them. Well, a lot of them do.
Mm-hmm.
All it's doing is preparing you. It's like, what's the next step? How much easier is it to say, you know, you got that chip in your card,
It takes
and
longer.
all we have to do now is you just have to come into a facility and get a chip in your hand, and all you have to do is wave your hand across the cash register, and you can instantly buy or sell or do anything that you want, and all commerce can be done through the chip. Really? Okay. Where did I hear that before?
Yep, definitely break time. Where are they all going?
They send them all home, I think, so that all of you guys can go out and do their, what they're going to do their Lakeside Talks, right? Information and Kayla's going to happen.
It might.
Love this job.
Ladies, hit me up on my Instagram and Snapchat.
Stan Lee, 2 underscores, 4 E's, 4 E's.
4 E's.
His name is Stan Lee.
Eric Galoob also joined us for Bohemian Grove 2016. And here's some of the music from Eric Galoob. Bohemian Grove 2015.
It's always bent right there on that. Can you see that little bend right there? So it's always vulnerable to breaking right there. But that's exactly the place where I pick it, and so it always fractures right there. If I use it to grab it, because this is my strong hand. So
It's all Sean's fault.
I go a few. It is. It's all Sean's fault. I mean, I needed to be able to scapegoat somebody about something, and Sean filled the bill.
Sean just happened to be at the right
by
place.
having me move his backpack, which was only 175 pounds. Love is but the song we sing, and fear's the way we die. You can make the mountains ring, or make the angels cry. We are but a moment's sunlight.
Hunting them down and throwing them to a lions. They hated them.
Walden Baptist and the Waldens and the Anabaptists.
Exactly.
Because the Romans were trying to wipe them out.
Yeah. What was the Cathars? You know the Cathars? Zara? Yeah, they're still out there. They're awesome. Good people. They're really good. They're looking to be safe. Okay? So they're fitting in, and as long as they start to know about them, and they say, okay, as long as you don't work against us, you go for your power just like we go. Do you have a website? Your website? Context is
Morning. I don't got time for you.
Come down off your throne and leave your belly alone. Somebody must change. You are the reason I've been waiting here so long. Somebody holds the key. Well, I'm just ain't got the time. And I'm wasted and I can't find my way home. It's just not enough sun here. To get the sun, I have to be in the road.
Right. We could go over there if you want.
Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Everybody get together. Try to love one another. Some will come and some will go. We shall surely pass. When the one who left us here returns for us at last, we are but a moment's sunlight. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Everybody get together. Try to love one another right now.
So as soon as I get like running context, the rest of the hour, I have something that works with the running context.
Yeah, the funny thing is,
As the contextual
these letters that came in red, gold, blue, right? I'm trying to spell out a bunch of different things. Now they're all like the same color.
Weaving Spiders Come Not Here. Here is a great song, Weaving Spiders by the Sacred Owls.
It's a web of intrigue that starts in our Holy of Holies, Boys Town, Nebraska, one of the most respected institutions in the United States, and spreads out like a spider web to Washington, D.C., right up to the steps of the nation's capital, the steps of the White House, involves some of the most respected and powerful and richest businessmen in this United States of America. And the centerpiece of the entire web is the use of children for sex and drug dealing and drug couriers, the compromising of politicians, the compromising of businessmen, but worst of all, the corruption of key institutions of government that have the duty and responsibility to make sure these things never happen.
Spiders come out here. Are you Nancy Pants or fear? Rise above the masses. Get your sorry asses to the floor.
Could their objective be world domination? Nation?
Settle for scraps. Got you on the map. Twisted as a trap. Think that you'll be safe. You play that little game.
And next we're going to go into the extended version of Dark Docs number 25, where myself, Brendan O'Leary, and Christian Coffins, the host of Dark Docs, we all talk about, guess what? The Bohemian Grove. Here it is.
How do the American people know that 9/11 was a stage, was engineered by you, David Rockefeller, the Trilateral Commission, the CFR, and Bilderberg Group, sir? Answer my question.
Please sit down and shut up. 9/11 was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. 7/7 was an inside job. Government-sponsored terrorism isn't the exception. It's the rule. Inside job.
terrible loss of life. And this Monsignor Joseph, this poet, and they made that decision to pull, and we watched the building collapse.
Job, double talking, was an inside job. Operation Northwoods was an inside job. MK Ultra was an inside job. Project Ajax was an inside job. Operation Thrust was an inside job. Al Qaeda was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. JFK was an inside job. Was an inside job, MLK. Was an inside job, KKK. Was an inside job, government-sponsored terrorism isn't the exception, it's the rule. Government-sponsored terrorism isn't the exception, it's the rule. Government-sponsored terrorism isn't the exception, it's the rule. Terrorism isn't the exception, it's the rule.
And if you hear the shouting, it's a group of demonstrators who've come. 9/11 was an inside job. Oh, get a life. Get a life. 9/11 was an inside job.
Inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job.
Exactly. When we come back, we'll take you into the secret world of restroom gay sex. I think these demonstrators are all into restroom gay sex.
Could their objective be world domination? Nation?
Settle for scraps. Got you on the map. Trusting is a trap. Think that you'll be safe. You play that little game.
All right, we are live here on Dark Docs Digest. This is episode number 25. I am your new host, and I'm bringing on our new co-host here. My name is Greg Fernandez Jr., and I have Brendan O'Leary, and we have once again hijacked this show and claimed it as our own. What's going on, Brendan?
Oh, not much, Greg. Good to be here.
All right, we're 2 for 2, I think. This is great.
Mm.
Christian will be joining us. He is still the host. Nothing has changed. Nobody freak out. We're just covering in until he can join us here. This show, I think, is going to be mostly focused around the Bohemian Grove, once again, the Bohemian Club. And Brendan, I had a quick question for you. How did you get involved in all of this? I mean, who just wakes up one day and says, hey, you know what, I'm going to go check out that big 40-foot owl? Is that what kind of brought you into this? Or how did you get involved in looking into the Bohemian Club and everything that goes on at the Grove?
Yeah, pretty much. Wow. Everything stopped when I saw, in all honesty, that video from Jones of the cremation of care. I guess that probably was in 2008. I saw that, or maybe 2007, 2006. I don't know. It was a while back. Anywho, I saw that, saw how close it was to where I lived, and I said, well, I'm gonna try to read up on this. And that time, as it is today still, everything you read about the Grove is, it's like wrapped up in a weird Christmas package, you know. It's, you don't know what you're getting. So much misinformation, disinfo, just hidden stuff. And so in 2011, it was the first year I went. went down. I had a lot of petitions against some climate engineering and stuff from my good friend Rosalind Peterson. Went down there. Had a lot of interesting experiences that first time. I mean, when you go to the Grove, you never know what you're going to get, and you never know who you'll talk to. Those first few years that I went, there was a lot of people, and then it really petered out into what it has been, just us. I have found over time, though, that this Christmas wrapping around the Grove really is vestigial. I mean, honestly, yeah, you could probably classify us as historians more than protesters, because everything we go on is decades old for the most part. And we've been able to find, all of us working hard, we've found Lakeside Talks, we found, the Annals, we found people that we speak to every year out there, and the information is out there, and it kind of always has been, which is pretty interesting to consider. The internet, everyone has it, but I don't think everybody uses it to the full extent. But yeah, that's what got me interested, and I'm glad it did, because 8 years on, I can sit here with the Annals on my table, and I can understand what the hell is going on instead of just relying on alternative media,
That's right. And now, eight years later, has your views changed since you first got into this? Are you completely burnt out? Are you willing to give up at any point?
Well, when I'm 80 years old and I step away from the Grove, perhaps 100 people will replace me. That's what I like to think when I'm reading this stuff.
Nice.
But I don't want to be a spokesperson at all. I just want to find information and share it with people that want to know things. I guess originally I was a little angered, about the privacy. No, I'm 40 years old. I understand privacy. I wish I had more of it. But they're right to do what they want to do in there. They could be burning an effigy of me in front of a hamster. Go for it. That's what you're going to do. That's your private thing. But honestly, I think war criminals are definitely a part of this group, and I think any time where that amount of power is, you have to really start looking into the system around this private club, this country club, and see it for what it is. And there's wonderful research out there from professors and scholars, and William Domoff, or people like that. Just wonderful stuff out there, and it's been available for decades. Nobody wants to read it. I don't know.
Don't have time for that. It's not entertaining. It's not, it's not going to bring you any joy or any happiness. It's usually just going to stress people out. It's kind of what I've found out about it. And when you start talking to people, and you know what I've noticed? I've had the hardest time trying to explain the Bohemian Grove, trying to sum it up, to accurately sum it up in one or two sentences that just kind of let people know who they are and why we go out there, because I think sometimes these things get lost where we get too wrapped up in the conspiracy angle, we get too wrapped up in some of the more sensationalism, and I think a lot of the just basic hardcore facts kind of get overlooked. And I know you've been really good at uncovering or just helping get the word out about some of those facts, about all of these things that they are doing. These are real people going to a real place, sacrificing care. Maybe not sacrificing a real human, but they are sacrificing care in front of a 40-foot owl. And I think when you start there, it looks weird. Now, before Alex Jones had footage, I mean, people knew about this big owl, right? But it was like once Alex Jones got this footage, it was hard for people to kind of brush it off.
The cremation of Kara has been in the news before Alex Jones, and they've always called it mock druidic, ritual, and it's even been described, over and over again in like old CNN stuff from the 80s or whatnot, early 90s, Russia Today. A lot of people have gone there. A lot of people talked about it. But you can't get past the sensationalism of saying, oh, they might be burning people in front of that owl. It really detracts from possible cases that involve human trafficking. We know that there is human trafficking and prostitution. In the 70s, the Sonoma County sheriff, a new guy, actually tried to set up some stings and get rid of that, but it got thrown out under a technicality. I guess the main witness actually had a prostitution record themselves, and somehow, I guess, that made them discredited. It's crazy. But, I mean, they have known brothels in the area. They do. And it's disgusting. I always felt that Moloch was very sensationalistic and was not what I felt that it was. I never leaned in that direction. To each his own idea. But when you read the annals, and they talk about dull care, they actually say that dull care represents the real world.
And when you say the real world, you mean just like care in general, just giving 2 cents about anything that's going on?
There's some feedback.
There's some feedback here? Okay.
Yep.
How about now?
The real world.
Much
That
better?
sounds good.
Okay.
Yes.
That was good.
So the real world, they mean, like, of course, all the stress and the care and the pressures of the outside world, as we were told a couple of years ago by the orchestra leader for the cremation of care, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that. Yeah, sure. That's definitely what, kind of the goal of it, because, then they say that it kind of justifies their debauchery or whatever, their culture within the club there. But when you think about it, it's a human effigy being burned, and it's considered the real world. So the real world in the shape of a human effigy is being burned in order to justify like debauchery and all. And that's out of the annals. Of course they don't say debauchery or whatnot, but come on, that's it's very
strange. And I think the lakeside chats are some of the more strange things that happen at the Grove, inside of Bohemian Grove. The lakeside chats are really where you can see all of the interesting talks that they're doing, and they look like they're talking about government policy, don't they?
They are, and sometimes they can elicit debates themselves. In the early 80s, there was Edward Teller. He's the father of the hydrogen bomb, and he gave a lakeside talk that basically said we need to elect Ronald Reagan because Jimmy Carter's foreign policy sucks. And it was noted as being unbecoming of a guy there. And so
Ungentlemanly.
yes. And so the Secretary of State at the time, possibly Secretary of Defense, I'd have to reread the memo, but he took offense to this, and afterwards, after the fact, they went to the camp that Teller was in, and he and another person started the debate that that Carter was okay, blah blah blah. We know all this because it was in the Jimmy Carter White House memo from his presidential library. And there's a big C in the corner where he initialed reading it. It's an interesting thing. Yes. These and then we have I guess 1991. That was a big year for Bohemian Grove and Lakeside Talks. Let me move my book here. That year saw Dick Cheney give a nice speech on on the major defense problems of the 21st century. Saw George Shultz, the former Secretary of State for Reagan, also the former Secretary of Treasury under Nixon, and the Director of Management and Budget and the Secretary of Labor, all under Nixon again, give one called The Agenda for America. And that one actually closed out the Lakeside Talks. They kind of saved the big last final one for something special, you know. Back in the day, it was usually President Herbert Hoover giving it. He did that for decades. They saved him for the last speaker.
It's good to be back here at the Council on Foreign Relations. I am Christian Coffins with you guys. Sorry I was tardy to the party. I got pulled over. There was a speed trap coming from Melbourne, and it's 50 miles an hour, and then immediately goes to 35. So, you know, I have my cruise control set for 55. And then I see the 35 slam on the brakes, and sure enough, there's a cop hiding right there. He's like, I clocked you at 49 and a 35. I'm like, no, you didn't. You clocked me with a going of 49 and a 55, and then you caught me right as I was passing the sign. He let me off, like, oh, just, watch your speed. He let me off because I had all my crap with me. I'm here with my son and stuff. Still triggered, by the way, by being incarcerated for 13 hours for the first time in my life on a fake DUI that I'm going to be going to court on Tuesday for. So, I'm all shook up like, he's going to handcuff me in front of my son and crap because, it's in the system. I have all these paranoid thoughts going through my head. So I'm a little jitty today. I apologize if I'm all, high strung and stuff. I'm trying to unwind. It's good to be on with you guys. I'm glad to see you guys are throwing down already. I like what I'm hearing.
Cool. How are we both coming in clear? Any audio technical?
Sounds good. When I first came on, I had, last episode I found that the microphone on my laptop actually sounds better, at least through the Blog Talk Radio, than this Audio Technica headset that I'm using right now. So, but I know that you just muted me when I logged on with that because there was feedback, which makes sense. I guess the Blog Talk Radio compensates for that, but perhaps this free conference call does not. So you'll get a feedback loop. So I'm curious to see how this sounds after everything. I have a microphone from a 4-track recorder, a condenser stereo mic that I want to try out, but I'm not going to experiment with that live. I'll mess with that later. I have a super nice mic, but I need an inbox for that. So,
work in progress. Might have too. Yeah, I might have something like that.
Oh, fantastic.
Send you over.
Yeah, bring it to the Grove in 2 weeks.
Cool. I will bring care.
3 weeks, maybe.
A care package.
Dole care. Dole care.
Dole care. That's right.
The fire.
World.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys can see the screen or not. We're also trying out our screen share, and so this all just is a.
This is great.
It's all a nice test in progress here.
Yeah, we got a little chat window here. We're all Greg Fernandez Jr. today because I guess we got to create our own free conference call accounts so we can.
It's all about me. That's all.
That's
don't
right.
Worry.
Dark Ducks Digest with Greg, Greg, and Greg. We're like a law firm.
Sorry,
Fernandez, and Fernandez.
Might as well be.
It really does sound like a law firm. I'm sure there is a Fernandez, and Fernandez.
Oh, if there's not, I'm going to start it. I'll create one.
That's right. So this is great. This is recording an MP4, I assume.
Yeah,
we can get a video file. That's fantastic.
Yeah, we can get a video and a audio file. So I did play a song at the start. I played 9/11 was an inside job. I'm not sure about the quality or anything like that, so it'll be interesting to hear how it plays back. Hopefully it's not just 4 minutes of silence, but if it is, just, hey, sometimes you got to take those silent moments and just make the best of it. No worries.
It's a conspiracy of silence.
There you go.
It comes for you in the night.
It really is.
And while we're experimenting, I'm going to go on Facebook Live as Dark Docs using OBS Studio, an open source software any of you guys can download. And
yeah, I was going to ask you
I'm going to do the screen sharing and system audio and microphone going into that. So in a couple of minutes, you can go to facebook.com/darkdocs2, that's DARKDOX2, and see it live as well.
Nice.
And hopefully it doesn't lag or create feedback or anything. We'll find out.
Excellent. Never know. Never know till you try.
Uh-oh. Why don't I have a Facebook Live button on Dark Docs? Oh, here it is. Okay. They changed the look of it. I was like...
That's a conspiracy.
Yeah, everything's a conspiracy.
Everything is a conspiracy except for the fact that everything is a conspiracy. That is not a conspiracy. That is a fact.
That's right.
Like, yeah, whatever.
At federaljack.com, our slogan was, "Conspiracy is no longer theory." That was our moniker.
That's right. Conspiracy.
Nice.
So, Brendan, did you have any readings or anything for us that you wanted to...
I want story time with Brendan. We need to make a jingle for Bohemian story time with we all sit down Indian style, listen to Brendan tell us stories from the annals of the Bohemian Grove.
With some nice elevator music in the back, a little strings and quartet.
Library story time where they come to the libraries and read the Bohemian Grove annals in drag. I think we should do that.
In drag? Okay. I was thinking maybe like an owl.
Fantastic.
How about in like druids?
Some robes.
Yeah, up like with a hood and an owl mask reading from the grove. Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's normal. Completely normal.
Hey, if you guys are protesting it, all of you activists and you Antifa, then you should have no problem with this in our public school. I think we should. That'd be a funny little, mock protest kind of thing to do.
I love it.
All right. Sing me in.
Dun.
All right. Dun.
Let's start streaming. Let's see.
All right. This is a little bit from the Annals of the Bohemian Club, Volume 6, 1973 to 1987. The secret of the Bohemian Club, the thing that to some extent authenticates the name and that makes the club unique, is the Grove. One must start with that. But here the hand grows shaky. The annual encampment amid the giant redwoods of Northern California coast is, whether its more boisterous celebrants understand this or not, a mystery. The encampment is all a game, a gesture, a midsummer's night dream. It is a fleeting escape. No man abandons his position in the establishment to enter this Bohemia. 1,500 men and more, many of them distinguished Americans, assemble in highly comfortable campsites amid soaring trees on the valley floor of the Russian River. For 2 weeks they drink, feast, enact picturesque rituals vaguely redolent of Druidism, and put on elaborate musical and theatrical performances. Then it is over. The university presidents, the authors, the actors, the corporation chairman, the diplomats,
the admirals, the generals, the Nobel Prize scientists, the statesmen, the financiers, the San Francisco lawyers and businessmen go back to the world of dull care. The groves fall silent. The sunshine slants through the redwoods on empty camps and untrodden paths. The Bohemian Grove is a stupendously successful illusion, a gossamer spell, achieved by a massive logistical work. The cost is terrific. The effort chaotic. Shows scarcely less elaborate than Broadway productions play one performance to a private audience, then vanish. None of this material and none of these performances are geared to the taste of the professional art world. They are, in a true sense, amateur. But at the heart of the Grove's magic lie not these theatrics, spectacular though that they are, but two emotional experiences. The first is the general attitude that every man there is a brother. Once past the gate, old tycoons, young account executives, astronauts, and singers become equal, men together, returning to nature in high style. To be an ethereal dream of a redwood's Eden, as elaborate and complicated under the idyllic surface as an aircraft carrier. Sunlight shafting through redwoods can be captured in paint, but scarcely in words. So too the brotherly affection of men for each other, in the style of Old West, men sitting around a fire in rough clothes, in the cold light of the night, under the trees, talking, drinking booze, listening to improvised music. Such affection eludes definition, especially to wives. Men can decently love each other. They always have. But women never quite understand. The second experience is awe-inspired by the trees. The oldest and grandest of living things there are an almost visible signature of the Creator put to his natural handiwork. Americans are embarrassed by religious talk. Little is said in the Grove about this feeling, though it finds some formal voice in the cremation of care ceremony. But in the meditative silences of men sitting or walking together under the trees, much is wordlessly spoken. Then it goes on a little bit to say, Bohemia is a unique artifact of the Western Americana. Men's clubs around here and abroad, but there is only men's club abound here and abroad, but there is only one Bohemia. Seen from a certain aspect, it is remarkably dogged. It is a remarkably dogged effort to persevere. At least for a fortnight, at least under the trees, an America that dates back before the Second World War. An America
Oh man, they were playing
Rock
Fortnite back then? Were they like dabbing and doing the floss at the Bohemian Grove? Am I hearing this right?
Yes,
you
are.
I have a 9-year-old, so I'm appealing
Don't
to the
let him play
YouTubers.
Fortnite. Don't let him play it.
Yeah, man, that's a psyop.
Bohemia is permanently out of synchronization with the real world, which it calls dull care. Its manners and tastes are quaint. The occasional legato ribaldry of low jinks only makes one wistful for naive old days when there really were standards to be skirted or violated. Now what the hell does that mean, huh?
All right, I'm about to go live on Dark Duck's Facebook, so we'll do like a little mid-show introduction, and then we can continue. Sound good?
Yes.
Cool.
All right.
Cool.
Going live. Welcome to Dark Duck's Digest, episode 25. We are now off the grid and off of Eternal Affairs Media and on our own with Brendan O'Leary and Greg Fernandez Jr. Today we are going to be reading from the annals of the Bohemian Grove. It is drag story time with Brendan at the Bohemian Grove, and we're going to continue on. We were pre-gaming a little bit, and I'll let Brendan continue with his reading from which year's annal is this from?
I'm gonna begin reading from 1987 to 1996, Volume 7.
Ah, an excellent vintage.
It's a good vintage.
Good year. Good year.
We're gonna look at 1991. It's a good year in Bohemia. A lot happened. What I would like to do is to roughly and abbreviatedly kind of go over all of July and specific what happens at the Grove. I think everybody would like to know what the itinerary at the Grove looks like. I'm using 1991 because that was the year that we had Dick Cheney talking about the defenses of the 21st century. It's where we had Richardson, former Secretary of Defense, talking about New World Order. A lot of good stuff. I want to say that in the months leading up to July, usually in June, but in this case in 91, in May there was the Sonoma County Officials Day. It's where they go to the Grove and have a lovely banquet. All right, July. So in 1991, the Bohemian Grove encampment went from July 12th to the 27th. July 12th, there was something called Safari. It was an opening thing. I don't know what it was. There's not much detailed, but it had a sire, which means it had a host. So I'm guessing it was either a small show or some music and some food. Then that day, July 12th, there's an opening ceremony at the Owl Shrine, followed by scattered leaves, and then a speaker of the old guard gives a speech, and then the speaker of the young guard gives a speech. Then, on the 13th, the next day, there are lakeside talks every afternoon around lunchtime, and then there are museum talks daily also. The lakeside talks, particularly, they're very important to pay attention to. There's a good quote, and now I'm reading from the Henry Kissinger biography written by Walter Isaacson. Kissinger was famous for performing skits. In 1988, he played... I'm sorry. That's not the quote I wanted. Basically, he gets up and... there's Low Jinks also that... I'm all backwards. Sorry, guys. Alright, so... Cremation of Care happens after the dinner honoring the old guard. Cremation of Care usually happens at around 9 o'clock. After that, there's the cremation afterglow, and that's a big party. It's where everybody does a lot of drinking and talking. The next day is the campfire show, followed the next night by another campfire show, and the next night, and the next night, and the next night, the campfire shows. And then they have orchestras. These are huge orchestras. We're talking 60-plus people sometimes. Friday night, for the first night, is for the first week, is a lovely giant feast where everybody sits and they eat for hours. And then it's followed the next night by band concert. This goes into the second weekend. This is when people fly in, the real heavy hitters fly in for brief lakeside talks. They kind of focus the more important talks around the second weekend, and then the third weekend, of course, they save the big final talk. Now, the Low Jinks, I got ahead of myself earlier with Kissinger. Low Jinks are pretty important. Low Jinks are really lowbrow humor shows with lots of money put behind them. And one one famous example of low jinks is Henry Kissinger comes out on stage and he plays a whole play inside a Henry Kissinger mask. And everybody's like, that guy can really sound like Henry or whatever. He pulls the mask off, and then he declares that low jinks is the world's greatest aphrodisiac. You know. Now,
I thought it was
when
adrenochrome.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's like Russian nesting Kissinger.
Maybe they have like champagne fountains with it pouring down flutes.
It's just a bunch of pee. They have fountains of pee that they drink from.
Delicious.
Just kidding, that's fake news. I just made that up.
The crossing the river, usually that's what they call visiting the prostitutes in the local area. Crossing the river, jumping the river. And this is the second weekend. That's when it's historically at its peak, I suppose. Then they start having campfire shows the rest of the week. Mind you, Lakeside Talks are going on every day, as are the museum talks, and those are the policy steering. They can be political, they can be about art, they can be about media, but usually it is leading towards steering commitments and social cohesion towards a certain topic. When you head past the second weekend, you get into the final part of the Grove, and that builds up with campfire shows and bands every night. And the final weekend, they have a Grove play, which is a giant Broadway equivalent show in the woods with everyone in attendance, absolutely shit-faced, having a good old time. And then, Winter Carnival, which is pretty interesting. There's a photo of one of their little Winter Carnival activities, it's like a relay of watermelons, and they're all in rafts, and they all float around with watermelons in their laps, and I guess they go so far and they switch them out. I'm guessing it's like, when you have an egg under your chin. They do that all day. A lot of water games, and then you have for the final night, last Saturday night at the Field Circle, which has lots of very important people in attendance. I would say if you wanted to see anybody that's anybody, roughly go between the last Friday and the end of the encampment, because that's when generally they are said to be there. Okay. I guess about that for now. I gotta drink some water.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Miss Burial and my son are pretending to be sea urchins from the distance to get my attention, I think. I don't know what they're... I got the headphones on. What? So my son has this summer learning book that, so you don't get like the summer lull or whatever, and summer slide back they call it. And what I like about this book is that between every couple pages of activities, just like math or reading or whatever, you have to do like something physical. So they have to pretend to be jellyfish as one of like the physical activities. I love that because it gets like the blood going, and very, very interesting. Good book. It comes with like little star stickers, and so you can like cut out flashcards when you're on like long car rides and stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. I was really happy to see that they still make fun things like that. The youth is not
kids
lost,
really
is
need
what I'm
that.
saying.
Yeah,
That's good.
Thank God.
There's
Still
hope.
alive.
Yes, yes. And he loves it. It's great. And we took a day off from, he's doing 6 pages of stuff a day. And usually takes 2 hours or whatever. And then we took a day off for him to come out with me to the Trump rally last Tuesday. And that was like his first political thing, going to anything. And he got to really get like the full experience of, there was a thunderstorm we had to deal with, and we were stuck in line. It was band playing, and then it was like super hot. People were dying, you know, like passing out literally from heat exhaustion. There's paramedics coming out, and you know, and then finally they let us in, and we got to see everyone speak. You know, so I thought it was like the full gamut of social experiences for something like this. You know, got to see a little bit of protesters. We met the Proud Boys, Florida chapter. And I gotta say, I was wearing I made these sacred owls. I went out to Goodwill and bought a bunch of nice dress shirts. And I cut off the arms, you know, so I won't be like dying of heat on stage on tour. And, you know, so they're like cutoffs. And I screen printed like the Owl Buster, you know, the Bohemian Grove logo crossed out on the backs of Sacred Owls. So like they're like business casual rockabilly wear, I suppose. And I got a lot of compliments on them, and a lot of these Trump supporters, different ages, they were well aware of what that symbol was, and that, you know, they were taking pictures with me, and you know, they just assumed by my look that like I'm in a rock band and rockabilly bands and stuff. And you know, so it was a great way. You know, I had a bunch of Sacred Owl stickers, Dark Doc stickers, and was passing them out to the crowd. And you know, if you go see like Nancy Pelosi or Joe Biden or any of these Democrats and stuff, and you talk about this stuff, you'll get nothing but like eye rolls, conspiracy theorist, Alex Jones, tinfoil hat, nah, orange man bad. But over here, you talk about, I'm just sick of these secret societies running things and all these pedophile, human trafficking people. It's disgusting, you know, this and that. And like, you know, I'd always, they would kind of look at me like, so are you against Trump? I'm like, we don't have any annals or any information where he's a guest, or there's no pictures of him, this and that. You know, what are the chances do you guys think that Joe Biden's going to be at this year's Grove? That's what I'm curious about.
I think this is speculation, just my opinion. I think they're just as high as Jared Kushner being there.
Yeah, I think it's possible. You never know who's going to go. But it's usually for...
Ooh, we got some auto tune.
Got some more auto?
Testing?
Yeah. Testing 1, 2.
There you go. That's better.
Much better. Okay. Auto issues all day, but auto issues will not stop us. So it's okay.
No.
I like it. It sounds like those, you know, when they auto-tune the news and stuff, you know, I mean, we're talking about the news and we're auto-tuned, and the YouTubers are going to love it.
Yeah, we're trying to go for that Kanye.
Yeah, no, this is all intentional, yeah.
Biden at the Grove. I don't know. I'd be curious, but
I heard that he might be standing outside groping owls.
That's what I heard. I heard that he's going to be 7 feet tall, and he's going to be whispering into the owl's ear with his hands on the shoulders of the owl, and just whispering sweet nothings and saying, "Talk to my daughter about the video. I'll see you at the pizza party." You know?
You look so good. You are so effing hot.
Oh, what? You're 300 years old? Maybe if you were 17. Maybe if you were 14. You know, and too old for my blood.
Yeah, 300 years old.
Yeah. And I love it. It's funny. Like, I actually heard him say "too old for my blood." I need to get that clip. It's in the Pizzagate documentary that we have at Dark Docs. "Too old for my blood," because don't they, you know, in this all spirit cooking and stuff, don't they get the blood of young people and like they drink it and like rub their faces in it and sometimes inject it in order to stay alive forever, you know? So like literally too old for my blood, you know, like I need your blood, but like if you're younger, you're 19, too old for my blood, you know? It gives a whole new meaning.
Did you catch in Teddy Bear's Picnic that reference?
No. Well, adrenochrome or?
There's a senator, I believe it's a senator or somebody, and he's sitting with another guy, and he's like, I'm 82 years old. He's like, what? You're 82 years old? And he's like, yeah. He's like, what? You look so young. What do you do? I don't get it. And he's like, baby's blood. And then it cuts to another scene.
Oh man, dude, like you need to watch that movie. Even like us, where we catch a lot of little things, but that movie is so chock full of those little gems. Every single shot, like you know, the first time I watched it with my mom, and you know, of course, she's Christian Coffin's mom, so I've been bombarding her with this stuff for over 10 years. You know, and she knows everything about the Grove and has posters for Sacred Owls and stuff. She's an amazing person and a super fan of what we're doing. And you know, so when this DVD came in the mail from Amazon, I was like, oh my God, do you know what this is? And I was explaining to her the Harry Shearer, and he's a member, and you know, Spinal Tap, and you know, because we were big fans of, Spinal Tap, of course, and what else? A Mighty Wind's Best in Show. You know, those movies are fucking hilarious. You know, so it broke my heart when I saw Order of Death, and it's like, oh, Harry Shearer, member of the Grove, is an apologist. You know, and I was like, no, it's nothing sacred. This is bullshit. And you know, so I put the DVD on, and I'm literally having to, like, they'll say something in the car. I'll hit pause. I'll be like, okay, what they meant was, and then I'll hit play. And then they'll say the next, you know, line of the movie. I'd have to hit pause and be like, okay, what they're referencing here. It's literally every single shot is just like some sort of Easter egg reference to some occult thing. And it's so well written in that, like, they nail it on every, like, they don't miss any opportunities. And it's so much that you can't just casually watch the film. You almost have to, like, watch a scene, hit pause, dissect it. It's a little riddle. You got to think about it, and I mean, it's almost so chock full of information. I almost wonder, is it really an apologist or is it like an expose? Because it almost feels like something we would making fun of them. You know, so it's like I still am not sure if it's like to make it seem silly or if it maybe a little bit of both. You know, because it's like in the Illuminati, you know, or so all the writings by Albert Pike and things like that. It's good sport to be like very hidden in plain view, and they can't do terrible things without literally telling us what they're doing and laughing about how we're so dumb that they literally were telling us and we don't get it. You know, and it's like a gauge for them that once we start catching them on their bullshit stuff, you know, they're like, oh, we better, you know, mind our P's and Q's because they're waking up. It's like in They Live where he's like, you look like formaldehyde face. You know, you need a Brazilian facelift. And then she looks into her watch and says, we have one that can see. And then she fucking disappears. You know, that's kind of how they gauge things, you know. They'll walk around hidden in plain sight, you know, because everyone's under a brainwash. But then once you put on the glasses, once you wake up, then you can see them for what they are, and if you call them on it, they'll report back to HQ that you know, the slaves are waking up, you know, and I don't know, I think it's a little bit of that.
Yes, I see that movie and I see scenes in it, and it's like almost PTSD. I'm like, I've been there. I've had that conversation. Those protesters are funny. Yeah. That's a great movie. I've probably seen it like 6 times.
Absolutely. I remember watching that movie when it first came out, and like a lot of that stuff, like I really had to go back, and I think when I watched it in like 2010 or 2012, it was like watching it for the very first time. And I thought I was watching a whole different film.
Oh yeah, yeah. Watching it awake versus because I first watched it when I was 14 or 15. My old drummer from like the first band I was in, Lance, who is going to, he lives out in LA now, and he's going to be at our Los Angeles Sacred Owls show, and that's going to be at Five Star Bar in Los Angeles on the day before we go to the Grove, so it's Friday, July 12th. And for all you listeners out there in LA, come out. And it's a special appearance because on government-sponsored terrorism, the song "They Live" was actually written by Lance when we were in. He was actually in middle school when he wrote that song, but then we adopted it for our band, the Roonies, in high school, and it never got recorded by that outfit. We started to do a demo for it, and then the band broke up, and you know, we went on to other projects, and it wasn't until I moved up here, met Ariel, actually before I met Ariel, when it was like the second incarnation of Sacred Owls with our old drummer Joe, we reintroduced that song and started playing it live again, and you know, we had the projector, so I had all the clips, and it became a Sacred Owls song on government-sponsored terrorism. But yeah, man, so I watched that movie, and you know, we had the song and stuff when I was really young, and I just thought it was like a cool kind of fun sci-fi movie. But then as the years gone by, and the reason why I made it a Sacred Owl song, and that actually launched the whole you know, kind of branch of Sacred Owls material, where I was like, okay, we're going to have like hardcore truther nonfiction songs, but we're also going to have maybe 40% of our stuff be songs about fictional things like Idiocracy, Death Wish, that are going to be fictional based on these classic films, which is kind of a callback to the Misfits, where, you know, they had Plan 9 from Outer Space, Teenagers from Mars, and Return of the Fly, where they'd have all these songs that are kind of callbacks to classic horror films that inspired the band to really become a band in the whole horror punk genre. So it's kind of a callback to them that's a callback to the 50s horror and things like that, where now we're in this new age, and you know, being a 35-year-old, kind of reintroducing these 1970s, 1980s grindhouse classics that were very influential in our aesthetic, in our art and things like that. And of course, you know, Death Wish, it's all about vigilantism and how, you know, a good, you know, kind of straight-laced guy, an architect, a law-abiding citizen, something terrible can happen to him, and he'll see the corruption of law enforcement and how useless they are, and he is forced to take the law into his own hands in order to have justice for his wife and his daughter. And then you have Idiocracy, of course, which is a prophecy by Mike Judge, the creator of Beavis and Butthead and Office Space and many other amazing films. And he predicted way before, you know, a lot of these things really started happening, just the decline of the educational system and how it will affect mainstream culture. And now, you know, you have politicians like AOC using street slang on Congress, which is exactly what was happening in Idiocracy, where they're like, it's the House of Representing, you know, Georgia 305 represent, you know, and you have cops like, okay, sir, you'll be a particular individual in prison with a, you know, just acting like retarded, and we literally have a cap on IQ for law enforcement. If you have an IQ above a certain number, you cannot be a police officer, because statistically people with higher IQs will tend to question authority in what they would deem like an obnoxious, regular basis, which will cause, what they call obstruction of justice, when they just want goons to be taking orders and not questioning what they're doing because they know that the higher-ups are going to be telling them to do things that are corrupt and go against their oath to uphold and protect the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the citizens of the United States. When, we're actually, the people that are in the know, members of, the ACLU, which is already starting to become corrupt in the past couple of years, so we backed away from them. But people that are libertarians, have a copy of the Bill of Rights and the Constitution in their pocket. And of course, that's why the FBI document back in the late 90s came out with a dossier that, potential terrorists will be Ron Paul supporters. Potential terrorists will have be citing the Constitution to law enforcement. Maybe have a copy of 1984. Maybe have a copy of Zeitgeist, or and they'll tie it in. They might have a copy of 1984 or the Communist Manifesto or the Anarchist Cookbook. So they'll be spinning guilt by association of people that are straight up terrorists, literal fascist, violent people mixed in with people that, hey man, I know my rights as a U.S. citizen, law-abiding citizens. And they want that confusion with law enforcement. So that's why we brought in Idiocracy to remind people of hey man, they've been talking about this for a long time, and this is what it means. It's a deconstruction of sorts, the way we introduce these topics that people have heard of, and it's fun. It breaks up a lot of the scary, fucked up shit that we talk about. But They Live has always been a big one with us, because watching that as someone who is awake and knows about the corruption, of course you could have the whole lizard people angle and stuff and take it literally. I don't, but I see it more as you have people that have been corrupted or co-opted by globalism, by this real fascism that is in fact socialism, and communist ideologies that are infecting the minds of the left here in the United States. The Democrats and the Democratic Socialists sounds a lot like Hitler's party to me, and that's the way they act. And yet they call everyone on the right that is more, conservative, just wants to be left alone, just wants their national sovereignty, and doesn't want the southern border, being, just bombarded by literal illegal aliens. And then they'll say, oh, you're a racist if you're against that. And I want to bring up another topic that I was just listening to the No Agenda show, which anyone listening to this, you guys need to check out that podcast. It makes ours look very amateur, but hey, we're just starting out. They've been doing it for 11 years, hosted by Adam Curry and John C. Dvorak. Adam Curry used to be an MTV VJ, and then he has had a bunch of Fortune 500 companies, and he gave up all of that stuff he's the founder of podcasting. In fact, he's called the Podfather, because he actually developed the software that, and the format, the idea of actually recording these talks that people will just have and talk about issues, having sound clips and things like that, and publishing them so people can listen to them later, download them, collect them, syndicate them, and whatever, and for it to be all in the Creative Commons, open source, da-da-da. John C. Dvorak wrote for PC Magazine for over 15 years, and he has an amazing resume. You can look him up. And what they were talking about is they have, instead of listeners, they have producers, which I love that idea, and we're going to more and more start to adopt that on Dark Docs Digest, where if you donate money to us in a certain amount, you will become a producer, executive producer of that episode, and we will vouch for you, just like in Hollywood. And we will read your letters on the air, no matter what they say, and we will not censor you, because you are helping produce the show. And your say matters if you actually help donate, help us keep this going, so that we can donate our time and expertise in order to bring you these very valuable broadcasts. And one of their producers today wrote in a letter, and they actually ended up talking for about 9 hours about how the black people here in the United States have been very, of course, we all know, disenfranchised, and especially now there's a new hashtag that's, I forget the exact acronym, but pretty much it means like people of color that are descendants of slaves, like direct, like you can actually show your lineage, like my ancestors were slaves. And, you know, at first, like reparations, everyone rolls their eyes, this and that, it's the Democrats, they just want money, this and that. But, I mean, when you listen to these people, these black Americans that are dealing with a lot of crap, and, you know, some of them are Black Lives Matter, some of them are more like on the right wing with like Candace Owens and things like that. You know, when you actually listen to what this movement is really about, is actually about how the Democrats kept promising them, you know, all of these things and keep screwing them over. And then when Barack Obama came into office, he promised them all, and they were all like, finally, we got a black guy in office. We actually, in the movie Endgame Blueprint for Global Enslavement, the Alex Jones film, you have KRS-One, the hip-hop artist, black man, black American, and he was talking about how, you know, we were on the brink of revolution, and then they put Obama in office, and we just all had to fold our arms and sit back because there's nothing you can do. Because if you talk bad against Obama, even if you're black, you're racist. Where Obama is not an African American. He is
Thank you very much, everybody. Please. Hope it's not too hot, but it's pretty warm. Thank you. So, we've had a big day in the stock market. Things are coming back, and they're coming back very rapidly, a lot sooner than people thought. People are feeling good about our country. People are feeling good about therapeutics and possible vaccines. But we're going to go over quite a bit, and maybe at the end we'll take some questions if we have time. It's not too hot. Today I signed legislation and an executive order to hold China accountable for its oppressive actions against the people of Hong Kong. The Hong Kong Autonomy Act, which I signed this afternoon, passed unanimously through Congress. This law gives my administration powerful new tools to hold responsible the individuals and the entities involved in extinguishing Hong Kong's freedom. We've all watched what happened. Not a good situation. Their freedom's been taken away, their rights have been taken away, and with it goes Hong Kong, in my opinion, because it will no longer be able to compete with free markets. A lot of people will be leaving Hong Kong, I suspect. And we're going to do a lot more business because of it, because we just lost one competitor. It's the way it is. We lost a very, very serious competitor that we incentivized to take a lot of business and do well. And we gave them a lot of business by doing what we did. We gave them things that nobody else had the right to do. And that gave them a big edge over other markets. And because of that edge, they've done really historic business, tremendous business, far bigger than anybody would have thought years ago when we did this gift. It was really a gift to freedom. Today, I also signed an executive order ending U.S. preferential treatment for Hong Kong. Hong Kong will now be treated the same as mainland China. No special privileges, no special economic treatment, and no export of sensitive technologies. In addition to that, as you know, we're placing massive tariffs and have placed very large tariffs on China. First time that's ever happened to China. Billions of dollars have been paid to the United States, of which I've given quite a bit to the farmers and ranchers of our country because they were targeted. And that's been going on for 3 years. It's the first time anybody's ever done anything like that. And prior to the plague pouring in from China, they were having the worst years, you know, in 67 years. And I don't want them to have a bad year. I want them to have a good year. But they were taking advantage of the United States for many, many years. And that's stopping. But then the virus came in, and the world is a different place. But we're now getting back. And one of the reasons the market's doing so, it's almost at the point that it was at prior to the plague. Almost. We're getting very close. It's a great thing. It's an amazing thing what our people have done and what they've endured. No administration has been tougher on China than this administration. We imposed historic tariffs. We stood up to China's intellectual property theft at a level that nobody's ever come close. We confronted untrustworthy Chinese technology and telecom providers. We convinced many countries, and I did this myself for the most part, not to use Huawei, because we think it's an unsafe security risk. It's a big security risk. I talked many countries out of using it. If they want to do business with us, they can't use it. Just today, I believe that UK announced that they're not going to be using it. And that was up in the air for a long time, but they've decided. And you look at Italy, you look at many other countries. We withdrew from the Chinese-dominated WHO, and we fully rebuilt the United States military. The WHO, World Health Organization, we were paying close to $500 million a year. China was paying $39 million a year. And China had too much say. They worked it very hard, which is a bad thing done by our past administrations. But we were tough, and we were saying, I was asking, I said, why are we paying so much more than China? China has 1.4 billion people. We have 325, probably 325 million approximately. Nobody can give the exact count. We're trying to get an exact count, but you have, over the years, many illegals who have come into the country, so it depends on how you want to count it. But you could say 325 to 350 million people as opposed to 1.4 billion people. And the world trade is terrible. That deal is terrible. The world health is a terrible deal. We've been very tough on the World Trade Organization, and we've been, I guess, as tough as you can get on world health. We withdrew our money. We told them we're getting out. Doesn't mean that someday we won't go back in. Maybe we will when it's correctly run, but they made a lot of bad predictions, and they said a lot of bad things about what to do and how to do it, and they turned out to be wrong. And they were really a puppet of China. And make no mistake, we hold China fully responsible for concealing the virus and unleashing it upon the world. They could have stopped it. They should have stopped it. Would have been very easy to do at the source when it happened. In contrast, Joe Biden's entire career has been a gift to the Chinese Communist Party and to the calamity of errors that they've made. They made so many errors. And it's been devastating for the American worker. China has taken out hundreds of billions of dollars a year from our country, and we rebuilt China. I give them all the credit in the world. I don't give the credit for the people that used to stand here, because they allowed this to happen, where hundreds of billions of dollars were taken out of the United States Treasury in order to rebuild China. There's no company and no country in the world has ever ripped off the United States like the incredible job that they did on this country and the people that ran it. Possibly it's one of the reasons, certainly it's one of the very big reasons, trade and things related to trade, that I got elected in the first place. I've been talking about it for a long time, along with many other subjects, frankly. Joe Biden supported China's entry into the World Trade Organization, one of the greatest geopolitical and economic disasters in world history. If you look at China and you look at the moment they joined the World Trade, they were flatlining for years and years and years and decades. And then all of a sudden they joined the World Trade Organization, and they went like a rocket ship. They were given all sorts of advantages. They were considered a developing country. As a developing country, they got tremendous advantages over the United States and other countries. And they took advantage of those advantages and then some. Biden personally led the effort to give China permanent most favored nation status, which is a tremendous advantage for a country to have. Few countries have it, but the United States doesn't have it. Never did, probably never even asked for it, because they didn't know what they were doing. As Vice President, Biden was a leading advocate of the Paris Climate Accord, which was unbelievably expensive to our country, would have crushed American manufacturers while allowing China to pollute the atmosphere with impunity. Yet one more gift from Biden to the Chinese Communist Party. They took all of the advantage away from us. They took everything away. They don't have oil. We would have had to close up tremendous amounts of our energy to qualify eventually, not too far into the future. We would have had to do things that would have been unbelievably destructive to our country, including the possible closing of 25% of our businesses. Think of that. And it was going to cost us hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars for the privilege of being involved in the Paris Climate Accord. And you just have to look at what took place this year in Paris and France, where money was being sent to countries all over the world, and the people of France didn't want to take it, and they didn't, and they did a lot of rioting. They had their taxes raised. We would have had to raise our taxes, and it was a disaster. I've been given a lot of credit for what I did there. It took a certain amount of courage, I guess, because it sounds so nice, the Paris Climate Accord, but it wasn't good for us at all. America lost nearly 10,000 factories while Joe Biden was vice president. Think of that, 10,000 factories. He wrote something today, and he made a statement today that I wrote down, pretty accurate. So Biden was here for 47 years, 8 years, the last 8 years, not long ago as vice president. He said, 1 in 5 miles of our highways are still in poor condition. Well, we're doing a good job on highways, but why didn't he fix them 3 years ago? Why didn't he fix them? Tens of thousands of bridges are in disrepair and on the verge of collapse. Well, it's probably not a right number, but we have bridges that should have been fixed. Why didn't he fix them? He was there for 8 years with President Obama. Why didn't they fix them? Tens of thousands of bridges. This is what he wrote. High-speed broadband. We want high-speed broadband. Well, why didn't he get it? 3 years ago is not a long time. And he didn't do any of the things, but now he says he's going to be president. And as president, he's going to do all the things that he didn't do. He never did anything except make very bad decisions, especially on foreign policy. So Joe Biden and President Obama freely allowed China to pillage our factories, plunder our communities, and steal our most precious secrets. And I've stopped it largely, but I've stopped it. And it wasn't easy, because you talk about a certain power of the telephone and the calls, where they would call and say, no, we don't want to do that. And other countries would call on behalf of China, but I did it. I did what has to be done. And you just take a look at what's gone on, and take a look at at the numbers where they devalued their currency in order to pay the tariffs. Now the Democrat Party is calling for defunding of our military. Think of that, defunding. They want to defund our military when China is building a massive military. They're building a massive military, and Biden wants to defund our military. And the world needs American strength right now more than ever, and we've got it. We've got now, soon, as all this equipment comes in, all made in the USA, we've got the newest, most incredible weapons anywhere in the world. We have the best tanks, the best ships, the best missiles, rockets. We have the best of everything. We have the best fighter jets, the F-35, the F-18. All of these assets are being built. Tankers, incredible tankers, bombers. Hope we don't have to use them. But we have the most incredible military. When I came in, the military was totally depleted. It was at a level that was just absolutely incredible. You know the statements. I made the statements before. I told you what generals told me about our military. And I'll make them again. If somebody needs them, we'll give them to you. Very well documented. As vice president, Biden opposed tariffs, and he was standing up for China. He didn't want to do anything to disrupt the relationship with China, even though China was taking us to the cleaners. He opposed my very strict travel ban on Chinese nationals to stop the spread of the China virus. He was totally against it. Xenophobic, he called me. Xenophobic. A month later, he admitted I was right. We would have had thousands of people additionally die if we let people come in from heavily infected China. But we stopped it. We did a travel ban in January. Nancy Pelosi was dancing in the streets of Chinatown in San Francisco a month later, and even later than that. And others too. They all thought what I did was a terrible mistake. We would have lost, in fact, Dr. Fauci said he would have lost thousands of additional people if President Trump had to do that. And I was a crowd of one, because even experts didn't want to do it. They thought it was a mistake. And then I did Europe when I started seeing what was going on in Italy and Spain and France and other countries in Europe. I did a ban on people coming in from Europe. That would have been disastrous for our country also. And we saved tens of thousands of lives, but we actually saved millions of lives by closing up. We saved millions, potentially millions of lives. Could be a number that we're actually working on, but it could be 2 to 3 million lives. So we're at 135,000, which is terrible. One is too much. But we would have had millions of people dead from this curse that came at us. But we did what we had to do, and now we'll put out the flames as it happens. We have to get the schools open. We have to get everything open. A lot of people don't want to do that for political reasons, not for other reasons. But if we had listened to Joe Biden, hundreds of thousands of additional lives would have been lost. And if you look at the job he did on swine flu, I looked at a poll. They have polls on everything nowadays. And they got very bad marks on the job they did on the swine flu. H1N1. He calls it N1H1. H1N1. Got very poor marks from Gallup on the job they did on swine flu. And they stopped very early on testing. They totally stopped it. They just said stop. And frankly, if we didn't test, you wouldn't have all the headlines, because we're showing cases. Now, we have just about the lowest mortality rate. But if we did, think of this, if we didn't do testing, instead of testing over 40 million people, If we did half the testing, we'd have half the cases. If we did another, you cut that in half, we'd have yet again half of that. But the headlines are always testing. Now, the testing is a good thing, but at the same time, it's fodder for the fake news to report cases. So we're doing 40 million plus, going to be very close to 45 million people. And when I turn on the news, I see cases, cases, cases. They don't talk about deaths being cut down to a level that actually tenfold they use. I got that from one of the very respected media outlets. Tenfold, cut tenfold deaths, but they don't talk about that. They talk about cases, and the cases are created because of the fact that we do tremendous testing. We have the best testing in the world. We now make ventilators for the world. We had very few ventilators. There wasn't one person in any hospital anywhere in this country that needed a ventilator that didn't get it. And that was because we mobilized to a level, using the Purchasing Act in some cases, we mobilized to a level that nobody thought possible. Nothing's happened like that since World War II. Our task force has done a great job. Mike Pence works so hard, it gets so little credit. Sad to see that, actually. But he works so hard, gets so little credit. The governors would tell us, we'd be on the phone with 50 different governors. They'd all tell us what a great job, great job. And then they'll go to the media and say, well, they didn't do such a good job. Well, we did a great job. We made a lot of governors look fantastic. We did in New York. What we did in New York was one of the most incredible things. 2,800 bed in Javits Center, but the governor used very few of them, unfortunately. Then we moved in our great hospital ship, one of our two great. We moved one also to Los Angeles. And we could have used that for our senior citizens. We could have used it for other people. They could have used it instead of sending our seniors back into nursing homes that were infected, where you lost thousands of people. Thousands of people in New York died because of poor management by the governor. And it's a very sad thing to see, and very sad to watch, and very sad to look at those statistics. But we have an incredible Javits Center that we built with thousands of beds. I think it was 2,800, all ready to go. And they could have sent people there, or they could have sent senior citizens there instead of sending them into the nursing homes. And after all of that work and getting it done, the Army Corps of Engineers, I mean, the job they did was incredible. They built it in a matter of days. When it was all completed, FEMA, everybody was there, doctors. We ended up getting doctors. They said, we can't man it. I said, so we'll man it and woman it. And that's what we did. We brought in doctors, nurses, everything. We're all set. We said, where are the people? They didn't send the people. Very few people came in. They could have sent them into the Javits Center. They could have sent them to the hospital ship, which was virtually unused, but we were there. By contrast, my administration acted very early to ban travel from China, from Europe, saving all of these lives. Incredible. And I want everyone to know, I want every citizen to know that we're using the full power of the federal government to fight the China virus and to keep our people safe. Through Operation Warp Speed, we will deliver a vaccine in record-breaking time. We're doing very well on the vaccines. We have many, many different vaccines being studied right now, many of which are looking really good. And we're ready to distribute the vaccine when we get it. We're all set, taking a risk, an economic risk of preparing for delivery because we feel very certain it's going to be there. But logistically, we have our military ready to go. We have generals, that's all they do is distribute things, and they're going to be distributing hopefully a vaccine or a therapeutic. And it's coming out really well. And I think you're going to have some good news very, very quickly having to do with the vaccines. We're also working with many other countries on the vaccine. Many countries are working with us. We're unleashing our nation's scientific genius to kill the virus. Joe Biden didn't just side with China on the virus. He did. He called me, again, xenophobic. That's what he said. You all heard it many times. He described the rise of China as, quote, a very positive development. Not a positive development. Not for us, it's not. He said that the idea that China is our competition is really bizarre. He's really bizarre. He said, China's not a problem. No. Nobody's ripped us off more than China over the last 25, 30 years. Nobody close. And he says, China's not a problem. Now he takes it all back now. Now he wants to be Mr. Tough Guy. But for years, 47 years, he never came out against China, never said anything bad, just the opposite. His son walked out with $1.5 billion of money to invest where he'll make hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe millions of dollars a year. Walked out with $1.5 billion. I asked one of the biggest people on Wall Street, maybe the biggest, is that possible? He said no. He's never seen it. They don't do that. But Hunter, where's Hunter? Where is Hunter, by the way? Hunter Biden walked out with $1.5 billion. In Ukraine, he got $83,000 a month and I guess an upfront payment of $3 million. So he went from not having a job to getting $83,000 a month with a lot of money paid up front to work for Burisma. And you all know about Burisma. But nothing happens, nobody cares. And he was unemployed, as you know. He was unfortunately forced to leave the military. He was forced to leave. Didn't have a job, and all of a sudden he's making a fortune. But nobody talks about that. Indeed, Biden expressed more fawning praise about China on an ordinary day than about America. On the 4th of July, the last Independence Day, Biden attacked the United States and said we had, quote, never lived up to the ideals of our fathers, our forefathers, or our founding fathers, those founding ideals. And yet he enthusiastically stated that China is a great nation and we should hope for its continued expansion. Well, we all wish well to China, but what China's unleashed on the world, it's hard to even fathom. I see people now, friends of mine, they walk up, they want to say hello, and they have to keep their distance, and they're all covered up like you're all covered up with face masks. It's a different world, but we're coming out on top. Biden sides with China over America time and time again. And he said on the 4th of July, American history is no fairy tale, and yet blindly celebrates China, saying few nations in history have come so far, so fast. He's so proud of them. He's so proud of them. Now Joe Biden is pushing a platform that would demolish the U.S. economy, totally demolish it. So we built the greatest economy in the history of our country, greatest in the history of the world. That was a few months ago. Best unemployment numbers ever. Best for African American, Asian American, Hispanic American. Best for women, best for everybody. Best for young people that didn't have a high school diploma, didn't have a college diploma. They had a diploma, they were really in good shape. We built the greatest ever, stock market highest ever in history. We had 143 days of all-time stock market highs in just less than 3.5 years. And we had to close it down because we did the right thing by doing that. As I said, we saved millions of lives. But China was saying, this is incredible what's going on. China was for the first time respecting the United States. And now they want to do something that's much different, Joe Biden. So I've watched this, and I've watched it with great interest. We're building our economy again. I guess the stock market went up almost 500 points today, or something thereabouts. You'll check, but it was up a lot when I left. And our economy is coming back. We're almost at a level where, even though it's long before the very important, maybe the most important ever election of November 3rd. We're long before that, but we're close to record stock markets again, and NASDAQ hit an all-time high for the 16th time. Think of that, for the 16th time over the last month or so, for the 16th time. So one of our markets already hit an all-time high. Today, Joe Biden gave a speech in which he said that the core of his economic agenda is a hard left crusade against American energy. He wants to kill American energy. He wants to re-enter the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord, which will destroy us, at the expense of many other nations who benefit. It was actually drawn, in my opinion, to take advantage of the United States, just like so many other deals are done to take advantage of the fools running the United States. But this would do nothing for the environment, but would cripple American industry while greatly helping China. He wants to impose massive energy taxes and job-crushing mandates to eliminate carbon from the United States economy. Let him define the word carbon, because he won't be able to. Obliterating American oil, clean coal, natural gas, and the natural energy resources that supply countless American jobs. Joe Biden put AOC, a young woman, not talented in many ways, in charge of his energy plan and the environment, essentially. Her and Bernie Sanders, who ran a lot of times for president, never made it. Good base, but that's about it. In other words, he wants to impose the Green New Deal on our country. When I first saw the Green New Deal, I thought it was a joke. I said, this will never go anywhere. Now they're trying to impose it. This will destroy our country and make us non-competitive with other countries. Don't forget, we're in competition with China and with many other countries throughout the world. We're in tremendous economic competition, including Europe, which has never treated us well. The European Union was formed in order to take advantage of the United States. They formed, and they take advantage of the United States. And I know that. They know I know that. But other presidents had no idea. Last week, Joe Biden released his unity platform developed with socialist Bernie Sanders, describing what he would do if elected president. The Biden-Sanders agenda is the most extreme platform of any major party nominee by far in American history. I think it's worse than actually Bernie's platform. It's gone so far right. And he's doing that because he's begging for that vote. But one of the things I just asked my people to do is just draw up for me, just quickly, some of the things that we've been hearing about over the last couple of weeks. And these are actual key elements of the Biden-Sanders unity platform. Abolish immigration detention. No more detention. You come in here illegally, no more detention. Stop all deportations. So if we get a MS-13 gang member, which we've taken out of our country by the thousands, brought them back to Honduras, Guatemala, can't do that anymore. El Salvador, can't do that anymore. Stop all deportations. In other words, we'll take all of these people, many of whom are in prison for rape, murder, lots of other things. End prosecution of illegal border crossers. Oh, okay, they come in illegally and we have to stop the whole process. Support the deadly sanctuary cities where many of these people are protected better than the American citizen is protected. Incentivize illegal alien child smuggling. Give it an incentive, because if you look at what they're saying, that's exactly what they do. Incentivize illegal alien child smuggling. They're incentivized by what this plan calls for. Expand asylum for all new illegal aliens. How about that one? All new illegal aliens. Expand asylum. Cancel all asylum cooperation agreements in the Western Hemisphere. Well, we have agreements with Honduras, Guatemala, with El Salvador. We have great agreements where when Biden and Obama used to bring killers out, they would say, don't bring them back to our country. We don't want them. Well, we have to. We don't want them. They wouldn't take them. Now with us, they take them. Someday I'll tell you why. Someday I'll tell you why. But they take them, and they take them very gladly. They used to bring them out, and they wouldn't even let the airplanes land if they brought them back by airplanes. They wouldn't let the buses into their country. They said, we don't want them. Said, no, but they entered our country illegally, and they're murderers, they're killers in some cases. And they said, nope, we don't want them. They'd turn the bus around, they'd turn the plane around, then they'd land in the United States, and who knows what happened to them. But it wasn't good. taxpayer-funded lawyers will be given to all illegal aliens. So we're going to pay now for the lawyers' lobby, and we're going to give all illegal aliens taxpayer-funded lawyers. How does that sound? Pretty good? In other words, come in here illegally, we're going to give you free legal advice. We'll take you up to the Supreme Court as much as possible. Abolish immigration enforcement against illegal workers. Think of that. Abolish immigration enforcement. They're going to abolish immigration enforcement. Well, basically, as you know, what they're going to do is they're going to rip down the wall. They're taking it down. They want to take down the wall, which we fought hard for. We're up to 259 miles right now of great, powerful wall that's really working, because if you look at the numbers, in addition to the fact that Mexico, for various reasons, has 27,000 soldiers on our southern border to keep people out of our country. And I appreciate it. We had a great meeting last week with the president of Mexico, great guy, friend of mine, become a friend of mine. A lot of people thought that couldn't happen because we're very opposite in terms of our views, maybe even in terms of our temperament, but he's a great guy and he's a friend of mine, and they've been terrific. Mexico has been terrific. 27,000 soldiers on our border, Mexican soldiers, and we have great, great numbers. We get rid of so many different things. Catch and release is gone. So many different things have taken place. We used to catch them, take their name, and release them into our country. We don't do that anymore. We now release them back where they came from. Sometimes we'll bring them back to their country. Grant work permits for illegal aliens. So if you come in illegally, you get a work permit. People that live here don't get work permits, in many cases. Provide taxpayer subsidies and welfare for illegal aliens and new immigrants. So we want to provide taxpayer subsidies and welfare for people that come into our country illegally, illegal immigrants. They want government health care for all illegal aliens. This is part of their plan. I'm not making this up. This is all down in their plan from last week. And this is good compared to what I heard today. Federal student aid and free community college for illegal aliens. What do you think about that? Federal student aid and free community college. We're going to have every person in the world pouring into our country from all over the world. And by the way, the wall was so timely because it stopped people coming in from heavily infected areas of Mexico. If we had that, we would be in trouble like you wouldn't believe. You wouldn't believe. And remember, cases is different than deaths. And cases we give you because our testing is the best in the world. And by the way, by far the most. 45 million. Find out which country tested 45 million people. If China, if Russia, if India tested 45 million people, or if they did tests like we did, check out how many cases they'd have. But it's still, we've done a great job, get no credit for it, and I don't want the credit. I want the people that have done this great job, the people that have done such an incredible job on building the ventilators and doing the testing and building a testing platform that's been amazing. We have many platforms. Many companies have come up with different forms of tests. When we started, there was no such thing. Sign new immigrants up for welfare immediately. This is Joe Biden. So they walk off and they come in and they put a foot into our land, and we sign up new immigrants up for welfare. We sign them up immediately. They get welfare benefits. United States citizens don't get what they're looking to give illegal immigrants. Think of that. Sign up. It's hard to believe I'm even reading that. New immigrants for welfare immediately. Not to mention the cost of this, which is incalculable. The cost of this is so crazy. End requirement for immigrant self-sufficiency and maximize their welfare. Now, this is us writing this. Who's not coming to the United States? Every person from South America is going to pour in. Every person from other countries, they're going to be pouring in. End requirement, think of that, for immigrant self-sufficiency. And remember to maximize welfare. So we're giving a maximum. Then we have massively expand immigration during a global pandemic, taking jobs from unemployed Americans. End all travel bans, including from jihadist regions. So now we have travel bans. A lot of you said I didn't get the travel ban, and you were wrong. We got the travel ban. We lost in the Ninth Circuit. We lost again in the Ninth Circuit, and then we won in the Supreme Court. We have a very strong travel ban. And we don't want people that are going to come in and blow up our cities, do things. And frankly, with the liberal Democrats running the cities that we do have where they do have problems, maybe they wouldn't mind, but I would mind, and the people of this country mind. So listen to this. End all travel bans. He's talking about the ban that I won, that everybody said I didn't win. They said I didn't win because in the lower court we lost, that we lost in the appellate division, and then we won in the Supreme Court. So he said he lost. And they're right at the lower level. But in the meantime, we won in the Supreme Court. So it's in effect, but they didn't say that. They said he lost, which again is fake news, but that's the way they do it. So end all travel bans, including from jihadist regions, they specify that. Grant mass amnesty. Everybody gets amnesty, mass amnesty. Think of that. And this is create a roadmap to citizenship for massive, massive numbers. And we're not talking about DACA because I'm going to take care of DACA much better than the Democrats did. The Democrats had their chance, and they blew it. But we're going to take care of DACA because I'm going to be doing, in the not-too-distant future, pretty soon, I'm going to be signing a new immigration action, very, very big merit-based immigration action that based on the DACA decision, I'll be able to do. Vastly expand low-skilled immigration to the United States. So they want a lot of people come in with low skills. I like merit. Think of that. Vastly expand low-skilled immigration to the United States. These are the things that are in the plan. This is Biden. Biden's gone radical left. Increase refugee admissions by 700%. Huh. That's a lot. By 700%. Nobody's ever heard of such a thing. Increase refugee admissions by 700%. Abolish law enforcement as we know it. I think the police do an incredible job in this country. And you're going to have a rogue, terrible cop on occasion, like you do in any industry, in any business, in any profession. But I think they do an incredible job. Abolish law enforcement as we know it. End cash bail. No bail. Just, we let you right out. Look at what's happened to New York. Crime is up, shootings are up at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. Look at Chicago, what a disaster. And we're waiting for them to call us because we're all set to go. We have the FBI. We have Homeland Security. We have everybody ready to go. We have the National Guard. They're all ready to go. End cash bail, releasing dangerous criminals onto our streets. Cash bail. New York just did that. Other places have done it. They haven't turned out too good. Abolish completely the death penalty. And I know there's a lot of debate on the death penalty, and there has been for a long time, but sometimes you use the death penalty, depending on the crime. You know what happened today with regard to the death penalty. Appoint social justice prosecutors in order to free violent criminals. So they want to appoint social justice prosecutors to free violent criminals. End mandatory minimums. And that's by empowering judges to determine appropriate sentences, by fighting to repeal mandatory minimums at the federal level and give states incentives to repeal their mandatory minimums. We could go on for days. Incentivize prison closure. So they want to close our prisons. They now want to abolish our police departments. They want to abolish our prisons, I guess. Incentivize jail and prison closures as populations decline. Ensure the resources saved are invested directly into those communities. So they want to close them rather than have them for some very bad people that are not going to behave when they get out. You see that in New York. They allowed a lot of criminals out, and those criminals are causing havoc. And then they got rid of their incredible and legendary crime squad. And bad things are happening in New York. Bad things are happening. I love New York. I hate to see what's going on. End solitary confinement. Free federal housing for former inmates. So federal housing now can go to inmates, former inmates. Rejoin Paris Climate Accord and seek an even higher level of restrictions. Oh, I didn't notice that. Oh, I see. So they want to rejoin the Paris Climate Accord, and they want to seek an even higher level of restriction. In other words, make it worse than it was. Mandate net zero carbon emissions for homes, offices, and all new buildings by 2030. That basically means no windows, no nothing. It's very hard to do. I tell people when they want to go into some of these buildings, how are your eyes? Because they won't be good in 5 years. And I hope you don't mind cold office space in the winter and warm office space in the summer, because your air conditioning is not the same as the good old days. Mandate zero carbon emissions from power plants by 2035. Zero. We're talking about zero. Nothing can go in the air. Mandate net zero carbon emissions by 2050. And I believe he's changing that. He's bringing it down. He wants no petroleum product. He wants no oil or gas. I don't think Texas is going to do too well. They're going to get rid of about 7 million jobs if you go by the Biden plan. I don't think that Oklahoma, North Dakota, Pennsylvania, you're going to be too happy with that. And many other states, Ohio. Mandate all 500,000 school buses and all 3 million government vehicles be changed to zero-emission vehicles within 5 years. I've heard of worse than that. Install 500,000 taxpayer-funded charging stations nationwide. Here's a bad one, really bad one. End school choice. There is nothing that the African American community wants more than school choice. And mothers and fathers are going to be very happy to see him be defeated just on that alone. End school choice. So Joe Biden wants to end school choice. End tax credit scholarships serving disadvantaged students in 26 states. Oppose 14 million Americans with education savings accounts. And get rid of school choice, having to do with school choice. Eliminate school choice in Washington, D.C. You know what they've done in Washington. They have some incredible example right here. Example. I know of one example. I think they have a number of them, but one is incredible. Abolish all charter schools. Charter schools are doing great. Ban funding for charter schools in poor neighborhoods. We don't want charter schools in poor neighborhoods. Well, that's not fair. Abolish educational standards. Abolish in the suburbs. You're going to abolish the suburbs with this. Enforce Obama-Biden's radical AFFH. That's the AFFH regulation that threatens to strip localities of federal affordable housing funds unless they change their zoning laws to fit the federal government's demands. So what you have, I mean, I've been watching this for years in Westchester, coming from New York. They want low-income housing built in a neighborhood. Well, I'm ending that rule. I'm taking it out. So I spoke with Ben Carson the other day. We're going to be taking it out. I've watched that whole thing go, and now they want to make it twice as bad in the suburbs. In the suburbs. Mothers aren't happy about that. Fathers aren't happy about that. They worked hard to buy a house, and now they're going to watch the housing values drop like a rock, and that has happened. Drop like a rock. So we're not going to do that. We're going to do the exact opposite. Probably there has never been a time, and this is just a few, it's much worse than that. We did this very quickly. There's probably never been a time when candidates are so different. We want law and order. They don't want law and order. We want strong, closed borders with people able to come in through merit, through a legal process. They don't want to have any borders at all. They're going to rip down the wall. It was hard to get that built, and now it's almost completed. It'll be completed by a little after the end of the year. They want to rip it down, and it's had such an impact. It's incredible. It stops trafficking, human trafficking of women and children, but women mostly. Human trafficking, one of the worst things ever, all at a level that it's never been at because of the internet. You think of it as an ancient statement. You wouldn't think that's possible today, but it's human trafficking of women and children. And they want to let that continue. The wall has stopped it so much because they will go over to a section where there aren't people, not an entry point, and they'll make a left into the United States. They're on their way. They can't do that anymore. We have a 30-foot wall that goes 6 feet into the ground. It stops a lot of the tunneling because they're pretty good at tunnels. But we watch the tunnels, and we have equipment for that. But you can't make a left anymore and come into the United States loaded up with human traffic. So they want to take down the wall. They want to have open borders. Think of open borders today, though, with the pandemic. I mean, the timing is sort of interesting, but with the pandemic. So there's never been a time when two candidates were so different. I mean, I've seen races where it's like the same exact platforms. I'm even talking about essentially Democrat, Republican. There's not that much difference. There's a little difference, but there's not much. You choose one because you like the way they look, you like the way they sound, you like the way they talk. You like something about one and you don't like the other. But there's, there's never been a difference. Here's one of the greatest differences. This is without question the single biggest difference if you want law and order. For instance, I enacted recently when I saw all that was going on with federal monuments. We don't have the right to do states, although we're trying to find it. But with the monuments, where they wanted to rip down Andrew Jackson, they wanted to rip down George Washington. They were actually heading over to the Jefferson Memorial, if you can believe that. But this has been going on, and I found an act that we've used, and we have many, many people in jail right now. Many, many people in jail all over the country because they tried to destroy, or in some cases got it down, a federal statue or monument. We haven't had anybody making a move since I enacted this. I signed an executive order a couple of weeks ago, and it says very simply, 10 years in jail. You do it, 10 years in jail. The amazing part is we were able to catch everybody because thanks to all of you on television, we appreciate it. But we have their pictures. We have the man standing on Andrew Jackson's horse. We have the man standing by General George Washington. We have everybody standing. They were going to go for the Emancipation Proclamation, Abraham Lincoln, standing with a young man who was being freed. And we said, we're going to do something. We can't let this happen. Now, it could be removed at some point. You go through a process, a legal process, go through Congress, whatever. I understand that. At the same time, some people like these statues and monuments, but it can be removed, but you have to go through a legal process. So they were going to have 20 to 25,000 people that night. Nobody showed up. Nobody. You know that because you were disappointed to see that. The next night, I believe 22 people showed up. They said, we're going to make it Friday night instead. And 22 people showed up. 4 were actually arrested because we have pictures of them knocking down other statues. So they're in jail now. So there has never been an election where we've had this kind of difference. We want strong borders. Without borders, you've heard me say it 1,000 times. Without borders, you don't have a country. They don't want to have borders. They want to have open borders. It's radical left, and it'll destroy our country. 20 years ago, Venezuela was a very rich country, one of the richest anywhere. Per capita, one of the richest. Tremendous oil reserves. Now they don't have water. They don't have food. They don't have medicine. We do everything we can to take care of the people, but they have nothing. And that's exactly the ideology that you have going over here. If I wasn't there to stop it, if I wasn't here to say, no way, that's not going to happen, we'd be in some mess. We'd be in some mess. And Pelosi and Schumer and Bernie and Joe, they'll never stop it. They don't have the power, the strength to stop it. It's beyond them. But we do. So there's never been a time like this where you've had an election of people so different. Okay, a couple of questions. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Sir, you just spent the better part of an hour explaining why Americans should choose you and not your opponent. Yesterday you said on Twitter, be careful what you wish for. I guess the question is, do you see yourself as the underdog in this race? Do you see yourself losing in the fall?
No, I don't. I think we have really good poll numbers. They're not suppression polls, they're real polls. You look at the intercoastal in Florida, you look at the lakes, you see thousands of boats with Trump signs, American signs. You've got the Trump-Pence sign all over. You look at what's going on. You look at bikers for miles and miles riding up highways proudly with their signs. Look, we won a race where it was the same thing, 2016. We had polls that were fake. They turned out to be fake. Not all. A couple of them got it right. 3 of them, to be exact. 3 of them. One of them was unsuspecting. But they got it right. They were very proud of it. But we had in 2016 something even more so, but we got in, and we had 306 to, I guess, 223, which was a tremendous margin of difference. You remember they all said he cannot get to 270. I went to Maine a number of times where we just freed up lobster fishing and fishing. They took away 5,000 square miles from Maine. I just opened it up. And I just got rid of tariffs in China. And we're working on European Union, which charge our fishermen tariffs. And I said, you're not going to do that. So we freed it up for Maine. But if you take a look, we went up there recently. There were crowds, thousands of people lined up going over to a factory where we were opening up for. We're making swabs, a beautiful big new factory making swabs. I think that the enthusiasm now is greater, and maybe far greater than it was in 2016. I think a lot of people don't want to talk about it. I think they're not going to say, hey, I'm for Trump, I'm for Trump. They don't want to go through the process, and I fully understand that because the process is not fair. The media doesn't treat us fairly. They never have, and perhaps they never will. But maybe they will when we turn this around for a second time, and it's going to happen very quickly. When we turn it around for a second time, maybe they will. I think we're doing very well in the polls, and I think you have a silent majority, the likes of which this country has never seen before. This is a very important election. We've done a great job. We had to turn it off, as I said, turn it off, and now we've started it again. As you know, they announced 2 weeks ago record job numbers, almost 5 million people, and that beat the last month, which was also a record, 2.8 million people. Nobody's ever done what we've done, and now we're doing it twice. And I think by Election Day, you're going to see some incredible numbers. The third quarter is going to be really good. Fourth quarter is going to be great, but next year is going to be one of the best economic years. So hopefully I'll be able to be the president where we say, look at the great job I did.
At this point.
I think great. I think we have a great chance. I think we're going to have a lot of people show up. I'm very worried about mail-in voting because I think it's subject to tremendous fraud and being rigged. You see that Paterson, New Jersey, where I believe it was 20% of the vote was fraudulent. It was all sorts of things happened. I understand a mailman was recently indicted someplace for playing games with the mail-in ballots. You'll have tremendous fraud if you do these mail-in ballots. Now, absentee ballots are okay, because absentee ballots, you have to get applications, you have to go through a process. If I'm here and I vote in Florida, you get an absentee ballot, but you have to go through a process. Absentee ballots are great. But mail-in voting, where a governor mails millions of ballots to people all over the state California, millions and millions of ballots as an example. And then they come back, they don't come back. Who got them? Did you forget to send them to a Republican area or a Democrat area, I guess you could say? But if you take a look at all of the unbelievable fraud that's been involved with mail-in voting over the last even short period of while, but look at Paterson, New Jersey. It was a massive error and a massive miscalculation, and there was incredible fraud. Look at the city council, what's happened to it. This is one place, but you have many places, and they're all over. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. I want to know, when's the last time you spoke with President Xi of China, and do you plan to speak with him in the near future?
No, I haven't spoken to him. Well, no, I don't. I have no plan to speak to him. Yeah,
And
please
was
go.
there a follow-up?
Do you want to do a follow-up? Okay, yeah. Is it okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to know, Ruth Bader Ginsburg was hospitalized today with an infection. Wanted to know if you had any reaction to that news.
No, I wish her the best. I hope she's better. I didn't hear that, actually. She was just hospitalized? No, that's too bad. No, I wish her the best. She's actually giving me some good rulings. Okay? So you know that, right? People were surprised. No, I wish her the absolute best. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So you were mentioning the travel bans, and I wonder, when do you plan to review that? Because the European countries are in the situation is under control, much a better place than the U.S., and there is no ban for other hotspots like Russia and India. So what will be the criteria to change that? And another question.
Well, you know, we've banned for Europe, and at some point that'll come off, and we're dealing with them all the time. The relationship's very good. They just don't treat us very well on trade. They have been very unfair to us over many, many decades, and we're doing that. It's very easy to solve. I was all set to solve it, actually, and then we got hit with the plague. But we have a travel ban on various countries, and that travel ban remains until such time as we say it doesn't remain.
And
We want our country safe. We don't, unlike Biden, we don't want to have criminals pouring into our country. We don't want to have open borders. We're not going to have that. And we want to take care of our police. We want to actually fund our police, not defund them. And we're not going to abolish our police, and we're not going to make our military small and weak, because probably, or at least at top of the level, we need our military right now. Yeah, go ahead, please.
So how do you think that the America First policy can work during a pandemic? Aren't you concerned that this could actually damage the U.S. and make China more influence around the world?
Okay, look. My policy is America first. We've lost hundreds of billions of dollars a year with China and many other countries. And what we're doing is just handing everybody everything. It's just sad. I've watched it. I've looked at it. We did the U.S.-Mexico. You saw that, USMCA. We made a very fair deal on trade. We had the worst deal ever, right? You know that. We had the worst deal ever, and it replaced that horrible NAFTA deal that was one of the worst trade deals ever made. I'll tell you, the only deal that might be worse is the WTO, World Trade Organization. Maybe worse. OAN, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your administration has taken tangible steps to ensure that Chinese companies are not taking advantage of our U.S. stock markets, our trade. Last week, your administration sent a letter to the Railroad Retirement Board asking them to reconsider investments in Chinese defense firms.
Meaning not to invest.
Correct.
That's correct.
So where is that request now, and are you taking tangible actions to ensure that U.S. investments don't continue to fund defense firms in China?
And you'll see more coming. This was a very important bill that we signed, but you're going to see more coming over the next short period of time. But yes, we don't want them investing in Chinese military companies, okay?
Letters, I mean, what actions can be taken to ensure that does not happen?
Well, you have a lot of actions we can take, including the increase. You know, right now people don't know China's paying a lot of tariffs. We made a China deal, and they bought just, I think, the third highest amount of corn ever in world history. They just bought from us the highest amount, which is great for our farmers. But I view it differently than I did before I made the deal. When I made the deal, I thought this was a great deal. After what happened to us, what happened to the world coming from China, I view it much differently. But we can impose massive tariffs on China if we want, and other countries if we want. and we'll see. We just want to be treated fairly. We want a level playing field. Our farmers were never treated properly by anybody, and they were targeted by China. You know, I paid our farmers $28 billion over a 2-year period because they were targeted to that amount of money, to that exact amount of money, 28. It was 16 billion, and it was 12 billion, 28 over a 2-year period, and we gave $28 billion to our farmers. That's why they're all here. And now they're doing very well. Our farmers are doing very well because we made really great trade deals. USMCA just kicked in. The China deal, they're buying a lot. They are buying a lot. We'll say that. They're buying a lot. A lot of people ask, how are they doing on the trade deal? They're buying a lot. So I want to thank everybody, and we'll be having these conferences. Again, we're going to be signing an immigration act very soon. It's going to be based on merit. It's going to be very strong. We're going to work on DACA because we want to make people happy. And I'll tell you, even conservative Republicans want to see something happen with DACA. The Democrats had their chance for 3 years to do something with DACA, and they always turned it down. They always turned it down. They used it as politics. I'm using it to get something done. But we'll be signing a very powerful immigration act. It'll be great. It'll be merit-based. The country's tried to get it for 25 or 30 years. It'll be strong on the border, but you'll come in legally, and you'll be able to come in legally. And very importantly, we'll be taking care of people from DACA in a very Republican way. Republicans, I've spoken to many Republicans, and some would like to leave it out, but really they understand that it's the right thing to do. So we're going to be taking care of DACA. We will be doing for DACA what the Democrats had a chance to do, and they never did it, okay? Thank you all very much.
Hey everyone, just wanted to say thank you all very much for supporting the new YouTube channel, the Gray Stage YouTube channel, solely dedicated to figuring out what happened with David Crowley, with his wife, and with his daughter. This is a very important case. This is a very simple case when it comes to being able to prove that David Crowley is not guilty. And he is proven not guilty simply by the fact that nobody can prove that he is guilty. And that's where you start in this country. You don't just start accusing somebody and then say, well, because we couldn't find any evidence that anybody else did it, it must be him, it must be David Crowley. It doesn't work like that. Now, why some people would want it to work like that, or why there's so much pressure to make it seem like that, is a whole nother issue. That's a whole nother question. As long as you focus on the facts, focus on data, focus on those documents, focus on the photos, focus on quotes, focus on who has been lying, who has been saying what, how their stories change, why their stories change, why they change back, why people are playing games, all of that. It's all tied into this staged event that we're seeing here. Regardless of if you think David Crowley did this or if somebody else did, it is an event that was staged for whatever reason, and we're going to find out what that reason is. Based on the facts, we
feels so wrong. I don't belong in a government camp with fake rap and fake actors who still can't act. I see lies, I see truth, not the color of you. I want proof, I want clues, not emotional fools. I might snap looking back at the way that I was, still reacting to my past of a wannabe thug. Didn't care about the facts, didn't love all people. It's hard to love yourself when you know that you're evil. Then I got saved, but I still wouldn't change. I played games with no shame, still remember the rage. Flip the page to today, now I see all my faults. See the damage that was done, and see why I lost. And it depresses me daily, stressing me crazy. So embarrassed I didn't care if my actions shamed me. Why did they divide racial stereotypes to get us all to kill each other tonight?
It's so clear, they divide all the races. They spread the fear, and they say they will save us. They don't care, I swear the when you're
dies. Wanna play these spy games, but you won't sell your soul. You're compartmentalized, only so far you go. But if you won't serve the eye, then they might suicide you. Take away your rights, but they don't have the right to. Kill a bunch of people, then they tell us a lie. With two sides, only left and right.
It's so clear, they divide all the races. They spread the fear, then they say they will save us. They don't care, life's a riddle when you're brought up in the middle. When you're caught up in the middle, I'll be right here in the middle with you. It's so clear, they divide all the races. They spread the fear, then they say they will save us. They don't care, life's a riddle when you're brought up in the middle. When you're caught up in the middle, I'll be right here in the middle with you.
Rebel from the system like Lenin. Rebel from the system like Lenin.
I wasn't paid no commission, communicating my vision. No, this ain't superstition. Wish I could say it was fiction. This ain't the way it was written. I always pray for a difference. They cut me down, but I risen the definition of living. And I can't be no robot. They think, but I think not. Who shot Pac? Was it a co-op? I sit and stare at these ink blots. What's reality anyways? Reality shows destroyed it all. I'm overall the commotion from overdosing and bouncing off of the walls. Yeah, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe it's just how they want me. Maybe it's just how they made me. Was I brainwashed as a baby? No escape, no debating. Corporations enslaving the nations. Devastation of populations. And Ronald Reagan is Satan. I'm motivating the planet, patiently waiting to have it. I'm probably blacklisted though, for unraveling scrolls, exposing the foes. So don't be selling your souls.
Rebel from the system like Lenin. 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 Rebel from the system like Lenin.
Some people, they take away everything, taking away our hopes and dreams, taking away our means to fight, and taking the happy out of life and live like there's some rotten eggs. I love to give the people plagues, love to bomb a nation state, kill a country in the way. Tell me that's not living, tell me all will be forgiven. Tell me all about the system, I listen, I'm on a mission, on a trip to get inside your head. There's people, they wanna get inside your bed, listen to every word you said, say the wrong word and you'll be dead. I don't fear who kills a body, only fear who kills a soul. I don't wanna be like Gotti, I don't got the self-control. All I need is all I got, and God is everything I want. Show me how elitists live, sacrificing little kids. Now you got me serious, like a Michael Jackson syllabus. They don't really care about us, they don't even know about us. Even if they did, they would inject us like they did with him. Maybe he rebelled from the system like John Lennon did.
Rebel from the system like Lenin. Rebel from the system like Lenin. Rebel from the system like Lenin. Rebel from the system like Lenin.
thought that it would happen today. Never thought that I'd be rapping this way. It's okay. I don't care if people say that I'm soft, say I'm lost, people say that I'm gone. They move on. Other people think I'm telling the truth. They want proof, not another excuse. Me too. Everything you hear me saying to you is my view of the facts and the truth. Nothing new. I hate school, it's a social division. A better way to say it is a part-time prison. I go to work cause I still need to eat. I go to church where they preach about the Bible I read. Never thought that it would happen to me if I could reach to find peace over finding a dream. No man could ever be my king. My king gives me all that I need. Free.
They don't give away happy days. They always make you pay for happy days.
Never knew about the people that died while inside on the front lines, look in their eyes. They wanna cry, wanna tell you the truth, wanna tell you about the system, but it's too late to do. Not for you and not for me to imagine. All we ever needed was a drive and passion. I believe that we can do anything, but if we never find love, then we won't find peace. We see drones flying high in the sky like drive-bys in the skies, knowing no one's surprised. They never look cause they don't wanna see how many people need the help when they die in the streets. Dying in Syria and all over the globe, dying in Libya and Egypt and parts unknowns. Dying for wars by some unnamed foes. Agenda 21, they don't want you to know.
They don't give away happy days. They always make you pay for happy days. They don't give away happy days. They always make you pay for happy days.
I'm not a label, I'm a servant of God with no tribe, no nation, no color at all. No reason I could love this world, but I always love the people and feel their hurt. Look in their eyes by the fruit they produce. You will know the good and evil by whatever they do. Everyone sins, but it's hard to forgive. But if you never let go, then it's harder to live. I got regrets that I wear like a scar. They're like weights on my shoulders, travel so far. I'm not alone, in the end we go home. Until then all that I can do is keep on learning and grow. Paying the bills while they shipping the drugs and spread them all across the nation. Criminal thugs in suits and ties. Smile to your face, but it's a pain in the eyes that ain't going away.
They don't give away happy days. They always make you pay for happy days. They don't give away happy days. They always make you pay for happy days. They don't give away happy days. They always make you pay for happy days.
Maybe I'll never have $1 million, what's a dollar anyway? Nothing ever could compare to smiles I see upon your face. Once upon a time I told a lie and made you cry, cause I didn't love myself and had a feeling I would die. Now I know the reason why, but I don't know why I took it out on you. I wasted so much time cause I didn't know the truth. Didn't know if I could love you, didn't know how I could show you that I would sacrifice to spread a little love and bring it back. Never liked my older rap, in fact I think you called it crap. Today we call it being fake. In the past it's feeling great. It was never building the love to save the children from ugly words and grammar that compete with MC Hammer. And I found it was a scam like Iraq and Vietnam. I was hollow on the surface, a man without a purpose. Now I'm waking up so I can be what I was meant to be. A man who's gonna keep the truth alive for all eternity.
Feels like the whole world's waking up. We can never give up too much stuff now. We will see what we will become. Feels like the whole world's waking up. We can never give up too much stuff now. When we love, the whole world's waking up.
Good morning. Some folks are so poor, all they got is a fortune. Happiness you can't buy. Put your peace signs high, raise them to the damn sky. Can I live good? True love can't die. Me and Dr. King, we got the same dream. Gandhi got an eye, we on the same team. I know that I ain't perfect. I come across a serpent, tangled in a circus. Try to swim against the current, only death is certain. Trying to be a better person, do some soul searching, find my inner peace, bring it to the streets. Trying to cut my heart open, bleed all on these beats. The world's been asleep, now it's coming out from underneath the sheets. Sky's the limit, all you gotta do is reach.
Feels like the whole world's waking up. We can never give up too much stuff now. We will see what we will become. Feels like the whole world's waking up. We can never give up too much stuff now. When we love the whole world's waking up.
I would need $1 million more. Dollar isn't worth a dollar, not today, not anymore. Every time I found some money, you would see some money spent. See me count my pennies, roll them up so I could pay the rent. Now I see you do the same, I'll help you find a better way. Help you to escape the escalation of the pain we face. Even if you hide from me, you know I'm always watching you. Treat you like my children, cause I love you, now I gotta prove that I would never leave you and never would deceive you. Of course I would believe in you when you believe in you. And if I had $1 million, I'd build a family home. I'd give it all to you so you'd never have to roam. Wish I had $1 billion, but I don't believe in wishes. I believe what Jesus said to Peter, feed the fishes. Never love the power, you could never love the funny money.
Feels like the whole world's waking up. We can never give up too much stuff now. We will see what we will become. Feels like the whole world's waking up. We can never give up too much stuff now. When we love the whole world's waking up. Waking up today. Breaking up all the ways. Change it up with me. Waking up my dreams. Feels like the whole world's waking up. We can never give up too much stuff now. We will see what we will become. Feels like the whole world's waking up. We can never give up too much stuff now. When we love the whole world's waking up.
I know the world is cruel, but what can I do? What can a poor man do to save this world for you? Tell me what can I do? Cause I don't know what to do but stand and fight for truth.
Doing what I can do, look at what's around you. Look at how I found you, in another bad mood. How do I be happy when I hide from what is happening? I feel it in my soul, something missing when I'm rapping. Thinking anything can happen, so I better be sure. Anyone could always hear it, so I better be pure. Is it better to be real or to be in the store? Is it better to find peace or find peace in the war? I go to bed late, I hesitate, I'm waking up early to find me tossing on and turning with a headache that's burning. In the shadows, in the covers, when it's quiet, I wonder, is there a plot to kill the world if we're all in a slumber? Do I hear another creeping noise or am I just paranoid? Wonder what we're fighting for, dying in all these wars. Do anything and say that we're got nothing to lose except being a fool. The world is cruel.
But what can I do? What can a poor man do to save this world for you? Tell me what can I do? Cause I don't know what to do but stand and fight.
Maybe I don't know for sure, but I know for sure to keep trying. No reason to give up until the day when I'll be dying. Lost in every rhyme like I'm jumping the shot. You got a shot around the world, I got a shot in the dark. Got missing targets and my arguments, it wasn't my fault. Let my ego get the best of me again and I lost. I'm talking loud, look around, everybody is quiet. Gotta learn how to be humble when I'm trapped in a riot. I want the people to be free, not be messed up like me. Hate to watch another bleed, so another succeed. I shouldn't hate, I can't be selfish, but I know that I'm human. Always looking at my past, wonder what was I doing? What was I thinking? Wonder what was I drinking? Wonder why I was angry, why I hate the ones who love me. Do anything and say that we got nothing to lose except being a fool. The world is cruel,
but what can I do? What can a poor man do to save this world for you? Tell me what can I do? Cause I don't know what to do but stand and fight for truth. stand and fight for truth. But stand and fight for truth. I live inside a world I can't describe. It's built on lies, but I will rebuild family ties. I will try. I live in this world I have built inside my mind. I live in this world I have built inside my mind. All of my life, all of my life, all of my life was built on lies. All of my life, all of my life, all of my life was built on lies. So I run away, run away, run away. Lord, can you hear me say, I will run away, run away, run away. Lord, do you hear me pray? So I run away, run away, run away. Lord, do you hear me raise your name? Praise your name. I live in this world I have built inside my mind. I live in this world I have built inside my mind. All of my life, all of my life, all of my life was built on lies. All of my life, all of my life, all of my life was built on lies. I live inside a world I can't describe. It's built on lies, but I will rebuild family ties. I will try. I live in this world I have built inside my mind. I live in this world I have built inside my mind. All of my life, all of my life, all of my life was built on lies. All of my life, all of my life, all of my life was built on lies. We keep killing each other, gonna bury another son of a mother who shouldn't die before his father. But the guns are the problem when the problem is the people. Too much ego, too prideful to let go. Boys in the hood know better than me. All I do is observe what I think that I see. I know the time is short, no time to rest in peace. People see peace as an...
Alright, so we just got back from my first ever little music video. little really cool song I'm looking forward to. So it was fun. It was cold, really cold, but very fun. Looking forward to doing it again very soon. So tomorrow, be back with a little more on that. But here in San Leandro, California, first day of the shoot, it was really awesome. And I'm just privileged to be a part of this. And I hope it does spread love. That's all I'm really thinking of.
Don't even dream about a world without the pain, live with no shame. Think about a world without games, how we could change. Why they wanna make me kill another who just like me? Got a father, mother, brother, family just like me. Blame society, that ain't the whole truth. Full of bitter rivalries, I don't even know you. The game is never ending, that's why I'm not pretending. If I'm falling out of touch, I'm making it begin.
Alright, day 2 of the shoot, and we are waiting to be picked up so that we can go and film this last little part of mine. And hopefully that will make for a great video. So we're just sitting here waiting on Hagenberger for our accomplices Zinhao and possibly Zyme. We'll see who shows. I'm here waiting. Hopefully they'll have no trouble finding the place, but and we gotta make sure to get my good side, not my bad side. My bad side is very bad, so a lot of blemishes and stuff here, as you can see, and not too much you can do about that. So it's not a beautiful day, but it's a chemtrail filled day here. One little trail there. There's a few more. That was a little easier to see, but now it's not so easy. And that is about that. So, spread love. Day 2. Spread love. Day 2 video shoot. First video that I've really done. Really excited about it. Hope it goes well. And I hope my blemishes don't ruin it too much. I'd rather just not be in it, pretty much. I like the music video idea. I don't really like myself being in it, but yeah, let's try it, see what happens. It's worth a try, right? We only live once, so. Not unless you're Jesus Christ, I guess, but besides that, you only live once. So, just sit out here, wait a few more minutes, and hopefully the guys will be here in time, on time, early, and maybe we would have time to get a few shots next to my job, and maybe even jump on the roof and get a shot there. So we'll see.
I have to go back to work.
Oh, no shit.
And I'm gonna try to edit this video tonight and get it out tomorrow. So yeah, some crazy shit. Here, no, facing this way. Get over here, Ron. Get over here. Get this sun directly from the sun. And then, so that one, right? And then this one. I fixed the light though. It's too bright right now.
It's like crying.
We should get going.
Right on, guys. Thanks a lot, man.
For sure. We'll just drop you off.
Yeah.
Hey, do you want to maybe get into one vehicle?
Yeah. Where can we leave our cars here?
Huh?
Alright, day 2 is a wrap, for my part at least. Now they gotta go do the hard part, which is all theirs. Lying in the grass, that was different but fun. Here's a little view of our chemtrails of the day. So you see we're not without enemies here. And there it goes, there's our plane. It's definitely white, definitely spraying. And we're gonna spread a little love to counter all of this negative things that they're bringing to us. So that's what Spread Love is all about. That's what we've done, hopefully. And I'm just blessed to be a part of this. It's just been a great time, a great experience. I'm looking forward to it again. Let's do it again real soon. See you later.
this is where we have to go.
But now I'm wired awakened. The world is so evil, but he hasn't forsaken. It's only temporary, like we're taking a test. I'm seeking out Jesus Christ, who never settled for less. Republicans and Democrats are mostly absurd, two broken down wings of the same ugly bird.
There's a lesson for you to learn. Truth and knowledge, it makes me burn. Time to stand up for what is right. They cuffed a man and shot him New Year's night in a police state, but it's how they're trained. Either they're the ones to blame or it'll happen again. And even then the world won't be safe, cause a new world order won't let us escape. They hate it when we peacefully defend our rights, cause if we use violence then we're on their side. They gave us a bone and now they want us to fight, so they can have a reason to destroy our lives. Taking Martin Luther King's dream and throw it away. Brainwash us through the TV every night and day. They gave him a stream, but that was never the plan. It's time for us to finish what he once began, and all we want is peace.
1 in a million, 1 in a billion, 1 in a trillion, 1 in a quadrillion, 1 in 1,000 falling down to the ground, lifting you up, spreading love all around. Now that I'm awake, I'm a different man. Now that I'm awake, doing the best I can. What have we come to when the wrong is the right thing? Truth is irrelevant and peace is a silly dream. If heaven is calling saying I got a job for you, you gotta seek the truth. What am I gonna do? Where am I going? Tell me, where can I hide? The cowards will run cause they're in love with
with their lives. They call it a conspiracy, but it's facts that I see. If you had a real choice, would you choose war or peace?
There's a lesson for you to learn. Truth and knowledge, it makes me burn. Time to stand up for what is right. They cuffed a man and shot him New Year's night in a police state, but it's how they're trained. Either they're the ones to blame or it'll happen again. And even then the world won't be safe, cause a new world order won't let us escape. They hate it when we peacefully defend our rights, cause if we use violence then we're on their side. They gave us a bone and now they want us to fight, so they can have a reason to destroy our lives. Taking Martin Luther King's dream and throw it away. Brainwash us through the TV every night and day. They gave him a street, but that was never the plan. It's time for us to finish what he once began, and all we want is peace. Tell a story about a man who was a Mexican. Found out in reality he wasn't even 1%. Thought he was erased by the color of his Latin skin. Now he's just a man, not a product of the government. Your race, a product of the government. They say your face is copied by the government, and everything that you see will be digitized. It's tracked and traced by the eye in the big sky. They spread lies, but they don't know about the people who were planting seeds. Try to tell the truth about the killers of economies. I think about the present when I look at the past. I can't tell you what's in heaven or say where it's at, but I know that 9/11 was an inside job, and I know the day you give up is the day that you lost. Sold your soul to the devil, but it doesn't belong to the evil one who runs the world. Everything comes from the one who made the heaven and dimensions of earth, and made the first human beings from his breath in the dirt. And all these products of the government to brainwash kids with false hopes and false morals, to make them forget about the things that really matter. At the end of the book, you got your silver gold platters, but you're only a crook. You didn't build that, you stole that, then you took credit. It'll be easy to forgive you, but they'll never forget it. So let me tell a story about a man who was a Mexican. Found out in reality he wasn't even 1%. Thought he was erased by the color of his Latin skin. Now he's just a man, not a product of the government. Your race, a product of the government. They say your face is copied by the government, and everything that you see will be digitized. It's tracked and traced by the eye in the big sky. I'm not sorry about my past, cause it made me who I am. I'm sorry about the pain you had to go through as a kid. All this wishing on a star never got me into Mars. Relying on a dream only gave me fantasies. There's no easy road ahead. Every mountain that you climb is a battle to be won, but it's all a part of life. Every day I go to battle in the spiritual war. They call me sheep, they call me cattle, but I gotta ignore them. They can't defeat us, so they're making us defeat ourselves. They said survival of the fittest, it's survival of wealth. They want materialistic problems to take center stage, and everyone who don't agree is just a rat in a cage. But I was born a human being, and that's how I will leave. Put on this earth for a reason, and it's not to deceive. And all these government lies, they disguise all the treason. They always get caught, cause nobody believes them. Let me tell a story about a man who was a Mexican. Found out in reality he wasn't even 1%. Thought he was erased by the color of his Latin skin. Now he's just a man, not a product of the government. Your race, a product of the government. They say your face is copied by the government, and everything that you see will be digitized. It's tracked and traced by the eye in the big sky. So long ago, still yesterday. Woke up, I was thinking about the price we paid. Got our fake freedom like a sacrifice. Don't talk about the government, cause that ain't nice. People getting tortured still. Found another war on Capitol Hill. Raise the debt, Created Osama, killed another Patsy, gave us Obama. Where do we go from here? Turning off the news, there's feels like I've been waiting so long. Every time that I fall, every time that I won't be unbreakable. Every time my goal slips out my hand, pick it back up and fall again. Add a scar on tainted skin, another day that I don't win. Starting over from the bottom, truth is lost, but someone's got 'em locked inside a box of lies. Box of Radle for the eyes, box of candy for the weak, and a suitcase for the more deceived. Let me tell a story about a man who was a Mexican. Found out in reality he wasn't even 1%. Thought he was a race by the color of his light skin. Now he's just a man, not a product of the government. Your race, a product of the government. They say your face is copied by the government, and everything that you see will be digitized, tracked and traced by the eye in the big sky.
You know, I always wondered, what if, like, you know, where I'm at, like, technically, if I was like this when we were doing MBS, and I had this during MBS.
we would have found
wow. We would have been, no. But I'm just saying, what if, yeah, like, what if I was producing MBS now, like, as we, you know, but as kids, as we were kids. Wouldn't that be interesting? I wonder what it what it would sound like. I thought it sounded pretty good when I listened back to it. I'm like,
Some of the content was the only thing that bothers me.
Oh.
Yeah, all the content, but
the quality. I thought it sounded good. I was like, yeah, I'm like, God, I sound better before than I did now.
Don't say that.
Jeez.
No, there's a progression.
Yeah.
Steadily. So that's what I always liked about it.
Like, we worked with what we had, you know, like everything was on that thing right there.
Yeah, we had paper, we had the zip drive, we had keyboard, and we had a mic. We had a mic.
We had that mic.
Had that mic in a closet.
In a closet. Have what mic did I have before that? Do you remember?
That might have
been always the mic.
That might have always been. No, I don't know. No, I don't know.
You know what's funny now is that mic is worth more than when I bought it. Isn't that funny?
Why?
Because it became like a very popular mic. You know, for the price range that I got it, it's gear's weird like that. It's like when you buy one of those toys, you know, the rarity of it, because that mic was only made for 2 years, and the components in it are of high value. And they're rare. So, because it was discontinued, and it was made when Rode mics first came out. Now they make more consumer shit now, like cheaper shit. But this is when they first came out, so they wanted to impress the whole industry. So they made super high-end stuff. So that, you know, it's pretty crazy how lucky I was to get that mic for us. And I think that's why our sounded so professional. Even though I was a kid, and you know, that we could get that professional sound with a limited budget of a kid.
Yeah, you know what was crazy too is it was a one take thing. There was no like pause. It was like,
really, even the hook.
To get the whole thing. Yeah, you had to get the whole thing. No, I don't know about the hook. I think you were able to cut in the hook, but I do remember it's like if you messed up anything in your verse, you had to start over. You had to do the whole thing over again. So that taught us at a very early age.
Get
prepared.
Yeah.
Know your lyrics. Right.
Yeah, because there was 4 tracks. 1 track was for the beat.
And only 4 tracks.
One for the beat, 1 for the verses,
1 for backups, and 1 for chorus, probably.
Yes.
And that's it. That's all he gets.
Damn. Wow, we got away with a lot.
Yeah, we did. We made the best out of what we had for sure.
Yes.
But even then, for back then, I think you still had a lot of better equipment than most people our age at that time had.
I think so too, because that's all I cared about. I was like, I just wanted to, I was so passionate about it and so excited about it.
Right.
That I just saved up all my lunch money and all the shit.
You starved yourself.
I did. I was just like, I'll just eat when I get home. You know what I'm saying?
I remember that because we would go to your house. That was the first thing you'd do. You'd go find something to eat or whatever, and then we'd go upstairs and.
Yeah, raid the pantry. And then we just go and start recording. That was the best, dude.
Yeah, that was crazy. We didn't do it. We didn't drink. We didn't smoke. We didn't do anything. It's just straight studio.
I remember we like went through like 3 or 4 different 4 tracks. Remember you had the mini disc one, the Sony one. That was pretty tight.
And then zip. I think it was a lot of zip drives.
Yeah, but it was always this one that we always came back to.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
This one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those were the days, man.
Aw,
Lots of interesting times. Lots of interesting songs, I think. Yeah, very different. Because you never knew. We'd go in there. We didn't know what we were going to record. It wasn't like, hey, here's some beats or something. It was like...
Really? Yeah, that's true.
You would let us hear a bunch of beats. We'd listen
because
to
we
them.
didn't have... I wasn't able to, like, make these into MP3s and send them.
No,
you just come and then I'd play a few beats and be like, oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, and then we'd pick them. We'd have all these lyrics, and we just have to figure out a way to make the lyrics match the the beat.
God, that was so fun.
It was. It was so random. I mean, you couldn't. I couldn't picture a lot of people doing that now.
Because we didn't know what we were gonna come up with.
No, we just no idea.
But we knew it was gonna be fun. And we were gonna come out. We're gonna make something out of it.
Right. And there are probably only maybe a couple songs that I go back now and I'm like, oh man, nobody should ever hear this.
Like, nobody should ever know that this was me. Yeah. Because they're gonna think I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud.
That's a studio gangster.
But
it was fun. It was always fun.
I always burned you guys CDs, huh?
Yeah, they weren't cheap either.
Like, did you have just like a collection of?
I do. I still have them.
Like a spool?
Yeah.
Wow.
I still have all those.
Wow.
Some of them don't work anymore, but
yeah.
I still have them.
The archives.
I remember because there one time, I think before you went to LA, right before you went to LA, I think you gave me like a bunch of the masters. They were the actual CD masters that you would use
to press
to like burn other copies
to
and stuff
duplicate.
Like that.
Yes.
I have all those.
Wow.
Except for MBS3 is the only one that I don't have. For some reason, I don't know. I don't know why I don't have that one. One day I'm gonna need that one.
I have it. I know I do.
I'm gonna need to burn that one or something.
Honestly, I should give you all the masters.
Yeah, we need to do some, just at least to have them, make sure they don't get lost forever.
Hold on. Let me give you them right now before I forget. Okay, they're all sealed.
Are they
because
really?
I copyrighted it that way.
I'll put them in my freezer.
It's in your freezer.
Everything's going in my freezer.
Let me go grab them. I'll be right back.
Yep.
This is how you used to copyright. This is the poor man's copyright. Okay, these are sealed and stamped by the United States Postal Service. So these are all dated 2000, June 30th, 2000, June 29th, 2001, March 05, 2001, April 01, 01, and 01. I don't even know what's in these because I didn't label them.
How many you got there? 6? 7?
I don't know because I think some of them, I think a lot of these ones are beat CDs from when I used to send them to LA.
Nice. Got all your old beats now.
I think it's only appropriate that you're here, Greg, when these are open. 2000. So how many? 17 years ago?
Crazy.
Anthony wasn't even born yet.
Yeah.
Anthony wasn't even born. see. Let's see. Shall we? All right. Let's see if any of these are the MBS ones.
It's like Christmas.
Literally, huh?
Got a business card there too.
Look at it. Look. Copyright Hypino Beats made by Justin. Don't bite.
MBS production.
Wow, this is crazy. I never knew when I would be opening these. Copyright by MBS Productions. I think these are the beats. The judge is probably reading this. What the hell? That's so Gosh.
Just thought you were so cool.
I can finally throw these away. That's good.
Master demo.
Guess we gotta start listening to all these.
You didn't label them or
No.
MBS? What does it say on the front? MBS for life.
It's like a gang. Wow. Look at these old business cards. Barbershop Studios. So corny. What's wrong with me?
That was your the Denver home or Pleasanton?
This was Dublin.
Dublin.
Okay, so I think. Jeez. Okay. 2001. Do you remember what year we did that? That's the 2001 or 2000?
I thought it was 2000. Might be 2001.
It's like a time capsule almost, isn't it? That's a Beat CD. Oh yeah, the Sonys. They had to be Sonys or else they wouldn't work. Or they wouldn't all work. They're probably not even in here. Yeah, these are the beats. If anything, it's probably in one of the first ones. Okay, that's two more. Whoa!
Oh,
here we
double-
go.
double
Here we
disc.
go. Jackpot. Jackpot, Gregory. Here. There's all the credits. Wow. Here, take a look at this one. This is it. I think this is the one with all the MBS stuff. MBS Muggsy.
Two G's?
Spelled wrong.
What are you talking about,
That's not how
dude?
you
Why does it
spell
spell
it.
like that?
Because he was a gangster,
That's not
dude.
how you spell
Gangsters
my
can't
name.
spell.
Dude, that's like with my lyrics. Oh my god, look at that.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the one.
We want to get a t. I'm trying to get a
That's the
t-shirt
t-shirts of
made of
those,
this.
Yeah. You
Remember?
have one.
I know I
Yeah.
had one. I don't know where it is.
I need that. Yeah, I need. Yeah, we need that for a T-shirt.
Archive.
So I need it for like the hard drive. Put it on the my computer.
That's awesome.
Wow, this
Wow.
is all of them, dude.
3, 2, or just one?
All
and
of
two?
them. This was afterwards.
Oh my goodness.
And this is another Beat CD, probably. Yeah, this is a Beats.
Okay, so maybe it was 2001. So these are the ones that you would sell at
Castro Valley High, yeah. Was this the first one? This
That's
is
part 2.
I know this is part 2. Remember?
Oh no, because you have both of them in here.
Yeah.
You probably have 1 and 2 in there.
Let me see the back.
Oh my goodness, I remember this.
It's a
See, you spelled my name right there.
Did I?
Muggsy. Yeah.
Oh.
What happened?
Muggsy right there. Muggsy.
We had a website? Geocities.com.
Did we?
MBS.
GeoCities?
Geocities.com.
I remember
/
that.
MBS. I wonder if it's still up. You should go see if it still works.
You should see if it still
Tell us what you think. Yeah, 2000. Wow, this is history, man. Are You Ready? What song was that? I don't remember that one.
Like, we're all from Castro Valley. Who Cats Meows from New Jersey? Wow.
Soul. I don't remember a few of these songs. Find Your Mind. That's just Jared's song. That's probably my favorite song of him
Really?
ever. Love that beat.
Yeah.
Keep Believing. I like that one.
Yeah. You said yeah like 1,000 times.
Yeah. That was a good one.
You have this, right?
I don't know
I
what
have
these
some of
last two are. Are You Ready? I don't remember that one with me and Jared.
Are You Ready? That looks like it's... Oh, yeah, it is you. Is this
remember
is the
that
second one. All right, we'll have to, we're going to listen to these.
We'll have to listen to some of
Do you have your laptop? You could burn these.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on there. Make copies. Upload them to Spotify.
Do that.
This isn't it weird to
really
hold these? It's like, poof, or, 19 again or 18.
Who's Prof MC?
What's his name? You know.
Blue? Oh, the big guy?
No. What's the other guy's name?
Prof MC.
Come on, our homie.
Matt?
Matt.
No, because he was Wisdom. He's Wisdom. Who the Prof MC? Soul.
2001. Wow.
Tell me more. I like that beat for the. I love that chorus because it was Grease. I stole it from Grease.
Tell me more.
Did you get very far? Like does she have a car? Tell me, is it a Benz? Would she give me her friends?
I remember that. I still have that. I have that one on my computer for sure.
Damn, you're getting straight to the source. It's like the Holy Grail for
know.
us, dude. This is our Holy Grail.
What is it?
It's gonna be for your documentary.
Absolutely.
Literally. Yeah, these are just beats. Was that February 18th, 2000. So this was during the time I had a manager in LA and I was sending him beats for him to shop. That's why I did this. Oh, let's go through this one. Let's see.
I didn't see part 3 in there.
Yeah, maybe I probably didn't copyright that one.
See, it's lost forever now.
Damn,
It's
the
gone.
lost archive. I'm sure it's here somewhere. It's probably in a drawer.
It's gone.
Where's your...
Life is over.
Actually, you do. Let's listen to it on the...
What's that? Yeah, there's a few on there. First, I gotta figure out who Prof MC is.
It's a mystery right now, dude.
Who is this guy?
Watch, it's like he died. We totally forgot about him. He's somebody we don't even like. He was like totally what.
Hey.
Until to this day, you know.
He was good in this one, in that one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Was that it? Yeah, it's 10. Alright, well, another one. Yeah, dude, yeah. Yes. So use all these beats. Do anything you guys want. Use them for videos. Use them. Yeah. Use them to make songs.
Burn on video.
Huh?
So I got that on video, so don't sue me later.
No, you won't. We keep this all in the family. This is only for the family.
Nice.
Okay?
Word.
What you're being entrusted in. Do not disappoint.
Yes.
No pressure though.
No pressure.
You made this, right, Greg? Didn't you make this? Who made this? I didn't.
don't know.
I think you made this, or Jared made it.
Maybe Jared.
It's like vinyl now.
That's pretty cool. Wow. I think you made that.
Did I?
Yeah, either you made it or you had somebody make it.
Yeah, see, this is how I made. You know how I made our album covers like this?
Word.
See, I would print stuff out and then I would cut it out. See, this is all glued.
Yeah, I used to.
And then
I used to cut them up for Ray.
And then oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
when I was a kid.
No. But see, like this, like
Maybe
this
like 10
3, I cut that off from a
That's good
different
money back
printing.
Oh, yeah.
Because back then I didn't have Photoshop. I just had a printer and like an old computer.
And some glue.
That wasn't even my computer. Like I think I cut that
Oh, yeah.
parental advisory
It
from
doesn't
an
even
album.
match.
Yeah, I think I bought that from like I cut that out of a real album, you know, and glued that, dude.
But look, that's come a long way from 2 though, right? I mean, you compare 2 to.
Oh, dude, yeah, like evolved.
Yeah.
I wish I had one. I'm sure I have one somewhere.
I thought you had one. You had another cover here somewhere.
I think I had an ohm on it or something.
I think one, like when we were saying, I think one is pretty much the same thing like this, just doesn't have that, and maybe even doesn't have that. It might just be MBS.
Really?
Maybe. That's what I think. I do have one somewhere. I have 1 and 2.
That's pretty cool, huh?
That's
Like it
very
always
cool.
had the kind of the same theme always.
And look, on this one it didn't have the stuff on the side, but on this one it does. So you can see, you know, we're moving up. We probably should have had that advisory. You probably should have had that here.
Oh yeah, Jared,
On-
someone
yeah, yeah, on part 1.
That was so fun. This was such a fun time in my life, wasn't it?
It was very fresh, just very creative.
It was just so joyful. What happened? What do I do now?
You're still doing it now. It's
I
supposed to be better.
know. It's more stressful now.
Well, it's more. Yeah, I mean. Yeah.
Well, it's serious now.
It's more
Yeah,
serious.
now it's like serious. Like people's like lives are at stake. A lot of pressure, dude.
What'd you get yourself into?
Yeah, man. Hell, yeah. It's
You
like,
wanted this.
I did.
You asked for
You
this.
asked for this.
But yeah, that's where it all started. You
That's
know,
awesome.
for me and Gregory and Enzyme. For
And Gambit.
and Gambit.
That's right, because in part 1 he was Gambit, I believe.
God, he like did a lot during that time. Like at least the one in each verse he would say.
Well, he was open.
At least he was
about it.
honest. Yeah, I love that, and I think maybe that's why people liked it too, because he was just honest. It's like, hey, yeah, I
Just
like
like
this
me.
guy.
Yeah.
I can relate.
I can relate.
So yeah, AJ. I mean, if you have free time and you're bored, it'd be sick if you could put all up, dude.
Yeah. Why not?
I do have a MBS video.
Nuh-uh.
I
I
do,
want to see that.
but it's
Let's
on
put that
VHS.
on my YouTube. I'd like to
Yeah.
put that on
It's
my
on
YouTube
VHS
channel.
though. I need somebody
Do
to
that.
Ray can do
convert
that.
it.
Yeah, I can do that.
You have a converter?
Um,
You take it to like somewhere?
yeah, I can take it.
We'll
somewhere.
figure it out.
I don't know. I just hope there's nothing else that's like embarrassing on there.
Well, that's.
Take
You
it,
with
to a,
it.
take it to a Kinko's or Staples. Office Max.
And then they could just. I'm sure, you know, yeah.
I think Kinko's might be the. Actually Costco.
Yes, yeah, dude. This is the original.
Is it? With that little star thingy. Yeah.
Mm.
Just like that.
That's where it all began.
Okay.
Do you still have that one? You had a gold record with you. I think it was you and your cousin.
Oh, and or no, it was
Do you still have that somewhere? Because that's probably really where it all started, right?
yeah, for
That's
me,
for you.
for
Oh,
sure.
okay.
That was 98. Yeah. That was, but it was like we didn't have CDs. It was cassette.
It was cassette.
Yeah.
but so how'd you get the golden record?
So I had 2 records that I never used, and I spray painted it. And then like my stepfather had this frame that like in some picture. I ripped that out, and then I just like duct taped them in there.
That's great.
To MBS.
Yes.
17 years later.
Still going.
To the new class.
The new generation.
The next generation. The reboot.
The new Ghostbusters.
Ooh. I should have been Stiller.
Everything feels so wrong, I don't belong in a government camp with fake rap and fake actors who still can't act. I see lies, I see truth, not the color of you. I want proof, I want clues, not emotional fools. I might snap looking back at the way that I was, still reacting to my past of a wannabe thug. Didn't care about the facts, didn't love all people. It's hard to love yourself when you know that you're evil. Then I got saved, but I still wouldn't change. I played games with no shame, still remember the rage. Flip the page to today, now I see all my faults. See the damage that was done, and see why I lost. And it depresses me daily, stressing me crazy. So embarrassed I didn't care if my actions shamed me. Why did they divide racial stereotypes to get us all to kill each other tonight?
It's so clear, they divide all the races. They spread the fear, then they say they will save us. They don't care, that's a rhythm when you're brought up in the middle. When you're caught up in the middle, I'll be right here in the middle with you.
Life's a trip when you're begging to live. You wanna give 110, they want you to give in. I hate sin, don't pretend that I'm better than men. Done a lot of bad things that I'll never forget. Every day I wear scars, didn't learn from the burns. Didn't think of giving up when it wasn't my turn. Every time I fall down, face first in the ground, I see another false flag and a king uncrowned who got played by their bosses. Stabbed with a lie, left Laredo in the cold so the president dies. Wanna play these spy games but you won't sell your soul. You're compartmentalized, only so far you go. But if you won't serve the eye, then they might suicide you. Take away your rights but they don't have the right to. Kill a bunch of people then they tell us a lie. With two sides, only left and right.
It's so clear, they divide all the races. They spread the fear, then they say they will save us. They don't care, that's a rhythm when you're brought up in the middle. When you're caught up in the middle, I'll be right here in the middle with you.
now, got me torn down. Feeling like I'm in a war now. My enemy is only me. Mentally, I wanna be free. Reality got me guessing, got me asking all these questions. Thinking about my mission, reminiscing about my position. I'm torn now, got me torn down. Feeling like I'm in a war now. My enemy is only me. Mentally, I wanna be free. Reality got me guessing, got me asking all these questions. Thinking about my mission, reminiscing about my position. I'm torn between who I used to be and the person who I came to be. This is very strange to me, cause I never felt so terribly sick in the head, laying in bed, thinking about how I'm not dead. I'm filled with doubt, I hope it don't spread. I've done some things I can't forget, which makes me think, why am I here? A future for me has never been clear. I should be in jail with most of my peers. I should be on the curb, pouring out beer. Why am I the one who made it out? Why am I torn? I should be proud. I'm just a seed who finally sprout. I found my voice, so now I shout. Just got word that Ant's locked up, Eric just died, and Dom's on drugs. Joey's finally free to try to set me up. On the outside looks like we're stuck. I never thought I'd get this far. I never thought I would miss the dark. I never thought I'd hit my mark, but all these things got me torn apart. I'm torn now, got me torn down. Feeling like I'm in a war now. My enemy is only me. Mentally, I wanna be free. Reality got me guessing, got me asking all these questions. Thinking about my mission, reminiscing about my position. I'm torn now, got me torn down. Feeling like I'm in a war now. My enemy is only me. Mentally, I wanna be free. Reality got me guessing, got me asking all these questions. Thinking about my mission, reminiscing about my position. Thinking back when I was 14, I hustled hard, yeah, I moved mean, but it's all coming back against me. It's making me sick, I need a vaccine. I can't tell you all the things I've seen. I can't tell you how many times I stream. When the drama turned to a routine, it'll tear you down like a bad dream. I've been exposed to way too much. It's probably the reason I will not budge. Takes a lot for me to hold a grudge. Hate on me when I show you love. Some things I don't understand. Life lessons from boy to man. I raise my hand, I take a stand. I'm not going through this pain again. My kid won't know the pain I'm in. I gave my all to change her plan. Moved away, got my money straight, so she only sees those brighter days. Those brighter days, even when the sky is gray. Even when you're torn, everything will be okay. I'm torn now, got me torn down. Feeling like I'm in a war now. My enemy is only me. Mentally, I wanna be free. Reality got me guessing, got me asking all these questions. Thinking about my mission, reminiscing about my position. I'm torn now, got me torn down. Feeling like I'm in a war now. My enemy is only me. Mentally, I wanna be free. Reality got me guessing, got me asking all these questions. Thinking about my mission, reminiscing about my position.
We don't need any wars. Every war is a whore. Every war is the war to end all wars. We don't need any more. Every war is a lie. Every freedom is sacrifice. The death of a battle cry. Why the soldiers will die, why we lose all the innocent from wars of the government. All the money is gone, cause the bigger the bomb is, the bigger the battleground, where peace is a battle sound. Who's the wrong and the right, when the lies of the president become more irrelevant. Every end of a war has created two more. Every war will be worse than was before. We don't need any wars. Every war is a whore. We don't need any wars. Every war is a whore. 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 Every bomb in the street, every kid with no feet. Everybody will see what makes them bleed. Every bunker you build up on Capitol Hill, watch it crumble and fall until you feel. Every war is a joke, every death is a hoax.
Every murder will turn your heart to stone. We don't need any wars. Every war is a whore. Every war is a war to start more wars.
You know, I always wondered, what if, like, you know, where I'm at, like, technically, if I was like this when we were doing MBS, and I had this during MBS.
we would have found a way to fuck it up.
Wow. We would have been, no. But I'm just saying,
No,
what
I
if,
know, yeah.
yeah, like, what if I was producing MBS now, like, as we, you know, but as kids,
Yeah.
as we were kids. Wouldn't that be interesting? I wonder what it like. What it would sound like. I thought it sounded pretty good when I listened back to it. I'm like,
too. Yeah. Some of the content was the only thing that bothers me.
Oh.
Yeah, all the content, but
the
but
quality.
it was
Yeah,
there. It
I
was-
thought it sounded good. I was like, yeah, I'm like, God, I sound better before than I did now.
Don't say that.
Jeez.
No, there's a progression.
Yeah.
Steadily. So that's what I always liked about it.
Like, we worked with what we had. You know, like everything was on that thing right there.
Yeah, we had paper, we had the zip drive, we had keyboard, and everybody's.
We had a mic.
We had a mic.
We had that mic.
Had that mic in a closet.
In a
first.
closet. Have what mic did I have before that? Do you remember?
That might have.
Then always the mic.
That might have always been. No, I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know.
You know what's funny now is that mic is worth more than when I bought it. Isn't that
Why?
funny?
Why?
Because
It's rare?
it became like a very popular mic. You know, for the price range that I got it, it it's gear's weird like that. It's like when you buy one of those toys, the rarity of it, because that mic was only made for 2 years, and the components in it are of high value, and they're rare. So, because it was discontinued, and it was made when Rode mics first came out. Now they make more consumer shit now, like cheaper shit. But this is when they first came out, so they wanted to impress the whole industry. So they made super high-end stuff. So that, it's pretty crazy how lucky I was to get that mic for us. And I think that's why our sounded so professional. Even though I was a kid, and that we could get that professional sound with a limited budget of a kid.
Yeah, you know what was crazy too is it was a one take thing. There was no like pause. It was like,
really? Even
you
the
had
hook?
To get the whole thing. Yeah, you had to get the whole thing. No, I don't know about the hook. I think you were able to cut in the hook, but I do remember it's like if you messed up anything in your verse, you had to start over. You had to do the whole thing over again. So that taught us at a very early age.
Get
prepared.
Yeah.
Know your lyrics. Right.
Yeah, because there was 4 tracks. 1 track was
That's
for the
right,
beat.
and only 4 tracks.
One for the beat, 1 for the verses,
1 for backups, and 1 for chorus, probably.
Yes.
And that's it. That's all he gets.
Damn. Wow, we got away with a lot.
Yeah, we did. We made the best out of what we had for sure.
Yes.
But even then, for back then, I think you still had a lot of better equipment than most people our age at that time had.
I think so too, because that's all I cared about. I was like, I just wanted to. I was so passionate about it and so excited about it.
Right.
That I just saved up all my lunch money and all the shit.
You starved yourself.
I did. I was just like, I'll just eat when I get home. You know what I'm saying?
I remember that because we would go to your house. That was the first thing you'd do. You'd go find something to eat or whatever, and then we'd go upstairs and.
Yeah, raid the pantry. And then we just go and start recording. That was the best, dude.
Yeah, that was crazy. We didn't do it. We didn't drink. We didn't smoke. We didn't do anything. It was just straight studio.
I remember we like went through like 3 or 4 different 4 tracks. Remember you had the mini disc one, the Sony one. That was pretty tight.
And then Zip. I think it was a lot of Zip drive.
Yeah, but it was always this one that we always came back to.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
This one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those were the days, man.
Aw,
Lots of interesting times. Lots of interesting songs, I think. Yeah, very different. Because you never knew. We'd go in there. We didn't know what we were going to record. It wasn't like, hey, here's some beats or something. It was like...
Really? Oh, yeah, that's true.
You would let us hear a bunch of beats. We'd listen
because
to
we
them.
didn't have... I wasn't able to, like... Make
couldn't-
these into MP3s
Right,
and
no.
send them.
No,
you just come and then I'd play a few beats and be
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, and then we'd pick them. We'd have all these lyrics, and we just have to figure out a way to make the lyrics match the the beat.
God, that was so fun.
It was. It was so random. I mean, you couldn't. I couldn't picture a lot of people doing that now.
Because we didn't know what we were gonna come up with.
No, we had no idea.
But we knew it was gonna be fun, and we were gonna come out. We're gonna make something out of it.
Right, and there are probably only maybe a couple songs that I go back now and I'm like, oh man, nobody should ever hear this. Like,
nobody should ever know that this was me.
Yeah,
because they're gonna think I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud.
That's a studio gangster.
But
it was fun. It was always fun.
I always burned you guys CDs, huh?
Yeah, and they weren't cheap either.
Like, did you have just like a collection of?
I do. I still have them.
Like a spool?
Yeah.
Wow.
I still have all those.
Wow.
Some of them don't work anymore, but
Yeah.
I still have them.
The archives.
I remember because there one time, I think before you went to LA, right before you went to LA, I think you gave me like a bunch of the masters. They were the actual CD masters that you would use
to press
to like burn other copies
to
and stuff
duplicate.
Like that.
Yes.
I have all those.
Wow.
Except for MBS3 is the only one that I don't have. For some reason, I don't know. I don't know why I don't have that one. One day I'm gonna need that one.
I have it. I know I do.
I'm gonna need to burn that one or something.
Honestly, I should give you all the masters.
Yeah, we need to do some, just at least to have them, make sure they don't get lost forever.
Hold on. Let me give you them right now before I forget. Okay, they're all sealed.
Are they
because
really?
I copyrighted it that way.
I'll put them in my freezer.
Your freezer.
Everything's going in my freezer.
Let me go grab them. I'll be right back.
Yep.
This is how you used to copyright. This is the poor man's copyright. Okay, these are sealed and stamped by the United States Postal Service. So these are all dated 2000, June 30th, 2000, June 29th, 2001, March 05, 2001, April 01, 01, and 01. I don't even know what's in these because I didn't label them.
How many you got there? 6? 7?
I don't know because I think some of them, I think a lot of these ones are beat CDs from when I used to send them to LA.
Nice. Got all your old beats now.
I think it's only appropriate that you're here, Greg, when these are open. 2000. So what? How many? 17 years ago?
Crazy.
Anthony wasn't even born yet.
Yeah.
Anthony wasn't even born. see. Let's see. Shall we? All right. Let's see if any of these are the MBS ones.
It's like Christmas.
Literally, huh?
Got a business card there too.
Look at it. Look. Copyright Hypino Beats, made by Justin. Don't bite.
MBS production.
Wow, this is crazy. I never knew when I would be opening these. Copyright by MBS Productions. I think these are the beats. The judge is probably reading this. What the hell is so weird? Gosh.
Just thought you were so cool.
I can finally throw these away. That's good.
Master demo.
Guess we gotta start listening to all these.
You didn't label them or
No.
MBS? What does it say on the front? MBS for life.
It's like a gang. Wow. Look at these old business cards. Barbershop Studios. So corny. What's wrong with me?
That was your the Denver home or Pleasanton?
This was Dublin.
Dublin.
Okay, so I think. Jeez. Okay. 2001. Do you remember what year we did that? That's the 2001 or 2000?
That was 2000. Might be 2001.
It's like a time capsule almost, isn't it? That's a Beat CD. Oh yeah, the Sonys. They had to be Sonys or else they wouldn't work. Or they wouldn't all work. They're probably not even in here. Yeah, these are the beats. If anything, it's probably in one of the first ones. Okay, that's two more. Whoa!
Oh,
here we
double-
go.
double
Here we go.
disc.
Jackpot. Jackpot, Gregory. Here. There's all the credits. Wow. Here, take a look at this one. This is it. I think this is the one with all the MBS stuff. MBS Muggsy.
Two G's? Spelled wrong.
What are you talking about,
That's not
dude?
how you Why is it spell spelled it. Like that?
Because he was a gangster,
That's not how
dude.
you
Gangsters
spell my
can't
name.
spell.
Dude, that's like with my lyrics. Oh my god, look at that.
Yeah, that's the one.
We want to get a t. I'm trying to get
That's
a
the
t-shirt
t-shirts of
made of
those,
this.
yeah. You have Remember? one.
I know I
Yeah.
had one. I don't know where it is.
I need that. Yeah, I need. Yeah, we need that for a T-shirt.
Archive.
I need it for like the hard drive. Put it on the my computer.
That's awesome.
Wow, this
Wow.
is all of them, dude.
3, 2, or just one?
All
and
of
two?
them. This was afterwards.
Oh my goodness.
And this is another Beat CD, probably. Yeah, this is a Beats.
Okay, so maybe it was 2001. So these are the ones that you would sell at Castro
Castro Valley High, yeah. Is this the first one? This
That's
is
part 2.
I know this is part 2.
Oh no, because you have both of them in here.
Yeah.
You probably have 1 and 2 in there.
Let me see the back.
Oh my goodness, I remember this.
It's a
See, you spelled my name right there.
Did I?
Mugsy. Yeah.
Oh.
What happened?
Mugsy right there. Mugsy.
We had a website? Geocities.com.
Did we?
MBS.
GeoCities?
Geocities.com.
I remember
/
that.
MBS. I wonder if it's still up. You should go see if it still works.
You should see if it's still
Tell us what you think. Yeah, 2000. Wow, this is history, man. Are you ready? What song was that? I don't remember that one.
Like, we're all from Castro Valley. Who Cat's Meow's from New Jersey. Wow.
Soul. I don't remember a few of these songs. Find Your Mind. That's just Jared's song. That's probably my favorite song of him
Really?
ever. Love that beat.
Yeah.
Keep Believing. I like that one.
Yeah. You said yeah like 1,000 times.
Yeah.
see?
That was a good one.
You have this, right?
I don't know
I
what
have
these
some of
last two are. Are You Ready? I don't remember that one with me and Jared.
Are you ready? That looks like it's. Oh yeah, it is you. Is this? This is the second one. All right, we'll have to, we're gonna listen to these.
We'll have to listen to some of
Do you have your laptop? You can burn these.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on there. Make copies. Upload
Yeah.
them to Spotify.
Do that.
This is isn't it weird to
really
hold these? It's like, poof, you know, 19 again or 18.
Who's Prof MC?
What's his name? You know.
Blue? Oh, the big guy?
No. What's the other guy's name?
Prof MC.
Come on, our homie.
Matt?
Matt.
No, because he was Wisdom. He's Wisdom. Who the Prof MC? Soul.
2001. Wow.
Tell me more. I like that. I like that beat. Or the, I love that chorus because it was Grease. I stole it from Grease.
Tell me more.
If you get very far, like does she have a car? Tell me, is it a Benz? Would she give me her friends?
I remember that. I still have that. I have that one on my computer for sure.
Damn, you're getting straight to the source. It's like the Holy Grail
Yeah, I
for
know.
us, dude. This is our Holy Grail.
What is it?
It's gonna be for your documentary.
Absolutely.
Literally. Yeah, these are just beats. Was that February 18th, 2000. So this was during the time I had a manager in LA and I was sending him beats for him to shop. That's why I did this. Oh, let's go through this one. Let's see.
I didn't see part 3 in there.
Yeah, maybe I probably didn't copyright that one.
See, it's lost forever now.
Damn,
It's
the
gone.
lost archive. I'm sure it's here somewhere. It's probably in a drawer.
It's gone.
Where's your?
Life is over.
Actually, you do. Let's listen to it on the.
What's that? Yeah, there's a few on there. First, I gotta figure out who Prof MC is.
The mystery right now, dude.
Who is this guy?
Watch, it's like he died. We totally forgot about him. He's somebody we don't even like. He was like totally what.
Hey.
Probably to this day. You know?
He was good in this one, in that one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Was that it? Yeah, it's 10. Alright. Well, another one. Yeah, dude, yeah. Yes. So use all these beats. Do anything you guys want. Use them for videos. Use them. Yeah. Use them to make songs.
Got that on video.
Huh?
Said I got that on video, so
Yeah.
don't sue me later.
No, you won't. We keep this all in the family. This is only for the family.
Nice.
Okay?
Word.
What you're being entrusted in. Do not
Yes.
disappoint.
Yes.
No pressure though.
No pressure.
You
Don't
made
fuck
this,
with
right,
us.
Greg? Didn't you make this? Who made this? I didn't.
don't know.
I think you made this, or Jared made it.
Maybe Jared.
It's like vinyl now.
That's pretty cool. Wow. I think you made that.
Did
Or
I?
yeah, either you made it or you had somebody make it.
Yeah, see, this is how I made. You know how I made our our album covers like this.
Word.
See, I would print stuff out and then I would cut it out. See, this is all glued.
Yeah, I used to.
And then I
used to cut them up for Ray.
And then, oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
when I was a kid.
No, but see, like this, like
me
this
like 10
3, I cut that off from a
That's good
different
money back
printing.
Oh, yeah.
Because back then I didn't have Photoshop. I just had a printer and like an old computer.
And some glue.
That wasn't even my computer. Like I think I cut that
Oh, yeah.
parental advisory
It
from
doesn't
an
even
album.
match.
Yeah, I think I bought that from like I cut that out of a real album, you know, and glued that, dude.
But that's come a long way from 2 though, right? I mean, you compare 2 to.
Oh, dude, yeah, like evolved.
Yeah.
I wish I had one. I'm sure I have one somewhere.
I thought you had one. You had another cover here somewhere.
I think I had an ohm on it or something.
I think one, like when we were saying, I think one is pretty much the same thing like this, just doesn't have that, and maybe even doesn't have that. It might just be MBS.
Really?
Maybe. That's what I think. I do have one somewhere. I have 1 and 2.
That's pretty cool, huh? Like it always had the kind of the same theme always.
And look, on this one it didn't have the stuff on the side, but on this one it does. So you can see, you know, we're moving up. We probably should have had that advisory. You probably should have had that here.
Oh yeah, someone smacked.
Yeah, part 1.
That was so fun. This was such a fun time in my life, wasn't it?
It was very fresh, just very creative.
It was just so joyful. What happened? Now?
You're still doing it now. It's
I
supposed to be
know.
better.
It's more stressful now.
Well, it's more. Yeah, I mean. Yeah.
Well, it's serious now.
It's more
Yeah,
serious.
now it's like serious. Like people's like lives are at stake. A lot of pressure, dude.
What'd you get yourself into?
Yeah, man. Hell, yeah. It's
You
like,
wanted this.
I did.
You asked for
You
this.
asked for this.
But yeah, that's where it all started. You
That's
know,
awesome.
for me and Gregory and Enzyme. For
And Gambit.
and Gambit.
That's right, because in part 1 he was Gambit, I believe.
God, he like did a lot during that time. Like at least the one in each verse he would say.
But he was open.
At least he was
about it.
honest. Yeah, I love that, and I think maybe that's why people liked it too, because he was just honest. It's like, hey, yeah, I
Just
like this
me.
guy.
Yeah.
I can relate.
I can relate.
So yeah, AJ. I mean, if you have free time and you're bored, it'd be sick if you could put a up, dude.
Yeah. Why not?
I do have a MBS video.
Nuh-uh.
I
I
do,
want to see that.
but it's
Let's
on
put that
VHS.
on my YouTube. I'd like to
Yeah.
put that on
It's
my
on
YouTube
VHS
channel.
though. I need somebody
Do
to
that.
Ray can do
convert
that.
it.
Yeah, I can do that.
You have a converter?
Um,
You take it to like somewhere?
yeah, I can take it.
We'll
somewhere.
figure it out.
I don't know. I just hope there's nothing else that's like embarrassing on there.
Well, that's.
Take
You
it,
live
to a,
it.
take it to a Kinko's or Staples. Office Max.
And then they could just. I'm sure yeah.
I think Kinko's might be the. Actually Costco.
Yes, yeah, dude. This is the original.
Is it? With that little star thingy. Yeah.
Mm.
Just like that.
That's where it all began.
Okay.
Do you still have that one? You had a gold record with you. I think it was you and your cousin.
Oh, and or no.
Do you still have that somewhere? Because that's probably really where it all started, right?
Yeah, for
That's
me,
for you.
for sure.
Okay.
That was 98. Yeah. That was, but it was like we didn't have CDs. It was cassette.
It was cassette.
Yeah.
But so how'd you get the golden record?
So I had 2 records that I never used, and I spray painted it. And then like my stepfather had this frame that like in some picture. I ripped that out, and then I just like duct taped them in there.
That's great.
To MBS.
Yes.
17 years later.
Still going.
I just wrote this song to
class.
New generation.
The next generation. The reboot.
The new Ghostbusters.
Alright.
Let's hear it back with
Ooh. That's been Ben Stiller.
Wait, no, it is.
Moving to the beat.
It's crazy, dude.
Crazy how much
It's
of mix
crazy.
can make, huh?
Yeah. Doesn't even sound the same.
Doesn't sound like the same song.
No.
We're in overdrive life. We gotta dance to survive when the night is like wine and the stars taking so long for some one-on-one. Let's dance. Love's got a hold of me, I'm holding.
Moving to the beat. Yeah.
Every Friday, Saturday night, Monday, Tuesday.
Tuning.
The tuning of the vocal.
For some one-on-one. Come on, baby, why you taking so long for some one-on-one? Come. Let's dance to another song. Thunderhide, we're in Thunderhide, we're in Thunderhide, we're in Thunderhide, we're in Thunderhide. Overdrive life, we over. Gotta dance to survive, gotta dance to survive. Diamonds will be shining, diamonds will be shining, diamonds will be shining, diamonds. Rhyming poets, some unity, the unit come together for some unity, the unit come together for some unity, the unit come you and me, T of you and me, T of you and universally, fade away universally, fade away universally, fade away universally, fade away universally, fade away. Front of me, technology, computer love. Front of me, technology, real touch. It's nothing like the 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 real. It's loud every time. Every rhyme.
Good old Sean.
Turn on really well.
Just so much energy.
Unity, the unity of you and me. Problems of human. It's nothing like the real touch. It's loud every time. Every rhyme, every Friday, Saturday night. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, stay moving to. It is like wine, and the stars are like diamonds. We'll be shining. It is like wine, and the stars are like diamonds. We'll be shining, I'll be flowing, you'll be singing. Rhyming is nothing like the real touch. It's loud every time, every rhyme, every Friday, Saturday night. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, me. Problems of eternity, fade away universally. Look, your love's got a hold of me, I'm holding you in front. Love's got a don't you wanna go?
Don't you wanna go?